So let me go ahead and start introductions here with our first presenter. CJ Reynolds is coming to us, and he is an educational speaker, workshop leader. He's got 2 decades in the classroom and the expertise that comes along with that, and the wealth of knowledge that you get from doing that, and then also being in front of people, providing professional development. Loves to be in front of people and share his knowledge. And so we're just really excited. He's going to be sharing, his insights with some humor and just practical strategies. Isn't that what we want, right? We don't want the crazy stuff. We want practical strategies that we can go ahead and use, and we can engage our students and just have just a better year. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce CJ. CJ, come on in. Welcome to the Digital Learning Conference, Room 1. We're so glad that you're here.
I am thrilled to be here, Todd. Thanks so much for having me, man.
Well, we've started off with a Gimkit game and just hitting the ground running today, and it's like fast and furious. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Awesome.
And just let you go from here.
Let's do it.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much for having me here, gang. I'm going to throw my slides up here in just a second. Let's do this. This is the fun part of education, is trying to get it so that your slides work and you're not losing your class while your tech is kind of getting up there. So, let's do this. All right. It's none. Okay, cool. So I don't know why my background looks like that, but it doesn't even matter because I don't care what my background looks like. I'm here to try and help you in any way that I can. So here's what I want you to know from the front end. For those of you, most of you, all of you maybe, have no idea who I am. My name is CJ Reynolds. I was an educator in West Philadelphia where I taught 9th grade, primarily 9th grade literature my entire career. I've taught a number of other things, but that was the one through line. And it has been some of the greatest work I've been given to do in my life. Everything I talk about today is from a place of stuff that I've done either by myself or with my community that I taught with. And I'll talk about this a little bit today, that I don't think that teaching is not a solo act. And those that try and make it a solo act, it's not as fun. It's kind of like, it's like dancing with yourself. Just not, it's a little bit weird and it's not as enjoyable. So I want to share with you incredibly, as Todd said, incredibly practical tips, things that you could walk into your classroom tomorrow with, implement, and see an effect on your students. And I also want you to know, I know a lot of people say this, but I'm thrilled to be here. When I think of the Houston area, my good friend Todd Nessaloni comes from that area. And then this particular district is my old friend Miss May teaches in this district, and 2 of my favorite educators I've ever gotten to know. So I'm honored to be a part of anything, and they're kind of like part of the world. So I want to jump right into it because there's a lot of stuff here. If you have questions, right, you might have questions today, you can drop those in the chat. I'm going to try to have time at the end to answer some. If I do not get to that, because I have a tendency to go down rabbit holes when I feel it. So if you need to, please reach out on social. Look, I'll say this also on the front end, that working with teachers is the work in this season that God has given me to do. And so I'm happy, beyond happy, to do anything I can to help anyone that I can. So if you need to reach out, you can just shoot me a DM or whatever, and I will try to get back to you as fast as I can. So on the front end, if you have questions, that's how you're going to get to me. All right. So like I said, I taught in West Philly, and these are some of my boys that I worked with. I worked to give you sort of a glimpse, Title I school in inner city Philadelphia. I taught at an all boys institution. So it was a public school for all boys, that the vision was to help young people that were being underserved. And so 100% free and reduced lunch. Something like 95% of my students come from single parent household where mom or grandma are working 2 jobs just to keep the lights on. And all of my students, we're at around 98% of our students were first in their family to go to college. At our best years, we're 100% college acceptance rate. About 98% of our boys went on to college. So again, the things we're talking about today are really getting to the heart of the work that we're doing and some of the things that my community and I were able to do to create this space for these young people. So I think from the jump, the way that we connect with young people is by building connection and belonging. It's not just by hoping it happens, or, if it is, I want to show you how we do that on a day-to-day basis. And this is something that I think some educators think that is for some people. Connection and belonging, relationship building is for everybody. Everyone benefits, and it's incredibly practical. John Maxwell says that to be interesting to people, you need to first be interested in people. And I realize that let me move my face down there to the bottom. I hope maybe that changed for you, because I want you to be able to see all the slides. And this couldn't be more true. The question becomes, though, how do we build connections with the young people that we work with? I would argue that your space is the number one place, right? That where are you teaching kids? Where are you engaging with kids? Now, look, this could be your office. It could be your block that you are the crossing guard on. This could be your space in front of the school where you're greeting kids and bringing them in, or you're sending them off at the end of the day. It could be your classroom, could be anywhere, could be from your cart. But my room in Philly, I've lived by, and I'm not that I'm saying to do this. I've always lived by the ask for forgiveness over permission. So this is my classroom in Philadelphia. I'm allowed to get away with a lot of stuff in there. I realize that not everyone is allowed to get away with this sort of level of madness in your classroom, but I want to create a room, though, that my students want to be in. And so where does that freedom get me? It gets me to places where I have, a 9-foot driftwood tree with zero educational value, but it just looked cool. I have flying books hanging from my ceiling. I have street art on the walls. I have that street artists have come in and done, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. I really loathe the fact that in secondary education, there's not cool, like the Learning Store doesn't think about us. There's no good posters. So instead, I put blackboard paint on my walls, and I projected pictures up there because I have zero artistic ability when it comes to drawing, and I trace all the different images from books that we're going to read that year. When I'm thinking about my students, I teach in classrooms where I get kids that are the hard to motivate and hard to inspire kids that are on a second grade reading level in the 9th grade. And so I have to create a space that is not only comfortable for them, but that works for them. So I have stand-up desks that I built out of old lab tables. I have coffee tables that I built out of old lab tables that they were just throwing out. I want to create spaces for kids that can't sit still and are constantly moving around. And it's like, this was created with you in mind. And I want books to look like something you want to grab. That if you notice, the last time you've gone into a Barnes & Noble or even a Target, the young adult books are always face out. They are never on their sides unless it's to just conserve a number of them in space. But if they want to sell you on something, they say, don't judge a book by its cover, but that's what we're doing. So I just lean into that and have books facing out so that my guys might go over and go, what is that? And pick it up. I light my shelves for that same reason. So trying to create this space where even the books that I have in my room, we have a very small school where we do not have a library. There's no room in our school for a library. So we're given a minimum budget every year to buy books. One of the things I used to do was buy my own books, or I would look up on Amazon and look at reviews and talk to other teachers that I knew. But what I found worked even better was having students order books. So if I have a reluctant reader and I know that books are a luxury and they're not in everyone's budget, I say, well, what are you into? Let's talk about this. Why don't you look this up on Amazon? Why don't you look this up online? Why don't you see if you can find a book? And then I order the books. Then they come in, and anyone that has, anyone 17 or under in their house knows what an unboxing is. We do an unboxing in class. We break out the books. It's an event, and handing a kid a brand new book where when you crack that thing open, for all the literary people out there, there's something about opening that book for the first time. And if that kid finishes that book, and many times this is like the first book anyone's ever read in their life, you just get to have it. Like that's a trophy. It is a trophy for something that was an incredible moment that you created, that you stuck with it, and you got to that point where there were more pages in your left hand than there were in your right, and you made it through. Now it's a trophy. Another thing that we started doing was I had a school store for a while, and I needed a place to store the school store. I just made it out of plywood, put it in the back of my room, and I found that kids started reading in there. And I swore, I'll tell you on the front end, I didn't think they were reading. I went right to suspicion, and I thought they were in there on their cell phones. So one day I sneak up on this kid, Kenneth, who's in the picture here. I go, Kenneth, what are you doing back there? He goes, Mr. Reynolds, you scared me. I said, what are you doing, man? He goes, I'm reading like you told us to. And I said, oh. He goes, what'd you think I was doing? I said, I'll be honest with you, man. I thought you were on your phone. I thought you were playing a video game on your phone. He says, no. I said, why are you sitting in the box, man? Because I don't know, man. I can just pay attention better in here. So I post this picture on social, and a neurologist hits me up and he goes, yeah, of course. Kids love these kind of spaces. It's the same reason that kids gravitate towards under the dining room table, towards creating forts out of blankets and just about anything they can get their hands on, because it cuts out the external stimuli around them and helps them to focus on what they're doing. And so we made many of these in the back of my room, and which looks like a cross between a really poor game show that we have and like it looks like we're shipping children around the world at this point. But it was creating, once you look for those clues, and I'll get into this again later, looking for clues of what helps kids, because what helps one might help many. The next thing is your presence. Many of you are not interested in decorating a classroom. Many of you don't have a classroom, right? You have 4 classrooms, 5 classrooms, 7 classrooms all day. Maybe you are on a cart. Maybe you're a paraprofessional, or you're an inclusion teacher where you're constantly jumping around from classroom to classroom. And that doesn't exclude you from this idea, because look, I'm going to tell you what, I think that your presence can be a present for kids. That one of the best principal, the best principal I've ever worked for, Dr. Noah Tennant out of Philadelphia. He's now the assistant superintendent in Philly. Dr. Tennant had this policy where if his door was open to his office, you could walk in. If his door was closed, you knew not to bother him. If it was open, you would walk in, he would close the top of his laptop, he would flip his phone over and just listen to you about anything. Like you could stop in and I'd be like, yo, Tennant, real quick, what are your kids doing for Halloween? Like, what are they wearing for Halloween this year? And he would just talk to you. But he would talk to you like nobody else was in the world. You were the only thing in front of him. And with so much to do as educators all the time, with so much that we have to get done in a given day, it can be hard to give kids that gift. But as much as we're mindful of it, really paying attention to what our students are doing. And so what are some spaces and places to do that? I think one of the first and most important is to be visible, especially for new teachers, right? So if you're new, I'm going to tell you this right now, you're going to feel some days like there's too much work to even leave your classroom. That when they ask you to meet students at the door, to talk to your kids at the door, to say hello to them, you're too busy putting away the stuff from last class, getting things set up for this class, getting things moved around and shifted back into your next class. And there's so much going on. But by being visible, this is what I want to say about this, man. By being visible, research shows that we gravitate towards the things we are the most familiar with, right? And if you doubt that, I want you to really think about this idea of if your students in your room, if someone comes in and someone's in their seat, what happens? Reynolds, I'll say, Todd, can you sit down? I can't, Mr. Reynolds, someone's in my seat. Yeah, so Todd, there's like 6 other seats around. You can just pick a seat, just sit down. Yeah, I can't, but this is my seat, Mr. Reynolds, and someone's sitting in it. And those of you that are married, if you go to bed tonight and your spouse is on your side of the bed, we have a whole issue, right? Like, I don't even know if I could sleep on the other side of the bed. It would be weird. But it is because we gravitate towards the things we're the most familiar with. So what does this mean? By being visible, by being out front when the kids are getting dropped off in the morning, by showing up at lunchtime, by being out there and engaging during recess, by being in the hallway in the middle of the day, by saying goodbye to kids at the end of the day, by just nurture of being visible, we are becoming more familiar to students. And when we are more familiar, when they're more familiar just by seeing us, they are more likely to come to us with things that they need, with help on the test, with I forget what the homework was, with I'm having problems opening my locker, my best friend is being rude, I broke up with my girlfriend or boyfriend. They just come to you with all kinds of other stuff, and that becomes leverage that we can use in the classroom, and I'll get into. One of the very weird ways that I do this, and no, don't let the tie fool you, gang. I'm a different kind of dude in the classroom. I like doing weird stuff because I think that most of the day can be very boring and kids aren't looking for surprises. So I like to surprise them with joy at every turn. So one of the things I do is I make these signs. I stand in the hallway, I put them on foam core board or poster board, and I put them on the end of a meter stick, and I make announcements because I want kids to know what we're doing today. Don't let it fool you. Kids still come, they'll come right up to me when I'm holding this, and they go, hey, Mr. Reynolds, what are we doing in class today? I don't know. What if I just made a giant sign and put it on there? But they still will ask me all the time, Reynolds, how many words on the vocab test? It's right there, bro. Sometimes those signs are vaguely motivational. Sometimes they are fully motivational. Sometimes they're not motivational at all. And they just tell kids exactly what we're doing. But by doing this, I can tell you there's no one else in the hallway doing this. So I'm trying to break through the noise of the everyday to really have kids see where we are and what we're doing. There is a study done that says that just by greeting kids by name at the door, on-task behavior goes up 40%. And I'm going to argue this for a second, because I would argue that it's not just greeting kids by name, because you can stand there and say, hey, John. Hey, Tom. How's it going, man? Hey, Karen. How's it going? It is doing it. It is, you don't have to be explosive. You don't have to be in their face. You don't have to have secret handshakes for every single kid, although that is cool. What we want to do is do it with a level of authenticity. Do it with a level of, I actually see you. You actually matter. I actually care. The question becomes sometimes for some of us, though, what if you don't come from the same place as your students? I grew up in a town called Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Haddon Heights, New Jersey is, if you've ever seen The Sandlot, it's kind of like that, right? Like, I didn't have to lock up my bike. We didn't lock our doors at night. Nothing ever happened in my town. It was pretty ideal. Like what I think of as like a 1950s, early 1960s movie in the suburbs is where I come from. But like many of you, even if you're teaching in the same district that you grew up in, times change. Kids, things are different now. And so in going to school, even though I went to this really great, and lived in this really great neighborhood, I got made fun of a lot. Ninth grade year, I did not speak to anyone my entire ninth grade year. I got beat up every day. I didn't tell anyone. And part of that was because I flew under the radar. I'll get into that in a minute. One of the reasons that I got made fun of is because my mom made my lunch every day and put my name on the front of it. And in my bag, she would put motivational notes, like reminding me to smile, to love people, to be nice. And, you know, in 10th grade, I had made a few friends. And this was something that was just, I got made fun of for like every day because people thought this was hilarious. And they would be like, what did your mom say today, Reynolds? So my mom, I think, realized at some point, mom intuition told her that I wasn't taking my little notes out of my bag. And so she started writing it under the fold. So as soon as I would fold up my bag, it'd be like, I love you. Don't forget to smile today, honey. And I, trying to be cool. It's 10th grade, mom, and you're not helping me. So every day in history class, I go into history class, and there's this one particular bully, Tom. Tom was one of those 10th graders that just looked like a man. Some of you have these students. Some of you have them in 5th and 6th grade where it's like, you have more of a beard than I will have in my life. And I'm not sure what hormones your mom was giving you, but you look like someone's dad came to class. And that was Tom. Tom sat in front of me every day, sat at my desk, put my lunch right in the front corner of my desk. And every day Tom would come in without saying anything. He would just punch my lunch in the front of the classroom. which literally meant at lunch that I had to eat a knuckle sandwich every day. And that sucked. So one day I went home and told my mom, and I can't tell you why I told my mom. I don't know. But my mom said she was going to come up with a plan and we were going to handle this. Now, my mom is from Olney section of Philadelphia, which is a particularly tough blue collar section of Philadelphia. So I was sure this had something to do with retaliation. I wasn't sure how we were pulling it off, but I was down for it. So the next day I come down to get my breakfast and to grab my lunch before I go out the door to school. And there's not one, but two lunches on the counter. And at first I thought, this is one of two scenarios here. Either this is a booby trap and this is going to like, Tom's going to punch this and there's like a stink bomb inside. I don't really know what's going on inside that, but something bad's going to happen. Or I'm setting myself up for your mom jokes forever because my mom literally made someone lunch and now they can say, your mom makes me lunch. And I would have to say, yes, you're right. You're correct. So again, I don't know why I did this. I went to school. I put it on his desk. My mom's instructions were put it on his desk. Don't say anything. Sit down in your seat. I put it on his desk. Tom goes, what is this? I said, I don't know. My mom told me to give it to you. So I sit down. Tom opens the bag, pulls out a note, see him read it. He puts it back. He never bothers me again. The end of that school year, my mom comes up to the school for an event. Tom is there. Tom comes down the hallway. Yo, where's your mom? Well, Tom, she is down the hallway talking to the math teacher. Can't imagine what you could possibly want to speak to her about, but yeah. Tom goes to the end of the hallway. I see him tap my mom on the shoulder. She turns around. He gives her a big hug. They talk for about 10 minutes and they part ways. My mom passed away several years after that. And I do not know what was on the note. And I never found out what she said to him. What I know is that 20 years later, I have a kid in class and his name is Joe. And Joe is the kind of kid that curses at me, that curses at my co-teacher, that bothers the other students, is always touching someone, always out of his seat if he's not just sitting there like his head is glued to the desk. And he is a nightmare student. Like every day he's one of those students that when they're absent, you're just like, this class isn't so bad, right? Like you know who I'm talking about. I decide that I'm going to give Joe detention, but I don't give regular detentions because I don't do almost anything regularly. Instead, Joe's detention is you have to eat lunch with me every single day for a week. So I take a note from the playbook that my mom had taught me, and I make Joe lunch every single day. Or rather, my wife makes Joe lunch. Puts his name on the front, puts an encouraging note on the inside. And that week, I sit with Joe at lunch in my room, where I eat lunch twice a day with about 30 students. I tell Joe everything. Tell him about Tom. Tell him about going to school. Tell him about not talking in the 9th grade. Tell him about growing up in Haddon Heights and how we didn't have to lock up our bikes. And I tell him all the stuff about all the things and about my life. And he doesn't tell me anything. He doesn't even look up. He just stares at the floor. By Thursday afternoon, right before we leave, he says, Mr. Reynolds, can I tell you something? Bro, I swear. You could tell me anything. You could tell me your favorite color. I'm thrilled. I'm running out of stories here, man. I've been talking for 4 days about everything that I know. He says, well, I want to tell you something. In the beginning of the year, just in August, right before we came back to school, I was hanging with my buddy at his house. We were sitting on the front stoop, and I realized what time it was. My mom doesn't like when I'm late for dinner. So I jump on my bike and I ride home. About halfway there, I remember that I forgot something. So I ride back to my buddy's house. And there on his front step, I find my best friend who'd been killed in a drive-by accident or a drive-by shooting just moments before after I left. And I can't stop thinking, Mr. Reynolds, what if it could have been me? And what if it should have been me? In that moment, I realized very quickly that there was nothing I was going to say. Not only did I not come from the same place as Joe, I'd never been through anything even remotely like this in my life. And what I did next was nothing. I just sat with Joe. I sat with Joe every day. He ate lunch in my room every day for the rest of his high school career. And in that moment, I realized that your attention is far more important than your advice. That your students are going to go through things this year maybe not this horrific, but it's still horrific to them. The breakup of a family, they're in foster care, their dog died, their grandfather's sick, their boyfriend or girlfriend left them, they're failing physics, whatever that thing is. But can we just show up and be there for them? And I'm proud to say now that Joe is in school to be a nurse, to be an emergency room. We just spoke a few weeks ago. He's married, he has a child, he's in school to be a nurse because he wants to help kids like his buddy that the ambulances didn't show up for on time. And so with that, we learn in these moments that everybody has a story, right? The question becomes, though, how do I get to that story faster? And that's something in my next session I really want to talk about and get into, because it's going to take me longer than I have here. But it is really this idea of getting to that story quick so that we can really teach students. So how do we connect with this idea of teaching your class off? How do we connect with kids that are reluctant, kids that don't care about school anymore, kids that don't see why we have to do this? What are we doing? What is this even about? Why do I have to learn this? And that's what I want to get into in this next part. So it is about, to me, it's about being relevant. Now, there's a number of different ways you go with this word relevant, but I want to say the one I want to focus on today is when you get this question: why do we have to do this? Do we have to do it? Reynolds, is this for credit? Do I have to do it? Oh, it's not for credit, so I don't have to do it. No, that doesn't mean you don't have to do it. I don't get credit for mowing my lawn, but it still has to get done, right? So, but it is coming up with these ideas of, how do I bridge the gap between what my kids care about and what we're learning, right? So with regards to relevance, this is what we're focusing on, because I know this, that when I can get kids to understand the connection between what they care about in their life, right? In their actual life, it could be their mom, their dad, their brother, their sister, their cousins, or the things they're interested in. When I can bridge that gap, builds belief. And when I can build belief, a kid that believes is a force to be reckoned with. So then, because here's the rub, gang. It's this idea of the law of least effort. And this is something I do when I speak live. I ask folks to do this in the audience, something I do with my students every year. Every year, I ask my students to raise your hand as high as you possibly can. Raise your hand as high as you possibly can. And then hold it for a second. Now, can you raise it a little higher? And when I tell you that almost 100% of my students and 100% of audience members, when I speak, raise their hand a little bit higher, it's like, why didn't you just do it the first time? And there's a reason for that. It is called the law of least effort. The law of least effort says that we will do just enough to not get in trouble. Most of your students will do just enough to not get in trouble and to get by. And so how do we break through that? How do we create classes that kids want to come to? How do we create relationships that we have with students, not for a year, I'm talking about for a lifetime? And one of the ways that we do that, I think, is by teaching through a lens that they care about. So an example of that, I do vocabulary. Many of us do. I do it every single Monday in my classroom. I give out new words. And I, like many teachers, have done this for years with, let me make sure, see if my right slide's on here, is not, where I have I thought I forgot that one, but it's okay. This happens in class as well. I have a slide that says furtive, right? Attempting to avoid notice or attention. And in that, I have my little Google picture of some image that I found online, and it's like a burglar breaking into someone's house, right? And as I'm trying to convey to kids, they know why I think vocabulary is important. They know why we're learning these words. They know what's going to happen with the words. But all they can talk about on Monday in this time frame was this show at the time that was huge on MTV called Jersey Shore. It's all anybody ever talked about. So as I'm trying to spit knowledge in the front of the class and share with kids these incredibly impactful vocabulary words so that they can add them to their story so people understand them, all they can talk about is this dumb show. So I get fed up one week, and this is how most things happen. I get fed up, and then I go home, and I decide I'm going to watch this show on a Sunday night. And I remember not really knowing what it was about, knowing that it was on MTV. So I went upstairs where my little ones were downstairs. In the world of Nick Jr., I went upstairs to the world of MTV and watched it in my room. And I remember my wife coming in. I don't know if you've ever seen the show, but my wife comes in the room and she's like, what are you doing? What are you watching? I said, listen, this is for the kids, and I'm doing teacher homework right now. And I remember her just kind of backing out the door and closing the door. But the next day when I went into class, I was like, all right, y'all, you got to take out your cards. We're going to make some vocab cards so we can do this thing this week and learn some vocab. But I want to first say the first word is furtive. But did y'all notice last night when Paulie D was in the club and his girlfriend was there and he was trying to hook up with that other girl while she was there, right? You know what he was doing there? He was being furtive. He was attempting to avoid notice or attention. And the students immediately were like, wait, Reynolds, what? Why are you talking about Jersey Shore? I'm like, yeah, that's right. I watched it last night. And that rest of that year, I watched that cringy show every single Sunday so that I could connect that week's vocab words to it. Things change over time, but one thing that hasn't changed is the word that I'm given and the definition. So the next year, when everyone was super, super into Fortnite, and that's all any student would talk about. As a matter of fact, when there was an update on Fortnite, my kids wouldn't come to school the next day, just changed the picture. When over the pandemic, when everybody in the world was playing Among Us, just changed the picture. It's the same word, it's the same definition, it's just a different connection point, right? Last year, this was the show. It's so funny what kids will connect to because I have kids showing up to school. They're like, Reynolds, you know who Steve Martin is? And I'm thinking, bro, why do you know who Steve Martin is? I've known Steve Martin since The Jerk. But it is finding what kids are interested in, paying attention to what they're talking about, and then using that in my lessons. It is never about being cool. It is only about being relevant. And so the next thing, and in my next session, I want to talk to you about a number of ways that I do this very practically with zero time. Like I'm not about doing more. I'm about doing different. So how I allocate my time, how I find ideas, and how I connect a whole slew of these things, no matter what grade you're in, no matter what your position is in the school, that I create relevancy for my students in my next session, which is called Sprinkle the Magic. The next thing is, look, I'm going to argue that fun plays a huge part. I think fun is often thought of as the F word in school anymore because it is scary to have fun. But the importance of fun cannot be denied. And one of the things so here's one quick example. Apparently, in cities around the world, that cigarette litter is a huge concern, right? It is like a huge problem, especially outside of like bars. So you can't smoke in bars anymore in the US and I think everywhere in the US, but folks go outside, they smoke, and then even if there's an ashtray there or somewhere to put your cigarette butt, they just chuck them on the ground. So some brilliant genius gets this idea that we're not going to, like, ashtrays are ashtrays, but can we just change one thing? And instead of it just being an ashtray, can we make this a place where you vote? So they created ballot bins. And they are different all over the world. They all have different questions. But now, instead of just chucking your cigarette butt into the street or sticking it into a bush somewhere, you can vote with your butt. And this has apparently solved like 95% of the cigarette litter issue. I guess there's 5% of people that are like, I don't like that question, and they just chuck it on the ground anyway. But it's this idea of what we call taking the same problem and sprinkling a little bit of magic on it. One of the things we do in my class, and here's a way that we do this, right? Where I'm talking about just doing it differently and not doing more, is I think journal entries are one of the most important things my students do every single year. We write journal entries every day because not only do I want my students to know their story, I want them to practice saying it because I want them to know that their story is important. I want them to learn vocab so that they can embellish those stories and make them so that their story, not just necessarily embellish it, but make it so everyone understands what they're doing. So we practice not only telling our story, understanding our story, I want them to communicate their story. So every day I give a question. Sometimes they're silly, sometimes they're meaningful, sometimes they're deep, sometimes they're ridiculous, but it's constantly tapping into that space of my students. So here's a journal entry that a student actually answered. And I'll read this for you, where it is, I wanted to know, where do you see yourself in 20 years? Let me see if I can move this so that y'all can see what I'm talking about here. Where do you see yourself in 20 years? And so this is a kid, Don. Don writes, in 20 years, I see myself as a football player playing for the New York Giants. As an Eagles fan, I'll keep my mouth shut about that. But if I can do this, I will make enough money to take care of my mom and my dad and my church. I will buy my mom a big house and buy her a big red car. I will buy my dad a pickup truck and give him some cash. If I become a rich football player, I can give back to my neighborhood and make safe playgrounds and basketball courts for all the kids on my block. This is actual journal entry. The problem is I can't get kids like Don to say what they wrote in class. I want you to write it. I want you to get better at writing it, but I want you to own your story. I want to build confidence so that you can feel like your story matters and you can tell it to the world. So I change one small thing when my students are reluctant to do this. And I wonder, what if we played music under the journal entries? Could I get a higher rate of participation? And so I change one thing. And so I'm hoping when I do this live, this works, is a little easier. I've done this virtual before. I'm hoping it works. But if I play a song underneath of this, and then I have to wait and let the feeling kind of soak into the class. And at the right time, I ask the student to begin reading that same exact journal entry. In 20 years, I see myself as a football player playing for the New York Giants. If I can do this, I'll make enough money to take care of my mom and my dad and my church. I will buy my mom a big red house and buy her a big red car. I will buy my dad a pickup truck and give him some cash. If I can become a rich football player, I can give back to my neighborhood and my safe playgrounds and build safe playgrounds and basketball courts for the kids on my block. The only thing we're changing here is adding music to this. That's it. I didn't change anything else. And so this had an unbelievable effect on my students in school. I mean, everyone wanted to read every day because I would know who that other kid was. I know that Aaron every single day tells a story about football and about the football team and about a win or a loss or how he did so great or he's been training hard. And I look up songs that are going to match that. I only have to do this for a handful of kids a day. And it shifted everything. And so the idea here was, how do I create something? Because look, I'll tell you what, y'all. You all know that we can lead a horse to water and you can't make it drink, but you can make it thirsty. And if I can create something that the majority of my students are going to be interested in, I found this, that nothing attracts a crowd like a crowd. And so in doing this, I have also come across any number of research here that supports this idea that Sean Acker has in his book, which is, I just realized that success is spelled incorrectly. And as an English teacher, I want to just apologize for that. I want to apologize to the audience for that. But success does not lead to happiness. Happiness leads to success. And I would go one step further and say that fun leads to happiness and happiness leads to success. I think fun can be used to solve everyday problems as well. And so when we have issues with students in school, like this, for instance, right? Everyone has those students that take forever to get to class. They're like messing around the stairway. They're messing around the hallway. They're talking to their friends. They're taking forever. They walk as slow as a zombie to get down the hallway to your class. And you could go the regular route and be like, come on, Bryce. I don't know why every kid I have a problem with ever is named either Bryce or Tim, but it's the truth. Come on, Bryce. Let's hurry it up. Get to class. Tim, I'm not telling you again. You're going to be late. You're going to be late again. Let's go. Let's go, gentlemen. Instead, I have this microphone that I got from the dollar store, and I spray painted it gold because I figured that's what Prince would do. And instead of arguing with kids, instead of yelling at kids in the hallway, I just walk up to them and I say, oh, here he is right now. Bryce, let me ask you this question. What's it like to be late to class every single day? And then I interview them. And most kids can't stand this. They will they're just like, oh my gosh, Mr. Reynolds, please leave me alone. And they go to class. There's 1% of kids that will be like, oh, actually, thank you so much for being here. I love being late to class today every day because it drives my teachers crazy and makes Mr. Reynolds talk to me. But the fun thing is this also opens up and becomes it's a bubble blower inside. And that has its own use in the hallway. But what I'm doing is same problem, slightly different approach. I'm still addressing students. I'm doing it in a different way that gets me a different outcome with kids that ask 1,000 questions in class. And I'm not talking about kids that actually have questions. I'm talking about that kid that doesn't really have a question, that already went to the bathroom twice, that just wants to go to the bathroom because we're doing independent reading now, and they don't want to participate because they don't like reading. So they just keep asking you the same questions. Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Reynolds, excuse me, Mr. Reynolds. And it goes on and on and on until you don't know what to do. So the way that I handle this is I went out and for $8.95, I purchased myself a Magic 8-Ball at Target. And now if kids that, like I said, you have to know your students, right? It's where the building relationships comes in. When I have a kid that has a question that they've asked me 1,000 times, I know what the answer is. I go, excuse me, Bryce, I'm in the middle of a lesson. Just check the Magic 8-Ball. Kids will walk over. They will grab that 8-Ball, shake it. They look at it, and then they put it down. Bryce, you good? Yeah, it said outcome not so good. And then they sit down. Bro, if you really have a question, if you really have a need, you ask me. But if you're going to, like, not only did you do what I told you, you actually listen to the advice of the Magic 8-Ball, like, it's ridiculous. Same issues, same problems with students. It's answering it slightly differently, sometimes ridiculously, gets you a better outcome. Crowded classrooms, same thing. I have this issue with where I had a room one year with seniors that was so small I could only put 2 desks deep in my classroom. One side of the room was 3 desks deep. So instead of just trying to go up and down those aisles and move all around all these kids with all their stuff, I made a giant hand on the end of a stick, and that's how I collected stuff, right? It is these seemingly absurd ways of just kind of having fun with the problem, having fun with the students, having fun with the lesson. And it's not about doing more. It's about doing it different. That if your lesson is the cake, right? And you know it's going to be good. You know the cake is good, right? Like, kids, trust me. This is good. This is good stuff. You're going to love this book. You're going to love this lesson. You're going to love this science thing that we're going to do. But it's the presentation sometimes of the cake that matters. That if I can just change how I'm presenting the cake a little bit, this cake's so much better than the other cake. If I can just decorate it a little bit, if I could build up some, build up a hook, build up how I'm going to present this, how I'm going to do this in class, it changes it that much more. And it doesn't take that much more from you, right? It's allocating your time just differently. You could go a little bit crazy. So it looks like Cloud Cuckoo Land. And man, if you add in some props, you got a whole party going on all of a sudden. It is this idea that small tweaks lead to giant peaks. And I want to get into this last part really quick about communicating care. But before I do that, Todd, I want to give code time. So in the chat, I believe you're going to put a code so everyone gets credit for attending this.
Yeah, you got it. And I'm going to have to share. So I'm going to take over your screen.
Go for it.
You'll have to share again. Hey, CJ, as I'm listening to you, one of the things that's really hitting me is sometimes the things that you're saying is we think of low socioeconomic, classrooms or campuses or areas.
Yeah.
But a lot of the things that you're talking about would have, we have kids in high socioeconomic areas, campuses, right?
Yeah.
That need this as well. And then the other thing that I'm thinking of is in Sci-Fair, we have campuses that are right in the middle of, they have kids with low socioeconomic and high socioeconomic, all, coming to the same campus. And have you ever experienced that? Or what would you tell someone who is a teacher that's in that kind of situation?
Part of the beauty of the work I get to do is that I get to go to a lot of different schools. And as a matter of fact, when I was teaching in West Philly, we often partnered. I met a professor at St. Joseph's University in Philadelphia who was also a high school teacher in Radnor, PA, which is a very, very rich neighborhood. And my students would describe it like this. This is how we knew that they were in that higher socioeconomic scale, is that when they would have like food bins out, and it would say like, hey, if you need something, you can just grab it. Kind of like one of those little free libraries they have in front of people's houses. But one of the kids noticed that all their groceries were from Whole Foods, and they were like, we need to get out and get some of this stuff. So it was what I've seen in working with schools all over is that there's a level of disbelief among students across the board And that by taking the time to connect with students, it's what we're doing here is not just building relationships because it's fun. Everything we're doing is centered around this idea that it is what's best for kids. And so if I can help a kid feel cared for, if I can help a kid feel seen, just because you come from a nicer house and from a two-parent home doesn't mean you're always getting that attention. And attention builds belief in the classroom. It lowers classroom management issues. We all know that classroom management issues come a lot of times from things that are happening outside of the school, outside of the classroom. So it is creating classrooms where kids are cared for, and they're not just, it's not just the care I feel, it's the care I show. So am I just talking to you about stuff that you like, that you're interested in? Can I take those things you're interested in and can I connect them to class? Can I make this relevant? Can I make this interesting? Can I make this matter? And so I think that is something that has a similarity across the board, no matter where our students are coming from, because all kids want to be cared for and seen and know that they matter, and then have that show up in class as well.
You got it, man. Great stuff. Great stuff. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to you. You have
Awesome.
a few minutes.
Cool. I'm going to just, we will finish out with this. Let me get rid of this. Did I share that? I think I unsuccessfully shared that. There we go. Cool. All right, gang. If you have your code, then I want to talk about this last thing, and it kind of goes to what Todd was just speaking about. It's this idea of communicating care. I think there's three different kinds of students in the world. Kid one, right? Student one is the kid that loves coming to school. You gave odds for homework and they did the evens also. And I love coming to school every single day and I want you to know about it and all my teachers know about it. I never want to leave school. And I did all the summer reading in June. And so that kid, everybody loves to teach. Kid three is the opposite end of that spectrum. This is a student that has constant behavior management issues, that never does their work. It looks like their head is glued to their desk sometimes because they will refuse to participate. And when they do participate, it becomes an issue in class where they're off task or touching other people and they're disruptive. That student also takes a lot of attention. So what we find is that most of our attention as educators is going towards student one, who we love to teach, and student three, who needs the most attention. And to be honest with you, people love to teach because the reward there, if you can get through to that kid, if you can help that student, if you can help them unlock the greatness that's in them, is so unbelievably rewarding. But I would argue that there's another student, and that's student two. Student two is the kid that flies under the radar. Student two is the kid that gets to my 9th grade reading class on a kindergarten reading level. Student two is the kid that shows up in the 2nd grade and doesn't know the difference between an S and a 5. Student two is maybe someone that gets passed along because they're good and not necessarily good at the subject matter. And so how do we make sure we're seeing all of these kids? One, I think it's acknowledgement. It is, but it's going to be different for each kid. And we all know acknowledgement. But let's talk about this. One of the things that we do in our class, in our school, is when our grade levels meet, we do public acknowledgements, right? We do public shout outs where teachers are shouting out students, not just for perfect attendance and not just for having really good grades. We're shouting kids out because they are because we saw something, because they're trying harder, because they helped someone pick something up that they dropped. They helped a kid get into their locker that they were locked out of. We're looking for those everyday things that we're making a big deal out of. The other thing that we're doing is notes on the desk, because look, not everybody likes public acknowledgement. Some of your students want to melt if you just shout them out in class, let alone in the middle of a meeting with everyone. So I often walk around, I have post-it notes, and I just put them on their desks without even saying anything, to just let them know that you're seen, that I notice what you're doing, and that you're doing a great job. I don't want any one kid to receive more time, energy, or attention from me than anyone else. So I have to split that up. Sometimes it's just putting stickers on kids, right? That helps a lot as well. The next thing is side meetings, right? I will go around and put a sticker, those little round stickers, they look like you're going to have a yard sale. You put them on a kid's desk, and then at the end of the class, if anybody has a sticker on their class, or on their desk, can you just come back to the classroom in the back and see me before you leave class today? And then there's two different kinds of conversations I have. Either, hey, listen, I know this class gets a little nutty sometimes. I know that I don't always get the chance to come over to you, but I just wanted to take a moment and let you know that I see the work you're doing in class. And I just appreciate it so much. I see that you're on time. I see that you hand your stuff in. I see that you're on task. I see you helping other people. And I just wanted to take a quick moment to thank you for that. And this works good with poor behavior too, right? Shouting out kids out loud for poor behavior rarely, if ever, works, right? It makes us feel better sometimes than it actually works to benefit a child. So with that, it gives me an opportunity to have those conversations more in private. And look, this is what we're trying to do, is find someone that thinks they're invisible and let them know they're visible. And this is actually the best piece of advice I could give anyone that's having a hard day in school. When you feel like chewed up, chewed out, tired beyond belief, the best way to rebound your day is look for someone that thinks they're invisible and let them know they're visible. And look, the last thing I want to say to you is that this is a lot, gang. You're learning a lot yesterday. You will learn a lot today. I'm going to teach a lot in my next session. Many of you may still be reluctant, fearful. You're not really sure, like, should I just do this now? Should I do it on the first day? Should I wait 3 years in a day till I get tenure? Like, what's the deal here? And I would say start now. Jeff Foxworthy has this great quote where the comedian, yes, Jeff Foxworthy, says, your life needs a few hold your nose and jump moments. Don't wait to be the teacher that you always dreamed of being. Go and do that now. Folks, I appreciate you having me. If you have questions, if we have time for questions, I'd love to answer one or two. And if we don't, you can find me right on social media, and please send me your questions there. I'd be happy to help you in any capacity that I could. But that's it, gang. Thank you.
Hey, CJ, you did have one question.
Certainly.
Two questions, and maybe we can answer them pretty quickly. Does having such a safe place and being so welcoming affect your classroom management? And how do you overcome that?
So it does not, and here's why. It did. I'm not trying to be friends with kids. I think of it like this. We've got when I have a student where I've become friendly with them and we have really good rapport and they're doing something in class, like my students would say, like, someone's doing something out of pocket. I can address that. And the question I typically get is, but Reynolds, I thought we were cool. Like, why are you calling my mom? Like, I thought we were cool. And we are, but we're so cool that I care more about you than I care about how you think about me. And communicating that to students and letting them know that I'm going to keep it as real as possible with you, because I really think that you're I want you to live the life that you were destined to live, the life that you're called to live. And how do I do that? I only do that by keeping it real with you. And if I don't make these calls, if I don't contact your folks, if I don't call you out on stuff, I'm not, like, even if we were friends, that's not being a good friend anyway. So you've got it twisted. So it's really trying to build those connections, but kids have to know where I'm actually coming from, that it's not a mystery why I'm doing this. I'm doing this because I want you to succeed, not because I want to be like teacher of the year or for you to invite me to your wedding one day or something.
That's a great response. One other question, and then we'll go ahead and take a little bit of a break. It says, I love the magic 8-ball, but how do you prevent it from being a distraction?
So it is, not all things are for all students. Not all activities are for all classes. So I will sometimes have a class. So I'm only there for kids. I only want success for students, as I've said many times. So what does that look like in a given day? I do this really fun activity where I take my students outside when we're talking about leadership roles as part of a unit for when we do Lord of the Flies. I take the students outside. Everyone has to stand on a tarp. There's two teams. They have to flip the tarp over as quickly as they can without stepping off of it. So if someone falls off and falls into the grass or onto the pavement, you have to start over and do it again. The thing with this is every class that day sees us doing this from their other class window. So it builds this excitement, which is great for me and really sometimes distracting for other classes. I'm not here to talk about that part. But when they get to my class, I'll have kids go, oh, yo, Reynolds, I saw we're going outside and doing some kind of thing. Kids were falling over. It looked really fun. Not every class can do this because not every class can handle it. I have students that it turns into a free-for-all, and I have to let kids know that we're not going to not do this today because you're bad. I'm not doing it because I don't like you. I'm doing it because I see that this is not the best path forward for our class at this time. And so when I'm doing stuff that's fun or silly, I have to gauge my class and then I shift it accordingly. And sometimes that's changing activities. Sometimes that's changing my level of silliness in the class, my level of of even checking my energy, because I show up and give the class what they need, not what I want or not just what I designed. And so it's those little pivots in the classroom that I think have really helped me a lot in my career.
So I'm going to go ahead and invite CJ to go ahead and come back on, and we'll just turn it over to you, CJ. You had a great response in the YouTube chat. A lot of people are just really happy to hear what you're saying and want to take it with them to the new year. So I know that this one's going to be just as good.
Awesome. Thanks, Todd. I appreciate it.
All right. You got it.
Welcome, everyone. For those of you that are watching this and you have no idea who I am, or you're came in late to the first one, I just want to give a brief introduction so you have some sense of like who is this gentleman in front of us today, and why does this matter? My name is CJ Reynolds. I come to you. I was a teacher in Philadelphia, West Philadelphia, for almost 20 years teaching. My through line was 9th grade literature. I've run the gamut in what I've taught. Other than that, I taught at all boys school that was, it was in a impoverished neighborhood. 100% of my students are free and reduced lunch, but the things that my team and I were able to do were somewhat incredible, right? In working with the folks that we're working with, that we were at a point in our best time. We were 100% college acceptance, 100% graduation rate. And this is a team activity. It's something that we were able to work on and work with our students over a number of years. And so I want to share with you today a number of ways of things that we were able to do to not make kids great, right? But what we did was help, I think, unlock the greatness that was already in the children that we were working with. And one of the ways that we do that is what we refer to as sprinkling magic, which has nothing to do with actual magic, but it has everything to do with like taking the ordinary and making it extraordinary. And so I want to share, let me throw my PowerPoint up here real quick. And I'm going to jump right into this because I have probably more than I have time for, but I love this. I love this work. I'm honored to be able to work with the students I've worked with. And I want to let you know on the front end, if you have a question that, if you're like me, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes after the session, you're like, oh, I should ask this. What was that thing that they said? How do I do that? Where do I find more information? Please reach out on social media. I'll answer you back and help you with anything I can help you with. This is work that I'm honored to be able to do, to get to speak here today even. And it is not something I take lightly. It's work that I know that God has given me to do. And so I'm happy and blessed to help in any way, shape, or form that I can. So please reach out should you have a question. And like I said, here's some of my guys. And I at the core of everything that we're talking about today, my core message is that education's only ever about students. Right? There are other things that are important, right? Test scores are important. SATs are important. College career readiness is important. But it is only important because it's helping students to grow into, to have access to who they've been called to be and who they were meant to be. And that is where I'm coming from. And so with this idea, I think that all starts, everything we're talking about within the classroom, for me, and I think for everyone, is that it's built on relationships. When I talk about sprinkling magic, when I talk about taking your classroom to the next level, when I talk about taking your ordinary and making it extraordinary, it comes from the basis of building relationships. And why? Because I believe that building relationships with your students minimizes classroom management issues and it increases student engagement. So it's not only doesn't just feel good to have student relationships, it's actually incredibly practical to have student relationships. So the number one way that I've been able to do this in my classroom is this, and I'm talking about, when I talk about this project is simple. It is so simple, but it is so unbelievably impactful. And it has allowed me to know more about where my students are coming from in the first week or two of school than anyone else in the school building. And it's by doing two simple things. One is this kind of common who am I sheet, right? A lot of teachers hand these out, but I try to make mine look a little bit different. And then I try and ask things that are a little bit different. So I'm not just asking for, do you like sports? What's your favorite show? Although I am asking that stuff, I'm also asking, listen, what's an accomplishment that you were proud of? What's a fashion trend that you regret? And, look, as a child of the 80s, I understand the mullet. I'm just not sure that it's always a good idea. But I'm looking for fashion trends that my kids might forget. Like, what's your guilty pleasure TV show? And this gives me access, right? I had a student one time, Max, who I still am in contact with. And Max's answer was he loved watching Real Housewives because that was his and his mom's show every week. And if you were part of my last session, I talk a lot about how I take this information and then I morph it into things we do in class. And we're going to do this a lot today. The next thing, part of this same activity in the beginning of the year, is what's called your Life Odyssey. Life Odyssey is a project that I start on the second day of school. So right from the jump, I start the year with this. And it is very basic. We do it. You can do it in PowerPoint. You can do it with Google Slides. You could do it with, you could have kids create small videos. But the simple question is this. I ask kids, the answer is, between birth and this moment, what are the 10 moments in your life that have created the person you've become today? Between birth and now, what are 10 moments that have created the person you have become today? And then I run through my own. I make it very simple. So my slides are not, they're not super cool. They're not fancy. I don't have fun graphics on or anything like that. I want it to be simple because I want it to be something that anyone can engage with. I don't want it to be something that just the creative kids feel excited about, or that kids that know a lot about tech or can do. I set the bar really low because it's more about the information than the decoration for me. So I tell kids, I run through my 10 moments. My name's Charles John Reynolds III. Yes, that's right. My name is not Mr. It's not Mr. Reynolds. My parents didn't name me first name Mr. Charles John Reynolds III is named after my dad and my grandfather. And actually my great-grandfather just didn't have the John in the middle of his name. That was born on November 20th, 1976. I came into the world. And that is not children were when the Declaration of Independence was signed. That was 200 years before that. That in 1981, my dad was diagnosed with brain cancer and passed away. So I lost my dad when I was 4. And the reason I mention things like this is because I want to be vulnerable with my students. I watch the line there. I'm not going too vulnerable, but I want kids to know that I'm a real person that's been through real stuff. And I'm going to talk about why this is important in a minute. But that growing up, I began to play drums when I was in the 4th grade. And that is a homemade mohawk there that I have. And the reason that music was so important in my life was that it gave me somewhere to express myself. It gave me a certain people to belong to. And it allowed me to express a lot of my pain. So playing in rock bands and punk rock bands growing up gave me somewhere to put that fury that I was feeling from losing my dad at such a young age. I talk to students. I always show them my freshman year ID because I teach 9th grade, and they can see the joy emanating from my face in that 9th grade ID picture. Because in fact, I hated school. I liked school because I liked my friends. This is the only reason I went to school every day. So the fact that I'm sitting here as your teacher telling you this is important is a message that was hard won. It didn't just show up. I had to work for this. And that I was also, in 1995, when I graduated high school, I was the first male in my family that anyone could remember that graduated from high school. And that was a really big deal. And part of the reason I share this is because many of my students are going to be the first men in their family to graduate from high school as well. As I said, if you came in late, I taught at all boys schools. So that's why I'm being sort of gender exclusive there. But my first car, 1987 Chevy van, was my parents. They handed it down to me, and it was a bucket. I took all the seats out of the back, and I could fit 15 friends. We pulled up to a party, looked like a clown car just got there. We painted it ourselves. Clearly, this is a custom paint job on there. But to me, driving at a young age, when I got my license at 17, felt like ultimate freedom. I could go where I wanted, when I wanted, as long as my mom said it was okay. In 2004, I got married to my high school sweetheart. In 2006, I became a teacher, and this has changed the trajectory of my life. I've been able to go all over the place, from Costa Rica with my students to having all these incredible moments, like the time in that top right corner you can see where we're wearing togas, because we went to a Latin convention at Penn State University, and we didn't know you're supposed to bring togas, and we didn't have money for togas anyway. All the rich schools did. So we just took the sheets off of our beds and found some safety pins, and we made our own. In 2007, 2009, it made people. And, these are older pictures. My son turned 17 yesterday, and he still cannot take a picture with a straight face. But I made people, and that has been one of the greatest blessings of my life, is to have my son and daughter as part of my life. And in 2020, look, talking about a kid that didn't like school, who was the first male in his family to graduate high school. In 2020, I wrote a book. I wrote a whole book. It was the hardest thing I've ever worked on in my life, but it worked, and I did it. And then I shift this, and I have kids create this similar project, and they present them in class. When we do this with our students, when we dare to learn about our students, it leads to a lot of things. But 2 or 3 things off the bat that we see is that, one, it helps our students to share who they are and where they come from through their lens. I'm not just asking folks at home. I'm not asking their teachers from last year. I'm not just looking at their scores coming in from last year, or their grades, or their behavior reports, or something like that. I'm letting kids tell me who they are and where they come from. Kids will bless you with their vulnerability. They will tell you all about themselves. When I share that my dad passed away, you'll have kids share that their father passed away, that their grandfather that raised them passed away. They'll share with you all kinds of stuff that lets you in on the secret of who they really are. The other thing is to help students find those that they share things in common with. You have kids in school that are really good at making friends from the jump. They're just those extroverted students. We talked about this in the first session. They're that kid one, that kid that loves coming to school, loves everything about it, and is happy to be here. What I'm looking for in doing this is helping kids that are more reluctant, kids that feel like they're into more niche stuff, find their people. So I'm looking for students find one another, that they watch that one anime show that doesn't even have English overdubs, that they got to read it in Japanese, has 784 episodes, and they have to watch it on some questionable website because they can't just get it in here in America. So, but they'll find their people. They find people that like the same music. I once had 2 kids, teach in West Philadelphia, where we have about 3 blades of grass and 2 trees. And I had a student one time that announced that they played polo in school, when they weren't in school. Polo, with a stick on the back of a horse where you're hitting the ball. I don't even know where we play polo in West Philadelphia. But not only did he announce it, I was like, bro, with the stick and the horse and stuff. He's like, yeah, Reynolds. And some other dude in class is like, yo, I play on the other team. I play polo. Bro, we have two polo teams in West Philadelphia. These guys found each other and became friends for the rest of high school because of this project. The other thing that we find out, the thing is even more important than any of this, is that everyone's fighting a battle that you know nothing about. All of our students are going through something, dealing with something, or have dealt with something that we know nothing about. And as a matter of fact, for those of you in leadership, this is a really great project to do with your staff as well. You could do it with your PLC, you could do it with your grade levels, you could do it with your district. And when we do this and we share this information, we get to hear people's stories that we're working with, and it just helps them to not just become it's not just another person on the staff. It's not just another teacher. This is someone that's here for good reason and has lived through something incredible. So the next thing I want to talk about here is this idea of day-to-day connections, right? So that helps me kick the year off. And this is all going to, look, I don't want to get you misguided here. I'm here about student success. I only want kids to win. So building relationships is a way for me to get there. Now, I think building relationships is fun and nice, and I keep up with kids. I don't keep up with kids for a year. I'm trying to build relationships for a lifetime. But how do we do this on a day-to-day basis? So this is gonna work towards instruction here. On a day-to-day basis, I think it's just talking to kids. It's giving them the present of your presence, showing up, paying attention when someone's talking. And the question I get from teachers all the time is, yo, but what do you talk to them about, Reynolds? They're so awkward. They're seventh graders and they just stare at me when I talk. And I found that there's a handful of things that I ask kids about that always wins. One, I never talk to them about school ever, unless they bring it up. I'm not asking how math class is going. I'm not asking how you're liking the year. I'm not asking about any of that stuff. I ask them about them. I ask things like, yo, come here, real quick. Yo, guys, what's up? I'm old and I'm just curious what's cool that I don't know about. Because I want to know what kids are looking at, what they're talking about, where they're getting ideas from, where they're giving their attention. And that goes a long way. They always think it's funny. And they're like, yo, do you know about this, Reynolds? Do you know about this trend? Do you know what this slang term means? And I don't know, child, what skibbity riz means. So why don't you break that down for me? And those are the conversations that I'm having. Sometimes it's just as easy as like, what's your favorite movie, TV show, or YouTube channel? What video game are you playing these days? Sometimes, and I'm taking notes when I'm doing this. This isn't just for fun information. This actually comes into play and is important. And I'm going to talk about that in a second. But I ask kids about what they're wearing, right? You know you're old or on the path to being old when you can say, back in my day, we did it different. But I'll tell you what, I'm about to do it. Back in my day, if you wore a Biggie shirt or a Nirvana shirt or Ice Cube shirt, it's because you listened to that band and you were a fan. And I will ask kids that have a Nirvana shirt on, yo, come here, tell me about the shirt, man. You like Nirvana? What, Reynolds? Who? You know, the shirt, you have the shirt on for Nirvana. I just saw it at Target. I liked it. And I love asking kids about what they're wearing. I love asking them, especially kids that customize their clothes. Where'd you get those earrings from? Talk to me about this bracelet. You have a Swatch watch on? Bro, are you from 1987? I love breaking it down and asking kids about those things, because what we're doing in this is we're asking kids things about what are they interested in, because then they have something to talk about. I'm going to the place where you're the expert. And what I find is that in doing this, we are looking for clues when we're talking to kids, right? I don't have to be about it to be about it, because in fact, I'm looking for clues, meaning I'm looking for things that I can use to my advantage in class, that I can connect my content to, and that I can follow up with you about. So if a kid tells me on Monday, yo, how, excited about this week, like what's going on this weekend? What are you looking forward to? And they go, oh, my birthday's on Friday and I'm having a party on Saturday. The first thing I'm talking to someone about on Monday is, how was the party? What was your favorite gift? What did y'all do? Like, oh, your family came over, you and your friends went and played laser tag. Like, what did you do? And I'm looking for that connection point so I can follow up and build those relationships. As I said in the first session, we gravitate towards the things we're the most familiar with. And so I'm trying to become familiar with kids so that they will come to me with other things when they need help in class and things of that nature. You become a student of your students, right? This is incredibly important. Why? Because we reach the mind through the heart. By building relationships and fostering a culture of care in the classroom. Kids don't care what you know until they know that you care. And some of your students are just going to show up to school because they love school and they're going to do great. Other kids have to know, why do I have to learn this? Why does this matter? Why do I have to behave? And I find that the first step to that is really showing kids that I'm about them. My job is about students. Education's only ever about students. So the third thing, look, is what are we doing with this? I want to create lessons, and this is my second spelling mistake. I'll tell you here, for new teachers, here's a trick. When I have spelling mistakes in my slides at school, I pretend that I put them there on purpose, and then I give kids imaginary extra credit. It doesn't actually help your grade, but you just get, I don't know, extra points. I don't know. Somewhere in life you'll get help on something. I don't know. But I tell them I was on purpose. And thank God you found it. So creating lessons with students in mind. I think when we're trying to create lessons that fully engage all of our students, we're trying to create classes that kids want to come to. It starts with asking better questions. So when I'm creating a lesson, I want to ask things like, sometimes they're very simple, right? And I want to get into that in a second. But Todd, on the front end here, I want to make sure that we have enough time for the code. So everyone can get attention, can get their credit for being here. But you don't want to miss this next part, because this is my favorite part of the presentation. Ron, let's break it down. So in the chat, y'all, you're going to see the code that you need to get credit for being here today. So keep an eye out for that.
Okay, so we're not going to put it in the chat, but it's going to be up on the screen. So I took
awesome.
sorry.
Perfect.
I took over your screen there so I could share it. It'll be up for 1 minute, guys. And you can go ahead and write that down. Make sure that you write that down and you have that code, and you keep it. You'll be able, at the end of the day at 4 o'clock, when the attendance forums open up, please, please, please do it right away. So I know some of you are going to jump to other rooms and listen to other presenters. I know that there's, I have 3 or 4 emails sitting in my inbox right now of people like, I didn't do it last night, so sorry. I'm like, guys, y'all need to do it by midnight. It has to be done. So do it right after the DLC. All right, I'm going to leave this one up for about 20 more seconds. Please get this one down. And then I'm going to turn it over to CJ so that he can go ahead and finish out. CJ, a lot of great stuff, man.
Awesome.
Good stuff.
Thank you. I'm glad I'm filling the niche that I'm meant for here. So I'll give that a second, gang, and then I want to talk to you about some ways that I take the ordinary in class and try to make it extraordinary in ways that I think are going to help you, no matter if you're teaching pre-K or you're teaching seniors, if you're teaching kids that love to come to school, if you're teaching students that are far more reluctant to come to school. This is for everyone at all grades. And I think it's actually stuff that, all this can be used too if you're in administration, if you're a school counselor, if you're a crossing guard, right? If we're looking for those moments to connect with young people, it's always the same. So with that, I'm going to share my screen here again and jump up here. And the first thing that I ask is myself when I'm coming up with lesson plans is, what if this was easy? I think sometimes we give a lesson 50 minutes, 40 minutes, 90 minutes, because that's how long the class period is. I think that we fill the space with stuff when it could have been easier. So what if this was easy? What if I had to explain this concept to a student? How could I break it down as easily as possible? And that gets me thinking a little bit differently. It helps me to look at the tech that is available to me. And I know you all have like so much great access to really great technology that you can use as tools, and looking at it as like, I don't want to just use this because I can use it. I don't need to do another Kahoot just to do a Kahoot to fill time. But is this going to be a tool that's going to help my students to grasp this? The next thing is, how can I connect this to them, right? And this goes back to part of the reason we're building relationships is knowing where kids are, what they're interested in. So one of the very easy ways that I do this is when I teach poetry as an English teacher, I constantly teach it through the lens of music. In West Philly, most of my students love hip hop. I was able to create an elective that is called the History of Hip Hop, where I teach the entire poetry curriculum through the lens of hip hop. Maybe your kids aren't into hip hop. Maybe you're teaching through the lens of their favorite country music star. Maybe you're teaching through the lens of Taylor Swift. Maybe you're teaching through the lens of Drake. But because you know your students, because you know what they're interested in, we teach through the lens of music. Now, look, I realize that no school is going to play Fortnite, right? There's not a class. I don't know a class in the world that you're about to like bust out the Xbox controllers or the PlayStation controllers. However, there are videos available online, like this actual YouTube channel here, that teach physics through Fortnite. Could you teach physics? Could you teach science? Could you teach potential energy and kinetic energy through the lens of Hot Wheels cars, right? Like if you look at a basic Hot Wheels track, there's tons of science lessons in that all over the place. So the idea here is not to teach like necessarily through a specific platform, but thinking about what are my kids interested in, and can I help to make the connection between this toy, activity, television show, whatever it is, and what we're doing in class. Could I teach math with Lego? And when we start doing that, you start utilizing a different part of your brain, this creative part of your brain, where you start, well, I get asked all the time, like, where do I come up with creative ideas? Everywhere. I can't go somewhere and not think, oh man, I can't have good customer service and not think, how can I use that then to greet my students, to tell my students goodbye? How can I use that on parent teacher conference night? I can't see someone like be excellent at something or explain something to me, even if I'm watching a YouTube video or a TikTok on how to like replace my ceiling fan or change something, like fix my garage door or something like that. If I see a good idea, if I see a way someone explained something, I'm like, oh, how can I use that in class? I'm constantly looking for it. Sometimes, where could this take place? So even in my classroom, right, I want to look at my classroom as a way of, we're not just sitting in seats, but how could we do this? So when we learn imagery in class, I have my students lay on the floor. Most of them lay on the floor. Some kids think it's just gross, and I'm not doing that, Reynolds. I'm going to just sit in my seat, put my head down. Kids lay on the floor, though, typically, they close their eyes, we listen to poems, and they have to see how effective the writer is in helping them to create images in their mind by just hearing the words that they're saying. And that's how we learn imagery. Sometimes it's doing independent reading. I talked about this in my last session today, but I have these boxes around my room that kids can sit in, these little nooks, so that they can cancel out all the external stimuli and focus on what they're doing, right? But can we be standing? Can we be sitting? Can we be in a corner of the room? Can we be split up? Can we move the desks? Can we make a table out of the desks? How can we use this space differently to help kids understand and grasp and master the content that we're doing? Is there somewhere different in your school that you could go? So I'm not even leaving the building all the time, right? But is there somewhere different? So if I'm teaching about the Globe Theater, why wouldn't I go to the school theater or the school, like to a place where there's scaffold seating so I could talk about it? In West Philly, where I come from, we don't have a theater. Our school is we're an old Catholic school. We're not a Catholic school, but we're in an old Catholic school with very limited means. So, but there's this weird back staircase. And back there, you can barely see it, because this is what happens when, yes, 15-year-olds take a picture sometimes. But like on the side, I have all these illustrations and notes about where different folks sat at the Globe Theater, where the groundlings were, where the aristocrats sat, where you came in, where you came out, how the stage was set up. And instead of just showing it in a PowerPoint, I'm taking kids and trying to explain it so they can sort of imagine it and see it and sit in it. Also in Philly, we do not have basements in Philly. We have cellars that look creepy. It looks like Silence of the Lambs down there. So when we write ghost stories as part of our curriculum every year in October, right before Halloween, kids write original ghost stories. We talk about it and break it down, all this stuff. But the way that I changed it was when, instead of just reading them in front of the class, I give every kid that comes in the class that day a small tea light battery powered candle that I got from the dollar store. Kids get the candles, they grab their ghost stories. They don't know what we're doing or where we're going. I then have them follow me around the school and down into the lunchroom and through the door in the back of the lunchroom that no one knew existed, and down a staircase that no one knew existed, into this creepy cellar below the school that is leaky and stinky and weird. There's no lights on in there, and we just have battery powered candles, where we are doing the finale of our ghost stories. It's the same lesson. It's the same story you wrote. We're just changing the way we present those ghost stories because we went somewhere else in the school. When we do the Odyssey in school, I have my students follow me around on a journey, on an Odyssey around the school, where we do a number of different activities that mimic some of the things that Homer describes in the book. But it is done as a way to help immerse my kids into what we're doing. We're not talking about here room transformations. That can be done. I've done it. It's fun. What I'm talking about is sprinkling magic. How do you take the ordinary, shift it slightly in what you're doing? So some of you don't have the power to change your lesson plan, to change your unit plan. And that's not what I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about doing that. I'm talking about making these little added adjustments that are going to make the ordinary extraordinary. Or sometimes it's going somewhere else in the neighborhood, right? So we take a lot of trips. I find that the biggest difference between my school, which was on the lower end of economic spectrum, is that my students did not have access, right? They weren't going places and seeing things and doing things in maybe their everyday life. So how could we as a school create access? So we started taking our students around. So if we're talking about leadership, and this could be done no matter where your school is and how much money you have, but like when we're talking about leadership dynamics, could I take you to an escape room instead of just talking about it in class? If we're talking about symbolism, you see in the top right corner here, we're in an alleyway in downtown Philadelphia where we met up with graffiti artists. And that's how we learned about symbolism that year, by looking at pictures and words that someone chose to have symbolize who they are and what they're about and how they did that. Then when we talk about plays, we go to plays. And being in Philly, we're only about an hour or so from Princeton University. So I take my students up to Princeton. We go to MacArthur Theater and we see plays every year because I don't want my kids to just read a play. I want them to know what a play is. And it's thinking about where you live, where you come from, and how you can do it differently. Now, look, some of you might be thinking, Reynolds, I live in the middle of nowhere. There's nowhere to go around here. Fine. Is there someone else that can teach this better? I find that instead of me just talking about poetry, can I bring in a poet? So in the bottom right, black and white picture there, Del P, who's a local Philadelphia hip hop artist and poet, came into my class to talk about poetry. If I want to talk about the influence of social media as part of what we're doing for a lesson, I brought in someone to talk about that. I bring in street artists, I bring in animators, I bring in DJs for my hip hop class. I am looking constantly for who's around because we all know that students don't always want to listen to their parents or to us. But if somebody else gives them the same information that they hold in higher esteem, can we do this? Now, here's how I do this, right? This is, if you take one thing away, this might be one of the best pieces of advice. No matter who it is, you're a science teacher, an English teacher, a history teacher, a math teacher, you teach art, you teach Spanish, you teach music. You know someone on social media that you admire, that is in the bigger world. Like, so if you love writing, if you love literature, you might follow a writer. You might follow an artist. You might follow someone that lives in Spain and lives this incredibly beautiful life and you know, whatever their story is. Most of the rich and famous, most people that are popular online do not answer their own emails, but they do answer their own DMs on Instagram. So can I send a direct message to someone on Instagram that I can get to Skype with my students? So even if you live in the middle of nowhere in Kansas, even if you are 3-4 hours from Dallas in Texas, or 3 or 4 hours from Houston, right? It is not about always going to the place. Can I bring them to me? I DM people. I do this all the time. And I say, here's my school. This is what we're working on. Would you be willing to speak with my students for 20 minutes on a Zoom call? And I cannot tell you how many people have done this. I'm talking about billionaires. I'm talking about people top of their game that will gift us with their time for free to speak with students in class or after school or at an assembly, that they just give us their time and energy and attention. And that transforms classes and lessons like you wouldn't believe. Also, who else in school could I collaborate with, right? Like, when we're creating something in class, could we partner with the arts department? Could we partner with the math department? Could we partner with the science department on something? Or is there someone in your school that's lived through something? So I could read the things they carry and talk about the Vietnam War, but I might work with someone who they or their parents have lived through the Vietnam War, has sent a child off to the Vietnam War, were in the Vietnam War. Could I bring someone with unique expertise about the concepts and content that we're talking about that might be able to explain it to my class in a way that I could not because I've not lived through it? How could I create a hook for those lessons, right? So one of my favorite things is when students walk into class and there's a certain kind of music playing. the lights are a little bit different. There's a prop on the front, like there's a bunch of Play-Doh, or there's some Hot Wheels cars, or there's a mannequin in a costume, which is a real thing, and that's a whole nother story for another time. There's a box that says, do not open until 10:24 a.m. And the kids go, Reynolds, what's in that box? I don't know, bro. I can't open it until 10:24 a.m. And we can only open it if we get to the point where we can open it. Kids walk in and I have 50 battery powered candles going on in my room with no lights on. What I'm trying to do is build anticipation. One of the best ways that I found to do this, science teachers, is when you're teaching science and you have a lesson and you're about to add these two components, and you build it right up to the bell and go, listen, y'all, we're going to run out of time, but you do not want to be late for class tomorrow. You do not want to miss school on Monday, because I'm about to put these things together and you're not going to believe what happens when you do this. I do the same thing in stories, where I get to a spot in a story where I tell the kids, all right, close your books, everybody close your books. All right, listen up. Tomorrow, one of your favorite characters is going to die. You do not want to be late for class, because it is going to happen immediately as soon as we come in. Everything is going to take a turn for the worst tomorrow, and you're not going to believe how it goes down. I'm building in anticipation by creating hooks at the beginning and the end of my class that make kids want to show up on time. And when you do this, I mean, you will have kids that I've had kids leave class early to get to my class on time so they can do this. And I'm not condoning leaving other people's class. I'm not condoning cutting class. But I will have kids that show up for school, even though they had a doctor's appointment that day, just to come to my class to see what happened and then leave, because it really, really works. The next thing is, what would be the best way to communicate this information, right? So we have notes, we have information we have to impart on students and help to help them get started in knowing this. Sometimes it's just telling them, right? Sometimes notes are the best way. Right? I just have to communicate this so you know what we're doing, so we can move on to the next thing that's hopefully more exciting than me just sitting here and lecturing you. Sometimes it's showing them. So when we talk about ghost stories in class, I could talk about the good elements of a ghost story, of a scary story, or we could just watch the first 5 minutes of the first episode of Stranger Things and then talk about why it was effective. How did they use lighting? How did they use sound? How did they use mystery? How did they use foreshadowing? How did they use some of the things they pull from in the first 5 minutes of that show? When we talk about World War II, when we're reading books in class, we go through a little bit of Band of Brothers, so I can show kids, not just tell them what's going on. When we read books, there's all kinds of things in books that kids don't believe could happen, or they need a visual to see it happen. And so one year I had a student, we're reading Lord of the Flies, and there's a scene in Lord of the Flies where the boys take Piggy's glasses and they start a fire with them. And this kid goes, yo, this is so dumb. You can't do that. I said, what? Son, what? And he says, you can't start a fire with someone's glasses. I said, didn't you ever like burn things with a magnifying glass when you were little? And they were like, what? So I take kids outside. We get a magnifying glass, because you can't do it with glasses anymore because protective lenses. And I showed them you can start a fire. Now, look, here's what I don't want you to walk away with. Please don't walk away with, I should go into school and start fires. That's not what I'm saying. Please don't. But what I'm saying is there something that you're reading about? Are we reading about magnets or bringing in magnets? Are we talking about potential and kinetic energy, or are we showing potential and kinetic energy? Are we showing are we reading about what battle lines looked like in the Revolutionary War, or are we showing kids what this could look like, right? And having them live through a bit of what that could be. Could we act it out? When we do inferences in class and I ask kids to infer, we just play charades, right? It's the same lesson. It's the same examples that I would give otherwise, but we just act it out in class. Is there something that you're doing in class that the kids could be a part of the action instead of simply reading about it in class? Sometimes we create things, right? And sometimes those are digital, right? We have tons of digital resources I'm going to talk about in a second. Sometimes they're physical. I find that my students have a really hard time with spatial. So I have 9th grade literature. I teach about 35 kids in a 30 seat classroom. Most of my students have a 504 IEP. Most of my classes are I co-teach with someone else because of the level of IEPs that I have in my classroom. One of the common problems we see is that students struggle with spatial awareness, meaning when they're reading something, they can't get a vision of where this is taking place and how things are happening within the story. So when reading a story like Lord of the Flies, I have had a co-teacher one year that he had all the Legos from when he was a little kid. He brought them in and gave every kid a 12 by 12 Lego platform. Every kid was then assigned a particular section of the book where they had to do a close reading activity and identify exactly what were the physical traits of that particular location. They then built them with Legos. When we were finished the project, I put all those 12 by 12 pieces together and we created the entire island from Lord of the Flies. Now, when we're reading, we can look at this and you can see where each activity was taking place. So if you think about some of the things that you're doing, how can you make a physical representation of them that's fun, that is going to help kids come alive? Sometimes we've used clay, found that clay is a horrible idea, stains pants, and then moms get very angry and start, not just moms, but like you get angry parent and guardian calls about why does my child have brown clay on his pants? And it's, I don't know, because I gave them aprons and they didn't put it on. But anyway, so sometimes we use Play-Doh is much safer. Sometimes we use aluminum foil that it's get from the dollar store. So instead of creating little characters, instead of just drawing a model of what a nucleus looks like and what's inside, can we create that with something else like Play-Doh or clay or Lego or something of that nature? Sometimes we use, I know that y'all have access to CapCut, and we don't go on TikTok, but CapCut or other video, and this doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter what your video editing software is like, but if I'm reading, I've done this in history where instead of just reading through history and reviewing it and taking notes, I have kids work in groups and they have to create like a news story. So if it is a specific battle in the Civil War, can they read through something and then they're going to create a narrative, and someone is doing a news story, someone is the anchor, and they're showing up and, oh my gosh, here he is. Here's General Grant now. We're going to ask him a few questions. General Grant, what was it like at this moment? General Patton, what was it like at the Battle of the Bulge? How'd you feel before you were going into it? And then I give kids costume pieces and they record these sections. So Chris here, look, we dress up in a lot of weird stuff and it's always hilarious the shift that you get when you have kids dress a different way. And then they create small, it could be 7 to 10 seconds, it could be 7 minutes, small moments where they will, if they don't know anything else on the test, they're going to know the thing that they've recorded around because they had to read it, understand it, and then portray it to other people. And then we use these as reviews. We put them in a Google Drive or Google Classroom file, and the kids can share them and they use them as reviews to get ready for assessments in class. Another thing is, can you do an experiment, right? We talked about this earlier with like, can I take something, whether it's a social experiment or a science experiment, and do something with this in class to not read about it, to make it come alive? Special note here. This is incredibly important. Fun is loud. I was working with a school in New Mexico last year, and there were a number of student teachers in the back of the classroom. We're observing this teacher teach, and we hear a scream come from next door. And one of the kids jokingly looks at one of their classmates, this is the student teachers, and they go, that always happens in there. That's got to be the worst class in the school. To which I sneak in and go, or it's the best class those kids have ever been in. Horrible classes and great classes often sound the same. And I know that can be worrisome for people, right? Like this is something that is nerve-wracking, but how do we get around that? Setting expectations on the front end. And like I said in my last session, I talked about this idea in the Q&A at the end of not every activity is for every class. Feel your classes out. See what matters to those students. See what you can do in those classes. But taking these small shifts really makes a big impact. And last thing I want to talk about is this idea of small moments. Building a classroom culture happens beyond the lesson planning. It happens in the connections with the students. And so it's sometimes making these little small things that you can do for one student or for one class that have a huge impact and outcome for the rest of the year. And so some of them, like I do a lot of silly stuff in school. I find that silliness is the best way for me to connect with my students. It also goes along with my God-given gifts of being just comfortable in my own skin when I'm doing silly things. But I'm constantly looking for opportunities, right? Because I'm being a student of my students, I'm looking for clues on how I can do for one what I wish I could do for everyone, as Andy Stanley says, right? you can't do everything for kids, right? So I can't have a birthday party for every single kid. But when I know this kid on the right there, who all of his friends called him Cheesecake because he loves cheesecake, I knew that he was having a difficult year at home. I knew that mom and dad weren't in a position where they were going to be able to have a birthday party for him because he had told me that. So my students come to me and they go, Reynolds, yo, we should have a party for cheesecake. So my students come in after school. They make some of the ugliest decorations that anyone's ever seen with the biggest part of their heart. And they bring in a cheesecake and they present it to them. And we have a birthday party for cheesecake. That when another student one time, I had a class that was really difficult, that really brought it around and had an incredible time that year. We changed that and we had a cereal party for my students, right? I find that cereal parties are way better than pizza parties because we like to eat cereal at the least nutritional value. And it was a time where we got to share in that year. That when I had Wendell, who's in the bottom here with the emoji over his face, because Wendell's mom cut his haircut, had a really hard time showing up to school that day, but he did anyway. And he took all the jabs that kids were giving him and he still showed up and he did the work and he was great about it. So he had his own private cereal party in the back of my class during lunch that day. That when I had another class do a great job one year, we had a taco party and we dressed up like tacos and we ate tacos, which sounds weird when I say it out loud, but that's what we did. And it's these moments that you can't do for everyone. But here's the thing. Everybody didn't need a birthday party that year, but the students were able to understand that cheesecake needed a party, so they showed up for him. That the small things we even say to kids have a huge impact. And the last story I want to leave you with is one from the two students I had many, many years ago. This is John Wigfall and Isayana. And Isa, when she was in school, was the kind of student everybody wants. She loved school. She did all the work. She was nice to everyone. She was the Ferris Bueller of my school in Camden, New Jersey. When she was a sophomore in high school, she got pregnant. By her junior year, the baby's father was in prison. She had gotten a full ride to college that she was not allowed, she wasn't able to hold up to go to because of having a child. She ended up dropping out of college. She got a job at Verizon. And before she graduated, I wrote her a letter, like with pen and paper. I've written many, many letters over my career for all kinds of students, but I always end them the same way. And I always remind them at the end, I say, no matter what the rest of the world tells you, remember that you belong everywhere. So years after Isa graduates, I hear through the grapevine that she's gotten married, that she has 4 kids now, that she started at the Verizon store and got moved up to assistant manager, to manager, to district manager, and that was now in B2B sales, working for Verizon, making well over 6 figures a year. Isa hits me up one day and says, Mr. Reynolds, I've just had the most incredible journey. Can I take you to lunch one day? I want to tell you about it. And so we go to lunch and she tells me her story. And she says, at one point, I'm sitting in this room where I certainly do not feel like I belong. It is a business meeting with all these higher ups from Verizon. And I'm not only the only woman, but I'm the only person of color in the whole classroom. And in that moment, when I'm so scared, the thing that got me through was when you wrote in that letter that reminding me you belong everywhere. She then raises her sleeve up, and on her arm is tattooed in my handwriting, you belong everywhere. Now, I'm not telling you this story because I want you to get kids to get your handwriting tattooed on you. And some of you know that you do not have handwriting that should be tattooed on anyone, maybe let alone written on a whiteboard. But the thing here is, I'll tell you, in all honesty, I don't remember writing that letter for her. I remember writing letters that year. I remember giving them out to a lot of kids, but I don't remember giving that particular letter to her. And the fact of the matter is that this year, you're going to have moments in time where you say something or do something that you're not sure has an impact, but you just don't know where your impact starts and where it ends. You don't know when you're reaching a child. Some kids are going to bloom this year fast and furious, and other kids, you just don't know when it's going to happen, but it could happen. Enter into this year trying crazy things, doing all the stuff, being the teacher you dreamed of being, the teacher that you're called to be, to really help your students and show up in those particular ways. With that, gang, I want to say that if at the end of this, I want to give you this resource, that my life odyssey and the who am I sheet for free. You know, I just scan the QR code here. I don't ask for anything. You have to put an email address in so we know you're not a robot, and no one crashes it. But please use this to give it out to your friends, use that at school. But it's a really great way, as I said, to build relationships with your students and with your staff. And with that, if we have time, Todd, I would love to answer any questions that have come up. But I will stop sharing this and kind of open it up to that space.
Yeah, CJ, really great stuff. You did have two questions
Awesome.
in the chat. You can see, do you have students share on the first day, or are you reading what they wrote, just checking on what you find out about them?
So this is great. This is an awesome question. I find that I get kids, I work through this with kids, right? So on the second day of class, we start creating these moments. They do it. So if you get the resource, there's a checklist first, right? So they go through and write down 10 moments. I then sometimes want to push them a little bit, right? I want them to, and I want to make sure that what they're sharing is relevant. So some kids will say, like, the first time I ever got a phone. And as an adult, you might think this is kind of funny, or when I first got an Xbox. But when you find out that the Xbox lent to me, I have no real life friends, but I have friends online that really understand me and I connect with, that has a significant part in a kid's life. I also want to make sure that kids aren't sharing something that as an adult, I can see, I'm not sure how this is going to be received. So I don't try to necessarily censor kids, but I do try to guide them in areas where I'm making sure that we're protecting them and making sure that they're safe as well. So in that, yes, I do see that content ahead of time. And then we present, I give them about 2 to 3 days. It depends on the class. It depends on their level of knowing. Do they know how to use PowerPoint or Google Slides, new to them this year? I make sure that they understand the tech, and then we present shortly after that. But it's the first big project that we do in the very beginning of the class.
Perfect. One of these questions that I know from being an administrator on the campus, it's one of those that teachers are going to ask, how do you get the approval to go all these places that you go?
Yeah. So that's a great question. It is. So first of all, I try to get permission from the so we dream on a budget that is of zero. So when I go to plays, I can't afford plays, but can I get approval from Princeton University to invite us up to be able to go to this play as a gift? When we do anything, I'm constantly asking, I'm looking for access, and then I go to my admin. Because one of the things I don't want to do ever is burden admin with things that I can figure out. So if budget constraints are an issue, if going somewhere, like if even asking, like, hey, I'm thinking about taking students on this trip to go to this place, I don't want to burden them with that. I want to say, hey, look, I already inferred, like, it's not set in stone, but I have access. I have this opportunity. We have gotten free access to an escape room, to wherever we're going. I want saying yes to be as easy as possible. And if it doesn't cost money, or it just costs like a bus, that because we got access to somewhere, I find it's far easier for my administration to say yes. And I try to find moments that I don't just take class trips for everyone all the time. And I don't just take it for kids that are good or have A's. I'm looking to help change the lives of kids that are reluctant most of the time, that are not motivated. And that's a lot easier to say yes to, I find, when I'm dealing with administration.
All right, really good advice. One last question, and then we'll go ahead and let you go, and we'll take a break.
Awesome.
How does your creativity and student relationships affect relationships with your coworkers?
So Jim Rohn has this great quote that says, you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. I strategically hang out with people that are as crazy, wild, silly, or as different as I am. And that doesn't mean we're all the same way. My best friend that I've ever taught with is a 5'2" Korean woman who's first generation here in the United States, who is one of the meanest teachers I've ever met. But the kids love her for it because that's who she is. So I'm not saying that there doesn't have to be uniformity. There has to be unity. So as long as we all know that what we're doing is not about us, it's about the kids, you can partner with those folks. The other thing, I'll tell you what, if there are teachers that don't like what I do, they don't like the way that I do it. But what I found over time is that living in Philadelphia, when your neighbors are having a block party or a backyard party and you're just trying to go to sleep, or you're just trying to watch TV and you're aggravated about it, the question is always this: are you aggravated because they're being too loud, or are you aggravated because you weren't invited to it? So I ask folks, constantly invite others to your awesome. If you're doing something fun, if you're doing something incredible, if you're doing something really interesting in class, invite your friends, your staff, other people, your neighbors into that so they can see what's going on. And then what happens when you do that, you become part of each other's community, and you start, like, when I've been invited into incredible experiences, it makes me wonder, how can I do this in my class? Like, now I want to, you're challenging me in a good way to take my class to the next level. So I find that if done right, it actually brings people together instead of pulling them apart in classes.
Great advice. CJ, I want to thank you again for hanging out with us at the Digital Learning Conference and for these last two sessions. A lot of great information. I know, again, the YouTube chat, people are loving all the things that you're saying. And so I just want to, again, thank you. And I'm going to let you go and have the rest of your day, but we appreciate you.
Todd, this is an incredible experience that you're putting on here for teachers. So thank you for the work that you're doing. And thanks for having me. I appreciate it, man. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you. Eric is he's a pro. He's been with us for, I don't know. I mean, Eric has been coming to the Digital Learning Conference even when we were face to face. And so I know I was talking with Alyssa earlier, and she remembers attending Eric's sessions and all that good stuff. And so, he has such a wealth of knowledge, and he always just kind of blows us away. 31 years of experience in education. Eric looks like he can go another 31 years, right? I mean, he can do that. He's a technology integration specialist in North Canton, Ohio. You definitely want to check out his website, controlaltachieve.com. And he's written a book, Control Alt Achieve, Rebooting Your Classroom with Creative Google Projects. Talks a lot about Google. We love Google here in this district, and he's going to be talking about active learning with Google tools and edu protocols. And so this is the one that I've been excited to listen and to watch. So without further ado, are you ready to go, Eric?
Yes, I am. Thanks so much.
Awesome.
Let me go ahead and I'll share my screen and make sure that is popping up okay. And as long as that looks good, then I think we will be good to go. But let me go ahead and get that shared. Make sure that's looking okay there. Does look like that's coming up fine. And I'll make sure I keep the chat pulled up here as well. Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so very much. I really appreciate the introduction and the opportunity to once again be learning with these amazing educators. I'm going to do just a little bit of housekeeping before we dive on into the session here. So first of all, I want to make sure everybody can get to the resource document that we're going to be pulling from today. And that is at bit.ly/Curts-active. You should see that link up on the screen there. I believe Todd's going to probably drop that into the chat as well to make it a little bit easier for people to access it there as well. Again, bit.ly/Curts-active. Where that's going to get you to is a Google document. And this is what that document looks like. So if you're winding up in a Google document that says Active Learning with Edu Protocols, you are in the right place. That document has everything in it that we're going to be pulling from for this session. I'm going to give you just a real quick overview of how that document is set up. Once you do get in that document, at the very top of it, you're going to find all of my contact info. So, hey, please feel free to stay connected in whatever way works for you, whether it's my blog, my email, socials, YouTube, newsletter, Facebook group, whatever. Find what works for you. And then the rest of the document, if you keep on scrolling down, will be the content that we're going to be working through. And this is meant to be a hands-on session with some active things happening. And so having access to this document will allow you to try out the things that we're going to be taking a look at here today. And of course, you can bookmark that document, add it to your drive, make a copy, whatever you need to do with it. That's totally fine. Happy for you to use that any way that works best for you. While you are pulling that up and getting settled in, Todd gave a great introduction there. I will keep my portion of that very, very short as well. And so technically, actually, Todd, I just finished year 32. So yeah, actually, I'm heading into year 33 now. now. Yes, I am an educator from Northeast Ohio. Thank you so much for having me here today virtually to be able to connect with you. But I do remember, yes, heading on down there in person in years past and being there in person. But I'm so glad I can still continue to learn with you guys here through the virtual conference. My day job is at a regional service center up here in Northeast Ohio as a tech coach or a tech integration specialist. And then I also travel around the country providing these sort of trainings to schools and organizations all over. Um, all right, excellent. Well, I think that should give everybody enough time to get settled in. Again, one last time, if you haven't pulled up the link, bit.ly/Curts-active will get you there. So let's talk about what we're going to be doing in this session. Probably the best way to explain it is to tell you where the session came from originally. And I'll keep this real short, but just set the stage here. So several years ago, I was working with a school district, and they had me come there a couple of times, and they said, "Hey, we'd love to have you come back again, but when you come back this time, we have a specific request. We would love it if you could spend the day with our teachers working on how to get the students more active in the learning process." They said, we're really happy with the fact that every student has a Chromebook. And, we walk around and we look in the rooms and they've all got their Chromebooks in front of them and everybody has a device. That's great. But they felt like the students were not engaging, with each other, like almost like the technology, as good as it was, had kind of put up a barrier between the students and the engagement that they wanted to see in the classroom. Like things were maybe too quiet in the classes, if you can imagine. And they said, we want to see our students more actively involved in the learning process, not just, a teacher standing up front giving information and students just sitting at their desk with their Chromebooks there, taking notes, nice and quiet, but being more involved. And I said, hey, I love it. That sounds like a great idea. And I think I've got just the thing for you. And that's something called Edu Protocols. And that's what I ended up sharing with that group on that day. And that's where this session was sort of born out of. So what we're going to do here is we're going to start by explaining what are these Edu Protocols of which I am speaking, and why did I decide that was the right solution for that particular school, and hopefully a great solution for you guys as well. And then after a brief explanation of what Edu Protocols are, the rest of the session, we're just going to do some. We're just going to dive in and actually try out some of these Edu Protocols. We'll do a sketch and tell activity. We'll do a tier list activity. If we have the time, we may try out an Iron Chef activity as well. If not, at least I'll mention it briefly there at the end. We'll just see how far we can get in the time that we have. So with all of that said, let's go ahead and dive on into our first part, which is what are these Edu Protocols that I'm talking about. Now, I'm always curious if you have heard of Edu Protocols before. Feel free to throw into the chat if this is something that you are familiar with. That would be awesome. I do have the chat open on another screen here, so I can kind of keep an eye on that there. So if you have heard of Edu Protocols, if you've used them before, feel free to drop that in the chat and maybe mention which Edu Protocols you have used. That would be great. So what are these things? So basically, Edu Protocols are what we like to call instructional lesson frames. So the idea is it's not just an activity, but it's more of a structure, a frame that you can plug your content into. So doesn't matter what you teach, what subject, what grade level, whatever you teach, you can take what you're teaching and you could pop it into this instructional lesson frame. And these are designed to engage students, to get students doing the 4 C's, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, creativity. Edu Protocols are not meant to necessarily be very time consuming. Many times these are pretty quick. These are, 10 minutes, 15-minute activities that might start a class, they might end a class, or they might be the bulk of the center of the time in class, or hey, you might do 3 of them in a row and fill the whole class with them. But the idea is they are lesson frames. You're going to put your content in, and the shift is going to be that the students are way more engaged in the learning and the teacher is more in a facilitator role. To help explain this a little bit more, think about something like a Venn diagram. Now, I'm not saying that a Venn diagram is an Edu protocol. I'm just saying consider this concept. If you think about like a Venn diagram, if somebody were to say, hey, what grade level is a Venn diagram appropriate for? Or what subject is it appropriate for? I think we'd all say, well, you can use a Venn diagram with kindergartners or seniors in high school. You can use it in any subject area, and that's the idea. It's a frame that you can use and adapt to any situation. And so that's basically what Edu protocols are going to be. A lot of times there's something that you're probably already familiar with, but a little bit of a twist has been put on it. So for example, if you've ever done a KWL chart, what I know, what I want to know, what I learned, well, there's an Edu protocol called Thin Slides that's basically what it is. It's basically a twist on a KWL activity. Or if you've ever done a Think, Pair, Share, well, that becomes a cyber sandwich. Or if you've done the jigsaw method for learning, that becomes an Iron Chef lesson. And so it's tried and true things that, hey, this works. This is a good, engaging activity with a little bit of maybe a little technology twist thrown in there, something a little bit fun added to it, and that becomes what we call an Edu protocol. Another way to look at this is that this is a remix, not a rebuild. What I mean by this is the last thing I want to do is tell you, hey, you need to do something extra, because you're going to say, Eric, I don't have time. How am I going to fit something extra into my class? I'm already, we have so much we're trying to cover. We're not asking you to do something extra, but just to do things in a different order, because normally this is the classic view of instruction. And I'm not saying that folks are doing this right now, but I'm saying this is sort of the classic view that a teacher gives direct instruction. They stand up in front of the class and they teach. And then the students get some work to do, and they go off and do the work. And then maybe a day later, the teacher is able to grade things and get, feedback back to the student. Well, the idea with an Edu protocol is that we're kind of flipping that around. When the students walk into the classroom, they just start working. Like they walk in the door and go, oh, hey, we're doing Thin Slides today. Oh, we've got a sketch and tell, or we've got a tier list. And they just, boom, drop right into the activity and start learning right away. Now, that can mean they might not know, they might not have all of the content knowledge yet, and there may be some struggle there. That's okay. That's fine. That's part of the learning thing, and that's okay. It's okay to let them know, listen, you may not understand all this yet, but that's what we're doing. We're wrestling with the material. We're learning the material. Well, while the students are working, that's when you as a teacher are circulating around the room and you're checking in with them and you're giving them feedback while they are doing the work, and you're doing direct instruction as needed. Maybe there's a misunderstanding that comes up and you want to correct it, or maybe there's something that doesn't get covered that you want to fill in. And so, yes, there is still direct instruction happening as need be, and then probably more work. Many times you can do one of these activities over and over and over again as the students continue to master the content. All right. So that's the big picture of what Edu protocols are all about. There are loads and loads and loads and loads of these. I've got a bunch of them listed here on the slide. You can learn more about Edu protocols on their website. I will let you know, I have no personal connection to the Edu protocols folks. I know them. They're great people. The folks who have created a lot of these, they're good friends of mine, but I have no personal connection to the organization. But if you head over to eduprotocols.com, you can dive in deeper and learn more about about these than what I'm going to be covering today. Hopefully, though, after we do a few activities, you'll be like, hey, this is pretty cool. I do like this, and you'll want to dive deeper and learn more. So heads up, when you're in that document here today, if you scroll on down to page 2, that's where you'll find things like the EduProtocols website. And definitely, I would also encourage you to join the EduProtocols Facebook group. That's really what helped me out a lot when I was first diving into this. I mean, I did go to the website and I did learn a lot there, but going to the Facebook group, I was able to go and say, hey, I'm new to EduProtocols and I want to use it for XYZ. What are some suggestions? And there are so many helpful people in that Facebook group that will jump on and say, oh, hey, you're teaching math or science or whatever. Oh, I think this would be a great activity for you to try out. And so I would definitely encourage you to visit and potentially join that Facebook group if you want to dig in deeper. Now, heads up, they do also have some EduProtocols books. Again, you do not have to buy the books, but they're awesome. If you prefer to hold things in your hands, I did buy the books myself as well because I prefer to have something like that. But again, I don't want anybody to feel like you have to do any one of those things. You can just, like I said, join the Facebook group and learn from there. All right. So with all of that said, we're going to try some of these out. Now, at any point, if you've got a question, a comment, please do drop that into the chat. We'll do our best to keep an eye on that. And I know Todd will pass along any questions. And Todd, feel free at any point to interrupt if need be, and let me know if there's a question that we definitely need to address. All right, good stuff. So we're going to be taking a look at 2 to start with, and if we have time, we'll get to a 3rd, but we're going to start off with an EduProtocol called Sketch and Tell. And tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and turn off my video at this point, just so I don't end up covering up something in case there's something up in the top corner there that I'm covering up. So I'll turn off the video there. But let's go ahead and start with our first example, which is called Sketch and Tell. So here's the gist behind this particular EduProtocol. The idea behind this is that our students are going to be given a prompt, or they're going to be given a question, they're going to be given a problem, maybe they're going to be given a passage to read, but the point is they're going to be given some content that they need to engage with. And the idea is with Sketch and Tell, we want them to engage with it in 3 different ways, basically multimodal. What we're going to do is, after they get their prompt, their question, their problem, they're going to literally sketch their response to it. They're going to start by drawing, by visualizing their response to that. After that, number 2, they're going to turn to a partner, and they're going to explain to their partner, here's what I drew, and this is why that answers this particular prompt or question. So they're going to go from visualizing it to verbalizing it. And so now they're talking to a partner and they're listening to a partner. They're hearing how that partner answered the question. What did they draw? How did they visualize this? And then 3rd, after they've drawn it, talked about it, then they're finally going to write. But not until then, not until they've had a chance to process that. Now they're going to write about it and they'll fill out their final answer there. So basically it looks like something like this. This is sort of what the template might look like. The students on one side will have a spot where they can sketch their response to the prompt. Then they're going to take a few moments to talk to their partner about their sketch, and then they're going to write over here. Just to show you some examples, these were shared by a friend of mine, Adam Moeller, who does this very well. He teaches social studies, and he was having his students do some sketch and tell about socialism, communism, and fascism. And so you can see here are some examples. And when we say sketch, we really just do mean sketch. It's not meant to be fine art. We're just trying to to visualize, trying to conceptualize the information. And so it's going to be very sketchy, whatever it is that you end up drawing. And then, of course, the students, speak to each other. And then finally, they come over here and they answer the question by writing up their response and explaining, why this image represents that. And so now these are high school students, so a little bit more detailed here on the particular response. If you're using this with younger students, you might have some shorter responses there, but you get the idea of what that might look like. Now, for our example today, we're going to be doing this with Google Slides. Now, you don't have to use Google Slides. I am going to use Google Slides for this activity today. I think it's a good tool for this because many schools use the Google products and most students are comfortable with Google Slides. But I do want to be really clear about this. You don't have to use, this is not a Google activity. So, if you use something else, it's totally fine. You could do this with Pear Deck. You could do this in Canva. You could do this without technology. You could do this on paper and pencil. The students could literally have a piece of paper that they're sketching on and then showing that to somebody else and then, writing up the response. I do like to do it with a digital tool though, because it makes it easier for the students to share it with the whole class or the teacher to share it with the whole class afterwards. So it is nice to have something digital, but I don't want you to feel like, oh, it's got to be a Google slideshow. All right. So with that said, let's go ahead and try this out. So we're going to, if you're in our agenda document, we're going to scroll on down to the Sketch and Tell section. So this was page 2, was explaining it. If you get down to about the middle of page 3, you should see highlighted in green a whole bunch of links. Now, I didn't know how many people we would have here today, so I ended up creating 4 different slideshows, group 1, 2, 3, and 4, because Google does limit how many people can actively edit a slideshow at a time. It's 50 people maximum, so I didn't know how many we would have or how many people would want to participate. So I created 4 different slideshows here. So you can pick any one of these. I don't mind which one you click on. You can click on group 1, 2, 3, or 4. It really doesn't matter. There's no rhyme or reason to that. Just feel free to click on any one of those. I'm going to open each of them up so that I've got them all opened up here. And the idea is when you get into one of these, what you're going to see is what our prompt is going to be here for today. Now, that's the first thing that shows up in the slideshow is the prompt. So for today, just for our example, so we can try this out, I've given us the prompt. What do you think is one of the most important discoveries or inventions of the last 100 years? So that's the question. That's what I want you to answer here today. Now, to help you answer that, I did include some links here. You don't have to use these. If you read this question, you go, oh, well, I know right away. I know exactly what the answer is going to be. That's great. But if you need a little, I'm not quite sure, I need to think about that. I did include some resource links. This first one goes out to an article about 101 inventions from the last 100 years. The second link goes out to a Wikipedia page that also covers inventions. And the third one goes out to sort of like an infographic that is hitting some of the greatest inventions of the last 100 years. And so between those 3, hopefully that will give you some inspiration there. Now, the idea then is a student will then want to claim one of these slides to use for their sketch and tell. So if you scroll on down through the slides, basically find one that nobody else is on. And you can tell that because you can see their little icons when somebody is on a slide. So for example, I'm grabbing slide number 10. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my name on it. And the easiest way to do that is on the right-hand side where it says write. If you double click there in that text box, you can just put your name in there to claim that slide so people know, hey, slide 10, Eric claimed slide 10. Now, I'm in group 1, so if you're in a different group, obviously you're not going to see what I just did there, but I'm in the group 1 slide, and I went to slide 10, and I double-clicked on the right-hand side, and I put my name in there to claim that as my slide. So basically, that's the idea. Students come into class, they go, hey, we're doing a sketch and tell. You give them a link to the Google slideshow, and every student jumps on in, and they get at it. They start completing the activity. Now, quick thing. The very first time you do this, yeah, it's going to take longer because you want to teach them, okay, here's how it works. But here's the thing, folks. After you've done this once, maybe twice, you don't have to explain it anymore. The students walk in, they go, oh, it's a sketch and tell. Boom, they just jump right into it. And so you can keep plugging in new content and the students are going to know exactly what to do. So let's go ahead and try it out. Let's go through the process. So first thing first, on slide 10, since I claimed slide 10 is mine, I'm going to go ahead and do the sketch portion of this. So how am I going to draw my item here? Well, in Google Slides, we are a little bit limited in drawing tools. So heads up, there's not a bunch of drawing tools here, but there are some that are built into Google Slides. For example, if I go to the Insert menu, from the Insert menu, I can go down to the Shape option. And from the Shape option, there's all kinds of shapes here. There's, rectangles and circles and triangles and all kinds of shapes. And you'd be amazed what you can build out of shapes. So we could use the Shapes menu and we could draw by putting together shapes. Another option is to go down to the Insert Line option. If you go to Insert Line, you can insert lines, but you can also do curves. You can do polylines. You can even do scribbles. A scribble is basically just a freehand drawing. You can just freehand draw with the scribble tool. And so for today, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the shapes and I'm going to use probably the scribble tool, maybe some lines, and I'm going to use those to do my drawing. Now, again, it's going to be really basic. We're not making a work of art. It's just going to be something really simple. So my question is, what should I draw? Well, for me, if I think what is one of the most important inventions of the last 100 years, I would choose artificial intelligence because I think, that has absolutely, made a difference already and is going to revolutionize so many things in our lives. So how would I draw that? How would I show that? So maybe for me, I want to draw like a computer, like a laptop, and maybe put like a light bulb above it, like it's thinking. Usually we think of a light bulb to indicate thought. So maybe I want a computer that looks like it's thinking. So I might use my shape tools and I may say, okay, let's grab a rectangle and let's make the screen of the laptop. So this rectangle will be the screen. And actually I could put a second rectangle inside of it, like kind of like it look like a bevel there. That would be a little bit more realistic, but don't get hung up on it. We don't need to make it look ultra realistic, just basic. So there we go. So there's my laptop screen. And then I'll go back to Insert Shape and tell you what, I'll grab a trapezoid here and that can look kind of like the keyboard. And so that'll be the keyboard. And see, that's not much. What is that? 3 shapes? But you get the idea, it looks kind of like a laptop. Now for the light bulb, I'm going to use the scribble tool. I'll just draw that. So I'll say Insert Line Scribble. And it's not going to be pretty, I'm telling you right now. It really is just going to be a scribble here. So here's my light bulb. I'm using a mouse for this, so it's not it's not too great, but there it is. I guess probably I should do. Usually they have like a little filament in here or something like that, So there's a light bulb and the filament there, and then I'll use the line tool and I'll just draw some lines kind of popping out from it, so it looks like it's shining. Now, again, that is not fancy. That is really, really, really basic, but that's okay. We're really just trying to sketch the main idea. We're trying to visualize and represent the concept. Now, if you want, you don't have to use these tools that are built into Google Slides. Students could pop out of Slides for a moment and use some other tool and then simply insert the image from another tool. So they could, if you look at the bottom in the speaker notes, I think I put in some links, like you could use AutoDraw, you could use Chrome Canvas, you could jump out to other tools and you could draw it in something like AutoDraw, and then you could just, download and insert that image into there as well. Again, I'm not going to do that today. I'm just keeping it real simple, but that's it. So that's the first part of this 3-part activity. The student gets a prompt and they draw a response. Now, how much time are you going to give for that? So here's the thing. this is not meant to take up a big chunk of your class time. I would say, we're just talking 5 minutes or less, just a few minutes. We want them to engage with the prompt. I mean, we want them to think about it. But then as far as the drawing goes, yeah, it might be 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes max. We really don't want to spend a lot of time on this. This is meant to be a quick processing of that. Now, the second part of this, unfortunately, because we're virtual today, we really can't quite do the second part of this. But the second part is where you would turn to a partner and you would tell them about your sketch. Now, if you are somewhere today that there is somebody actually in the room with you, please do that. Take a moment and show them your sketch and tell them, okay, here's what I drew, and this is why I think this is a good answer. So, for example, if I had a partner, I may say, okay, I think that artificial intelligence is one of the biggest inventions of the last 100 years because it's going to affect every area of our lives, especially in education. And I decided to draw a computer with a light bulb over it because it makes it look like it's thinking, and that's the idea that it's computers, being able to think on a particular level. And so that would be my idea. I would take some time and I would talk to my partner and explain that, and then I would listen to my partner as they tell me about theirs, and they walk me through why they drew what they drew. Now again, how much time for that? Maybe 2 minutes, 1 minute per person. We're keeping it quick. So, altogether, maybe we've done 5, 6, minutes or so for this whole activity so far. That's how quick it would be. At this point, we would now come to the third portion of this, which is to write. And that's pretty straightforward. Basically, the students will now go to the right-hand side and they'll finally put into writing their answer to the question. So I might say something like, I think artificial intelligence. If I could spell, that would help. Here we go. Artificial intelligence is one of the most important inventions. Oh my gosh, I am not typing very well here today. There we go. Inventions of the last 100 years because it will impact every area of our lives. Now, I'm not really going to write much more than that today, but you get the idea. Normally, this is, you'd want to fill this up, take some time and really think it through and write this up. So I would encourage you to do the same right now. If you feel that you've got enough of a sketch done, go ahead and pop over to the right-hand side and start typing in your response there. Now, what's great about this is whole thing we're probably done in 10 minutes. That's it. The last few minutes, the last 3 or 4 minutes, the students write this up. So in 10 minutes, students have been given a prompt, a problem, a question, a passage, something to respond to. They've drawn about it, they've talked about it, and now they've finally written about it. Now, this could be great if, let's say, you're introducing a new topic. This would be a really great way to find out, what do the students think about it? What do the students know about it? So maybe this is like, okay, let's find out, what pre-knowledge do they bring with them? What do they know about this particular topic we're going to be talking about, or what are they interested in? Or this could be at the end of a lesson, like, okay, we have covered this content today. Now I want you to draw, talk, and write about what you learned today. And so it could be a way for students to process what we just covered, or it could be, you had homework last night. Your homework was to read the next chapter in the book, or the novel. And maybe it's to process what they learned that last night and say, okay, draw, something that really jumped out, to you from what you read last night in that particular chapter of the book. The point of all of this is the students are engaged. It's not just the teacher up front talking. The students are all getting a chance to wrestle with the material, to visualize it, verbalize it, and to write it. Now, when those 10 minutes are done, You could say that's it, we're done. Okay, let's move on. Or if you want to extend it, now would be a great time for you as the teacher to pick some of the students' examples and share them with the class. So you could add another 5 minutes or so on this activity to say, okay, hey, let's see what you guys think. So as a teacher, I could come here and I could switch into grid view so I can see the slides a little bit better there, and I could zoom in a little bit more, and I could be like, okay, let's see. Somebody here said air conditioning has been one of the best inventions of the last 100 years. Here we have a telephone. Here we have um, the let me see. Without a doubt, the greatest invention has to be the internet. Okay, yes. So we've got the internet. Oh, somebody picked penicillin. Thank you very much. And I love the picture of the sad person becoming a happy person after they've taken their pills there. MRI machine, computer, AI as well as popping up here. Here's penicillin again. More penicillin. Wow, that has really been a popular one here. We've got the telephone. And this is just from that one group. I could peek into some of the other ones here. My guess is we probably have some great examples in the other groups as well. Thermostats, looks like we've got refrigeration, air conditioning, Wi-Fi, printing press. These are great. So think about how many conversations now we can start in the class just based off of these. All right, so that's Sketch and Tell. If you've got any questions about Sketch and Tell, let me know. We're going to, in a moment, move on to our next EduProtocol, which is the tier list. But tell you what, this is probably a good time for us to do our code for this particular session. And I do have the code. Todd, if you just want me to put it up, I can put it up on the screen there. I do have the code. We'll give folks a moment to grab that. That is for our session that we are. Whoops, is that the right one? That says the 10 a.m. session. Sorry.
No, you're right.
No, that's right. I got the right one. Yes, it's okay. Yes, 10 a.m. because that's right. You guys are on Central Time and
Central time.
I'm on Eastern. You got it. So it is 10 a.m. So while you guys are processing that, if there are any questions, about Sketch and Tell, feel free to drop those into the chat. We are going to transition next into the tier list. That'll be our next one we're going to take a look at. Todd, anything you need to mention about the code or anything as far as questions or comments that have popped up?
No, I just want to reiterate to everybody that please, right after the DLC, our last session at 4 o'clock, or when it ends at 4 o'clock, please submit your codes for attendance right away. Don't wait. Don't go to the grocery store. Don't go to a doctor's appointment. Don't go take the dog for a walk. Just do it right away. Just take your time, fill it in, send it in. You'll be grateful you did.
All right, fantastic. Well, I'm going to go ahead and move that back off of the screen there. And I'm going to clean up a few of my tabs. I did see one comment in the chat talking about, some students may not feel very comfortable as artists, in drawing and may feel a little intimidated by that. And I think definitely one of the things to emphasize here is that's why it's called Sketch and Tell. It's not art and tell or something like that. Try to emphasize to them, folks, these really are meant to be sketches. Keep them as basic, as simple as possible. And by only giving them a couple of minutes, it's going to be very simple. And I think that is a good thing to remind them of. All right, well, let's move into our next example activity. And the next one is called the tier list. Now, the tier list is one that I actually created. So this is one I contributed to the EduProtocol collection of resources out there. And the tier list is a fun activity where students are going to be given a list of items that they need to rank. They're going to be given a criteria and a list of items, and their job is to rank those items on what's called a tier list. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen a tier list before. I did not invent the concept of a tier list. This is a very common thing. If you go on YouTube and you type in the phrase tier list, you will find lots of videos on tier lists. And basically, what they are is people will rank things. Like I've seen, a tier list where people rank, the best, items to find in a video game, or they'll rank all of Stephen King's novels, or they'll rank, I've seen some science videos where people are ranking, different predators, which ones are, are the what's the most, effective predator out there among the animal kingdom. And the tier list is structured as such. It goes from high to low. And normally you would think, A, B, C, D, F, but it actually has what's called an S tier. There's a higher level. The S tier is the highest level. Think of it kind of like super or superior or something like that. If you want to compliment somebody and you can tell them, hey, you're S tier, and that's a really good thing. That means like you're the best of the best of the best to get up to there. And so you can go on YouTube and you can see loads of videos where people rank these. And that's what gave me the idea for this activity. I saw these videos and I thought, you know what? There's a lot of critical thinking going into this. People are taking time to rank items, so they have to compare and contrast, they have to prioritize, and then they have to defend their rationale. They have to explain, well, why did I put it here versus there? I said, oh my gosh, this is perfect. We could absolutely do this with educational content. And so the idea is that. So basically, this is a three-part activity. The first part is the student ranking. So each student gets a Google slideshow and they get items that they're going to drag and drop to rank. So let's go ahead and point you guys to that slideshow and we'll do all three parts here together, but part one is going to be your ranking. So if you scroll on down in our document to the tier list section, that starts on page 3. And I think if you get down to the bottom of page 4, that's where you're going to find our link. So you'll see highlighted in green a link that says tier list activity. If you give a click on that, that will ask you if you want to make a copy of the slideshow. Go ahead and click make a copy. And once you do that, you will get your own copy of that tier list slideshow. So a little bit different from the previous one. Everybody gets their own copy of the slideshow. We're not all in the same slideshow together. But I would say if you haven't done so yet, go ahead and scroll on down to the bottom of page 4, and you can give a click on that tier list Google slideshow link there. It'll ask if you want a copy, and then you can make a copy of that. Okay, so once you've got a copy of it, let's go through this. So part 1 is student ranking. So what's going to happen here is you're going to get a prompt and you're going to get items to rank. Now, today I'm just having a little bit of fun with it, so I kept it light and casual. Our prompt is best fast food restaurants. And then I listed like 9 different restaurants. Sorry if I didn't include some of your favorites. I just had to pick something. So I picked like 9 restaurants. So on slide 3, what you're going to see is you're going to see these icons over here on the side for things like McDonald's. And you're going to click and literally just drag and drop it, onto the tier list where you want it to go. And so you could grab like Subway and you can decide where to put it, and grab Wendy's and decide where you want to put that. And, you get the idea. Now, I'm not saying that I necessarily believe this is where these go. I'm just putting these up here as some examples here so you can kind of see the idea behind how this works. Now, here's the thing. Chances are you're going to have some ties, and that's okay. You can have more than one thing on a tier. That's very normal. That's very common to have, more than one item on the same tier. Perfectly fine to do that. Just make sure you use every item. That's the only thing that's important, is anything that's over here on the right, make sure you drag and drop and place it to where it needs to be. So go ahead and do that. If you made a copy of the slideshow, take a moment and start dragging and dropping those items to put them onto the tier. Now, for today, again, we're just doing something kind of fun. We're saying, okay, what do you think are the best fast food restaurants? I would actually encourage you probably to start with something like that with your students. Like the very first time you do it, don't do something that's really deep and heavy and making them think a lot. Just do something kind of fun, because that's going to let them learn the mechanics of how the activity works. Then the next time you do it, then you can start putting in more of your class content. So for example, we could do things like, what are the best energy sources or the most influential battles of the Revolutionary War? Which characters in a story had the most impact on the plot? Which animal is the best predator? Which adjective best describes a concept? Which graph best represents a set of data? On and on and on down the line. And so the idea is it could be things like, like energy sources. We could be dragging and dropping energy sources. And it might not just be, it could be like which energy source is the most environmentally friendly, or which energy source is the most plentiful, or which energy source, has the most impact on our environment. It can be, it's not just like best to worst. It's how well does the prompt, how well do these items fulfill the prompt? Or in this case, which battles of the war were the most influential, or which characters from Romeo and Juliet had the most impact on the plot, or which paintings of the 20th century were the most influential. So the idea is, you're going to drag and drop and place those. So that's step one. That's part one. And again, not a lot of time. The students come in, oh, we're doing a tier list. They click the link, they get a copy. They take, I don't know, 5 minutes max to drag and drop and rearrange the items and decide what they think is the proper order for those items. That brings us to part two. So part two is, again, a partner discussion. That's a very common thing in EduProtocols. We want students engaging with each other in a nice, safe, friendly environment. And so a partner discussion, very common. If they can't find just a single partner, it's okay to do like a group of 3. That's fine. Now, again, we can't do that today. I'm sorry. We can't actually do that because we're virtual. But what I have found is teachers love this section. They say this is the part where they find out so many amazing things from the students as to what they're thinking. The arguments that happen in class are really engaging at this point. So basically what happens is students get together with a partner and they pick one thing that they disagree on the most. Don't go through every item. Just pick something like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that you put, Wendy's there. I've got it down here. Or I can't believe you got Subway there. I've got it up here. And they take a minute each, and they defend their rationale. They explain why they think the item should be somewhere other than where it is. And so that's the partner discussion. Then that brings us to our final portion of this, which is class discussion. And you guys can participate in this. So take a look at your slideshow again and look at the final slide, the last slide in the slideshow. It says, after discussion with your partner, submit your rankings in the Google form below. Aha, there's a Google form. Go ahead and click on the form there on the last slide, on slide 4, and that's going to open up a Google form where now you can go in and submit your final rankings. You can say, okay, well, let's see. I put, Burger King as a D tier, and I put Chick-fil-A as an A tier. You get the idea. So take a moment, go down the list, and go ahead and fill in how you voted. What was your final, selection on these? So, Dunkin' I put down as an E tier. And again, I'm not saying that I necessarily believe these. I just had to put some things in there real quick to be able to fill this out. But go ahead and fill those in. And basically what you're going to do is you're going to put in your final votes, and then you're going to submit that. And what this is going to do is this is going to allow for class discussion, because the teacher now is going to get all of those results in one place. So for example, let me pop over to the edit view of this form. I'll go to edit view. And as you guys submit these, I'll start getting in the responses section up here. I will start getting your responses. Now, I'm not going to show them just yet. I'll give you a moment to submit yours. I still see they're coming in. But what happens is you then, as the teacher, are going to say, okay, you guys have, 2 minutes or a minute left, go ahead and submit all your responses. And then as a teacher, you can show those responses to the class. And this is where you can now have a class discussion. So you'll go through each item and try to pick somewhere the results are maybe not consistent. Maybe find one where there's a whole bunch of S tier and A tiers and a whole bunch of E tier and F tiers and say, okay, let's have a class discussion. So who thinks this should be up at the top tiers? Who thinks it should be at the lower tiers, and why? Now, you don't have to do this for every item, but pick some of the most controversial items in there and have a discussion. And this allows for a really good class discussion on there. So if I were to pull up our responses, looks like, Burger King's pretty low. Chick-fil-A, a little bit all over the map there. Like Chipotle might be a good one. I've got some F tiers and some S tiers. And so we could be like, okay, who wants to defend Chipotle and who wants to say why it needs to be at an F tier? And we could have a discussion about that. And so this allows you to be able to easily have those discussions. All right. And that's the idea behind the tier list activity. Students have items to rank based upon a prompt. So they rank them, they discuss them with a partner and defend their rationale, and then we have a full class discussion on that as well. Again, this could be a great way to introduce a new topic. This could be a fantastic way to wrap up a unit based upon what the students have learned as well. Now, for any of these items today, if you're like, hey, this is cool, I want to try these out, please notice I have included templates for all of these things. So right above the tier list hands-on demo, here are the templates. There's the Google Slides template. There's the Google Forms template. You can make copies of those and use those any way you want. Same thing with Sketch and Tell. Right above the Sketch and Tell demos, here's my template. Here's another. Here's 2 Wakelet collections with a bunch of templates in them. Here's some YouTube links where people explain how they've used these tools. Now, I know we're running out of time, so I'm not going to be able to do the Iron Chef one, but I'll just at least say that was the final one that we had in here. And the Iron Chef is the jigsaw activity where students are splitting up content, working on a piece of it, and then sharing it back with the rest of the group. And so if you do want to dig into that a little bit, I do have a whole section further down on Iron Chef, including quite a number of YouTube videos that explain it, as well as Wakelet collections with templates for that one. But I know we're knocking on the end of our time, so I want to be respectful of that. So as we start to get close to the end here, Todd, did you see some questions or comments, things popping up in the chat that we need to address? I also want to put the main link back up on the screen in case anybody still, needed that here at the end, bit.ly/Curts-active.
Hey, Eric, we had a lot of conversation in the chat, but no specific questions were asked.
That's okay.
That means you did a great job of explaining everything. And
Excellent.
I love the resources. It's just so laid out, because if you need to go a little bit deeper, or you need to see something again, or you want to check it out, I mean, you've got the great resources there for people to go and learn some more. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. So thanks so much for hanging out with me in this one. As Todd said, I'm here for the next 4 sessions in a row. So I'll just be hanging out in this room. We've got lots of different topics, for all the rest of the day. If you come back for some of those, I look forward to learning with you. But I just want to say thank you so much to everybody who hung out during this session. I would encourage you, try one of these out with your students. Try a Sketch and Tell, try a tier list. If you want to dig deeper, again, definitely visit the Facebook group for EduProtocols. Maybe tell them what you teach and get some suggestions on what they recommend as a good EduProtocol. Keep in mind, the first time you do it with your students, maybe just do something fun so that they have an idea of how the activity works. And then on subsequent times, you can start filling in more subject matter content. The beauty of it is, once they know how to do it, boom, they can just hit the ground running. And it's a great way to get them actively involved in the learning process all throughout the year. So thanks again so very much.
And we're going to be talking about spreadsheets. I'm not going to do a lot of introduction with Eric, because he's been here in CFISD for many, many years, but he's got 32 years of experience in education. And man, I mean, really what you need to know is you need to go over to his website, go over to Control-Alt-Achieve. .com and make sure that you do that. He's got great resources for you, and he's going to, again, hit it out of the park, this one with spreadsheets. A lot of the times when we think about spreadsheets, we think about like accounting. If people don't, if you've never really been in there, or you don't have the understanding of it, you think it's just like accounting, money, what budget, why do we need to be in there? But Google Sheets is so much more than that. And I love that he's going to be talking about this. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to you, Eric.
Hey, thanks so much. Fantastic. Awesome. Well, I will once again share my screen here, make sure that comes up okay and is looking good. Looks like that is popping up well there. Excellent. And just like with all the sessions, I do want to start with just a little bit of housekeeping to make sure that everybody can follow along, because this is definitely a hands-on session. Now, you don't have to. If you just want to watch, that's fine, but I've structured it so that you can try out everything we're going to be doing. To do that, where you want to head out to is the bit.ly link that you see on the screen, or I'm sure Todd's going to drop that in the chat as well, bit.ly/Curts-data. That will get you to a Google document that has everything that we're going to be exploring throughout the session. When you go to that link, the document that you pop into should look like this: Google Sheets for Educators. Again, I'll put up the bigger link here so you can see it a little bit larger. There we go. bit.ly/Curts-data. That will get you to that Google document. At the very top of that document, it's going to be all of my contact info. Thanks, Todd, for mentioning the blog, things like that. Yes, at the top of that document, there's a link to my blog, my email, my socials, YouTube, newsletter, Facebook group, whatever. Find however you want to connect and stay connected. That would be fantastic. But the rest of that document is all of the content we're going to be exploring during the session. And I'll tell you right now, we're not going to get through everything. There's so much. Oh my gosh, Google Sheets. Yeah, we could do a whole day on Google Sheets. So we're not going to get through everything, but this is what we're going to be pulling from. So these are the topics that we're going to be grabbing things out of throughout the session. Now, how are we going to decide, though, which of those topics we're going to be exploring when it comes to Google Sheets? Well, what I'm going to do is give you guys a chance to vote on that. And that's why this document's so important. If you get down to page 2 of the document, on page 2, highlighted in green, right below General Resources, you'll see it says, vote for which Sheets features you want us to cover in the session. Now, if you click that link, that Google Form link, it'll open up this Google Form where you can see those exact topics that I've got listed in the document. And you can check as many of these as you would like. Now, I'm going to take a real quick moment to explain what each of these are, just in case you're not familiar with these different topics, to help inform your voting. But then that's it. You can vote, and I'm going to let you guys tell me, what do you want to focus on? So let's do this. Let's talk about what can we discuss during this session here. So the types of things that we might talk about things like view options. And what I mean by that is learning how to do things like freezing rows and columns in a spreadsheet, or resizing rows and columns, or zooming in and out. That's a topic we could look at. We could talk about sorting data. So we could learn about how to sort by one column, how to sort by multiple columns, how to split text into columns so that you can sort it more effectively. That's an option. We could talk about filtering data. That's when you hide all of the data except for the data you want to look at. So if you got this really big set of data, you can filter it by one column or by multiple columns to get a subset of that data to work with. We could talk about formulas, and oh my gosh, we could spend a lot of time on that. We could learn all sorts of different formulas and how you create them and enter them and things they could do. And some of my favorite formulas, we could explore those for a while. We could look at charts and graphs, how to take your data and visualize it in a nice, easy to use chart or graph. We could talk about sparklines. Sparklines are a really cool mixture of formulas and graphs. Basically, a sparkline is a teeny little chart that fits inside of a single cell. It's a great way to be able to see student data over time, progress, things like that. We could talk about conditional formatting. That is where you use rules to color code data in a spreadsheet. So like maybe say, I need to see every student that is scoring below a certain amount, make those turn red, or I want to have, different colors for, A, B, C, D, and F or something like that. And you can use conditional formatting to automatically color code the data to make it easier for you to identify students that might be struggling or those that are excelling for grouping, things like that. We could talk about data validation. This is where you control what gets entered into cells. If you're worried that people might not all type consistently, like, if you're doing grade levels, somebody might put, the number 9, somebody might spell the word 9, somebody might write grade 9, and, you'd have like all of these different, ways of writing to say, no, we need consistency. We need it all to be the same, because when it is the same, then you can sort and filter and so forth. Well, data validation lets you control and say, okay, here's a drop-down list, pick from this list to fill in the data. We could talk about pivot tables. I know those are a little scary sounding, but they're wonderful. Oh my gosh, I love pivot tables. Basically, what they do is they summarize data. If you've got a big bunch of data and you're trying to summarize it, pivot tables do that for you. They can take all of the data and add it up and summarize it into groups and categories for you to make it a lot easier to understand. And then lastly, we could talk about mail merge. Google Sheets doesn't really have a robust mail merge built into it, but thankfully, there's a free tool called Autocrat. It's an add-on that you can use that can help create mail merges. So that's what I use for like certificates and things like that. But it can be used for all sorts of things, form letters and so forth. So now there's more than that to Google Sheets, but I just had to kind of pick something. So those are the things I thought might be some good topics for us to explore. And so I'm leaving it up to you now. So what I want you to do is, again, if you haven't gone there yet, head to the document bit.ly/Curts-data. Scroll on down to page 2. Highlighted in green, you'll see a link for the Google form. Give a click on that form and just let me know, what are you most interested in us digging into here today on Sheets? And of course, if you have other questions or topics or comments, you can drop those in there as well. And of course, all during the session, the YouTube chat will be perfect as well. If you have additional questions, Todd will help keep an eye on that. All right, so I'm going to now take a peek over. Looks like we got a bunch of responses coming in here. And it looks like, here, let's do this. Let me drag those on. I don't want to unduly influence anybody and make you feel like your vote doesn't count, because all the votes count, of course. But we're up to about 190 responses right now. And it looks like formulas, conditional formatting, are at the moment, those two are pulling ahead of the rest. So I think I'm going to start with those and then I'll revisit the voting. But at the moment, conditional formatting and formulas, actually conditional formatting has pulled ahead. It's the number one at the moment, but the others formulas are close behind. Okay. So we're going to start with conditional formatting, and then I will revisit the voting, and I will see, we'll just keep doing that and seeing how you guys have voted as to what you're most interested in. So here's the next thing we want to do is I want to make sure you guys can all participate and try this with me. So notice this, right below where you voted, look at what's right below that. Right below the green highlighted voting link, it says templates. I have set up some data templates that we're going to use during the session. For this first part, we're going to use student data template number 1. So take a moment and give a click on the Google Sheets link for student data template number 1. And that will ask if you want a copy. You'll go ahead and click make a copy. Give that a moment. And there we go. It's going to create a copy of a spreadsheet that we're going to be using to demonstrate most of these different features in Google Sheets. Now, this is not real data. Do not worry about that. This is all completely fictitious, made up data. These are not real students. It's not real grades, not real anything. Just it's all fake data there. But that is what I'm going to use to demonstrate. And I would encourage you to make a copy of that spreadsheet as well so that you can try these things out. If for any reason you're having a hard time getting to that, I also do have some bit.ly links that will get you there as well. bit.ly/Curts-student data will also get you to that same spreadsheet if that's needed. But again, the link is right there in that document. All right, good stuff. All right, so let's go ahead and let's start with talking about conditional formatting. So like I said, that, and again, I think that is still, yep, that is still the highest voted one. Yes, I was taking a look over there, and that is the highest voted one. So conditional formatting, like I said, is where we color code data on a spreadsheet to help alert us to maybe a struggling student, for example. And that's what we're going to use for our example. So in our data, what we've got here is we have a whole bunch of students listed in column A, and then way over here in columns H through M, we have their most recent scores. And so I can see like test 1 through 6 or whatever these assessments were, and I see their scores. Well, what if I wanted to say, you know what? If a student scored, let's say, below a 70, let's say I want that to really pop. I want, anytime a student scores below a 70, I want that to turn red so that I can just at a glance, without even having to think about it, I can just easily see, oh, wow, those are some students that I might need to intervene with. That's what conditional formatting can do for us. So let's show how that works. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to start by selecting the columns that we wish to apply the conditional formatting to. And tell you what, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit here because I know, spreadsheets, sometimes it's hard to see. So I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. I hope that allows you to see a little bit better what I'm doing there. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my mouse and I want to select column H, I, J, K, L, M, N. I want to grab all 6 of those columns. Now, to do that, I'm using a mouse. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click and drag across those columns to select them. Now, if you're comfortable doing that, fantastic. That's the way I like to do it, is just with a mouse. So again, what I've done is I've taken my mouse. I'm going to click on the top of column H, and I'm going to click and hold down and drag to the right. So I'm going to click and drag. Oops, sorry about that. Click and drag to the right. Now, if you have trouble with that, if that doesn't work for you, there are other ways you can do it. If you're like, oh, Eric, I tried to click and drag and I'm having a hard time grabbing all of those. You can also just click on column H. That's fine. Just click on column H and then hold down the Shift key on your keyboard and just use the arrow keys to move to the right. And that will let you then grab more columns. So if you're saying, I'm having a hard time with the mouse, that works as well. So either click and drag with the mouse or click on column H, hold down the Shift key and use your arrow keys to select the rest. The point is, we want to grab the data that we want to apply this conditional formatting to. Excellent. Well, now that I've got that selected, I'm going to go up to the Format menu. So with the data selected, I'm going to go up to the Format menu. And from the Format menu, I'm going to find Conditional Formatting. Should be near the bottom of that Format menu. And I'm going to give a click on Conditional Formatting. Now, when I do that, it's going to pop up this panel on the side. Now, it already knows the range. How does it know the range? Because I picked the cells ahead of time. That's why we selected them. I selected H through M. I selected all those columns. It knows those are the columns that we want to apply this formatting to. So what we need to do, though, is we need to tell it the rule. What is the What is the rule? What is the condition that we want to trigger this formatting change? Well, what you're going to notice in that panel underneath format rules, it's going to say format the cells if. And there's a little drop down here, and we can choose. So let's format the cells if they are empty, if they're not empty, if they contain certain text, if they contain a certain date, if they're a value that's greater than, less than, if it's a value that's between. There's all of these different conditions. Now, for today, the example I said is I wanted it to turn things red if the students scored below a 70. So I wouldn't be choosing things like, the cell is empty or has certain text or a certain date. I would go down to the rule where it says less than. And so I would say less than, and then I would put in here 70 as that cutoff point. So where it says format rules, I'm giving it the rule. I'm saying format the cells if they are less than, and then I put in 70 as that cutoff point. It's got to be less than a 70. Now, that is the rule. And you can make the rule anything you want. That's the thing. For this example, this one makes sense. But there could be other times you might want to say, I just want to rule anytime the cell is empty. I want to make sure I notice any blank cells that need filled in, or show me cells that have, a particular student's name in it or something, that the text contains something. So you could do that as well. But for this one, less than 70 makes sense. The last step is we've got the range, we've got the rule. What is the formatting? What do we want to do? Well, by default, it's formatting it green, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want to leave it as green, you're good. But the point is, you can pick. So notice there's a little paint can button here. This is the fill color. I could say, you know what? I think I want to make it red. So I'll choose sort of this light red so that it kind of really jumps out. I mean, I know alert, this is a concern. This is a student who is struggling. But it doesn't have to be that. It could be a different color. It could also be different kinds of formatting. Notice we can choose bold. We can choose italicized. We can choose underlined. We can choose strike through. We could also change the color of the actual text itself if we wanted to. All of these are options. It's really just up to you as to what's going to signify the formatting you want. And that's it. That's it. We've got the range, the rule, the formatting. We just hit done, and we can close out of that little panel on the side. And there we go. Anytime now that a value appears here that is below a 70, boom, it's going to be red. So what do I mean? Let's say there's a student who retakes a test. And the student had a 63, they retook the test, they ended up getting like an 87 on it. If I change that to an 87, as soon as I press enter, it's no longer red because it's not meeting that rule. Or let's say there was one that went the other direction. Maybe it turned out, oh, I made a mistake when I typed this in. This wasn't a 73, that was supposed to be a 63 they got. Well, when I fix that, it turns red automatically. So there you go. That's the idea. Now, it can get fancier than that. There's more you can do with it than that. And you can add multiple rules. That's just one rule. I could select all of those columns again. I could go back to conditional formatting, and I could say I want to add another rule. And so I could add a rule for if they got a score above a certain amount, make it green or something like that. You can have more than one rule. You can also, we won't get into all of this, but you can also do a color scale instead of a single color. So you can have, say, go from a light to a dark color, and it will do a gradient. So the higher the score, maybe the brighter the color, the lower the score, the darker the color, things like that. So there are other options, but that's the gist. That's the main idea. So let's pause there for a second before we look at a different feature of Google Sheets. Are there any questions or comments? And Todd, if you see any in there that we need to address, I did see that Cynthia had asked, can you do more than one rule at the same time? And hopefully that made sense when I said that you could do that. And I mean, I can show that for you real quick. Like if I grab all of these and I say format, conditional formatting, and I say add another rule, and I just say anytime the value is, greater than, and let's say if you scored greater than, a 90 or something something like that. I want to make those, green. I could hit done, and now I've got more than one rule. And yes, you can keep stacking as many rules as you want there. Technically, I don't know if you guys remember this. Years ago, I shared a fun activity in Google Sheets called pixel art. And that's how I did it. It's with conditional formatting. I've got a pixel art template out there where, based upon what you type into the cell, it colors the cell in. And I did 26 different rules, one for every letter of the alphabet. So if you type in an A, it turns this color, B, it turns that color. So I've got a pixel art template out there as well. I don't know if I've got that linked in anywhere. I think probably, oh yeah, it is. Right above the green voting thing, here is this resource called Spreadsheet Activities for all subjects. That's where you'll find that. That's in my activities document. So you can find the pixel art resource in there. Todd, did you see anything else, though, related to conditional formatting before we move on? Let's see. Okay. Can you make, oh, I do see some starting to pop in here. So thank you very much. In my chat, I'm seeing some pop up there. Can you make score 70 or above turn green as well? Would you just click to add another rule? Yes. Okay. So we did talk about that, adding the other rule. Is there an easy way to import this data from our grade book instead of typing in all this information, especially since not all of our assignments are Google assignments? Can you import data into a spreadsheet? Absolutely. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know that I would necessarily want to, yeah, I wouldn't imagine typing all of this in either. So I guess the short answer behind that would be, it is going to depend upon where you're bringing it from. I don't know your system. I don't know your grade book, so I apologize. I'm not familiar with it. I don't know what options it has for spitting out data. But here's the thing. Yeah, you can bring data into a spreadsheet in a number of ways. One of the most common is what's called a comma-separated values file, a CSV file. And if your gradebook will export things as a CSV, then yes, you can take a CSV file and you can open that up in Google Drive, and it will open up inside of a Google spreadsheet. Google Sheets can also export things into CSV, so comma-separated values. That's one of the easiest ways. If you can spit something out in a CSV, upload that into Google Drive, go to open it, and it will open up in Google Sheets. Now, don't forget, you can also just copy and paste. It's totally fine. If you can copy the data from one thing, you can come over and you can paste it right into a Google Sheet as well. But I would say comma-separated values is probably the most common with that. Anything else that we have here? Could you set rules that compare data across the table? For example, a rule that highlights or marks out each student's lowest score. That's a really good question. Short answer is yes, you can do that. Long answer is I'm probably not going to be able to show it to you quickly enough in the time that we have here, because I'd have to remind myself how to do that. But what you're saying is basically this. Here's the idea. If I select all of these columns and I go back into conditional formatting and I go to add another rule, what it would be is it's not going to be one of these rules that's right here, because these are not that complicated. They're not advanced enough. You're saying, I want it to look at all the data and find the student's lowest score and then like put a strike through on that. So here's the thing. You're going to have to do a little bit more work. And usually what it involves is going down to the bottom of the rules and choosing custom formula. And so with a custom formula, you can put in a formula there that is more advanced than the ones that are here. Again, for the sake of time, I'm not going to wrestle with that right now, because I'd have to kind of work through how to do that again. But if that is something you are really interested in, you've got my contact info. It's all at the top of the document. Drop me an email later and say, hey, Eric, how do we do that? And I will be happy to poke a stick at it and help you develop that particular formula. But that's where that would occur. Oh, and then somebody did say, how does the gradient work? So I will show you that really quick. Let me go ahead and remove these and just show you the gradient. So the idea behind the gradient is if I select all of those columns and I say format, conditional formatting, instead of doing a single color, I could choose color scale. And basically you pick the color scheme that you want. You can go with what they've already got here. That's fine. Or you could create your own. I'll grab, how about we do red to white to green. There we go. But you can do your own. You can do a custom color scale. You don't have to use the ones they've got here. But this is the custom color scale that basically says start at red and then move toward green based upon, the values. And so now it's doing a gradient here where the highest things are this dark green, the lowest scores are the red, and it has a kind of like a gradient, a smooth, change between those grades, between those colors as they go. So yes, you can also do a color gradient. All right, well, folks, I think we have thoroughly examined conditional formatting. For the sake of time, I am going to want to move on to another topic here because, we don't want to just do conditional formatting. We do want to look at other things as well. And you guys definitely voted for more things than just that. So the second most voted for topic was formulas. So let's do a little bit of formula work for our next thing. Now, if there are other questions, please feel free to keep dropping them in. And if we have time, we can definitely come back around to those. But let's do some formulas next. All right, so when it comes to formulas, this is, oh my gosh, one of the most powerful things about Google Sheets is being able to put in a formula that does the work for you. So let's say averaging as an example. Let's say I want to average, that makes a lot of sense. We have 6 scores from our students. Let's say we wanted to have a column in that has the average of their last 6 grades here. Well, that would be a lot of work to do by hand. That seems silly. I mean, you'd be spending all day, adding these up and dividing and stuff like that. Well, that's the beauty. You don't have to. Google Sheets allows you to use formulas. And my gosh, there are a bunch of formulas. I don't even know how many, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of formulas that you can pull from that allow you to be able to save time and, crunch your data and do all kinds of neat stuff with it. So for our example, let's do average. Let's show that. Now I realize this is a very basic formula. It's not as complicated as they can get, but I think it's a good starting point. If you've never done formulas before, this is a good place to begin. So let's do the average function and show how that's going to work. So what I want to do in my spreadsheet is I'm going to go over to column in, which is my next blank column. I assume yours is probably in as well, unless you've deleted something or added something else. And at the top of column in, I'm going to type in the word average. Now, I'm doing this for myself. That's just for me. I typed in the word average. Google Sheets does not care that I did that. That is just me putting in like a header value. So I know this is score 1, this is score 6. This is going to be where the averages go. That's just for me to know that. However, below there in the cell column in row 2, so in 2, right below there, that's where I'm going to put in the formula that's going to average these 6 cells together and boop, pop out an average there. So how do we do that? Well, the first thing is we always start by pressing the equals key. The equals key, when I press equals, boop, it lets Google Sheets know I'm doing a formula. I'm doing a function. I'm not just typing in a word. I'm not just typing in a number. The equals key, when you press equals, that lets it know, hey, this is going to be a formula. This is going to be a function. Okay. Now, do notice this. Google Sheets likes to help us, and so it is trying to suggest what it thinks might be a good option for me. Actually, it did pick exactly what I want. So, I mean, you literally could just accept what it just gave us here. I am going to go the long direction and actually type out the whole formula so you can see it done from scratch. But here's the thing, folks. Google Sheets is pretty good at guessing what you want. So just by pressing equals, I could say, oh yeah, that is exactly what I wanted. And I could click on it and it's done. It actually did it. But I want to go through the whole process so that so you can see really what's happening here. So I'm going to press the equals sign to get started. What you do next after pressing the equal sign is you start filling in your formula. Now, most functions are named after what they do. So if you want to average up a bunch of numbers, guess what? The function is average. So yeah, so I can start typing in the word average. And as I start typing it in, Google Sheets will even give me suggestions. Oh, do you mean average? Do you mean average if? Do you mean average weighted? Do you mean, it's giving me all of these different averages. I just want the regular old average. I'm not doing anything special, just the regular old average. And so that's what I'm going to go with, equals average. And then what I need to do is and I'll click on it in the list so it knows that's what I'm going with, just the regular old average. Then what I need to do is I need to tell it what to average. Most functions want you to put that kind of data inside of parentheses. Now, every function can be a little different, but most of the time you'll type in equals, you'll type in the name of the function, and then you'll put parentheses and you'll fill inside of the parentheses the data that you want it to work on. So what I need to tell it is I want it to average H2, I2, J2, K2, L2, and M2. We name a cell by grabbing the column and the row. So H2 represents the first score, then I2, J2, K2, L2, M2. That's what I want it to average. Do I have to type every one of those in? I could type in, H2, comma, I2, comma, J2, comma. I could. But look at what it's suggesting. It's saying, hey, Eric, maybe you just want to do this. H2 colon M2. Aha, the colon, the suggestion there, this is good. The colon means inclusive. So if I say H2 colon M2, it's going to grab everything from H2 to M2. So H2 is the first cell, colon, and then M2 is the last cell in that row, and zoom, it's grabbing all of that. That's the actual manual process. Now, folks, I'm getting the exact same formula that I could have just used. I mean, that's what it was suggesting. I realize I just retyped exactly what Google suggested, but I wanted to show you, you are allowed to just type it out yourself, because you know what? It doesn't always get it right. It might give a suggestion that wasn't what you're thinking. But that's basically the idea. You type in equals, you type in the function, you type in some parentheses, you put the data in the middle, you press enter, and that's it. There you go. It has now averaged those 6 cells. So these 6 cells give this average. Now, if you're not getting the same average I got, don't panic. Remember, I changed one of my scores. I made this score 487. It used to be something else. So if you're getting something different, don't worry. I actually changed one of my numbers earlier, so that's why it wouldn't be exactly the same. Now, notice this function here. It's a live formula. What I mean by that is if I change something, like if I say, you know what, they retook this. They had a 51 and they retook it and they did much better. They got a 79 on it. Well, as soon as I press enter on this new grade, this average of a 77.666 repeating, boom, changes. Now it's an 82.333. So that's the beauty of this, is as you change the data, the average will automatically change as well. Now, once you've done that, you could say, great for student 1. Do I have to do that over and over and over and over again for every single student? That's going to take a little bit of time. Well, no. You can just copy this formula down and it will adjust. So if I take this formula, for example, and I copy it, and if I paste it in the cell below, it updates for that cell. So notice up here, it was averaging H2 to M2. If I copy and paste it below, it's averaging H3 to M3. It's gone down to the 3rd row. Now, I don't have to just copy paste. I can also drag it down. If I click on the cell, notice there's this little blue circle in the bottom right-hand corner. That's like a little handle you can grab. If I put my mouse right on that little blue circle, my mouse turns into a plus sign. I can click, hold down, and drag that down. And that pulls the formula down. Or if I really want to save time, I can just double click on that little blue circle and boom, it copies it all the way down until it runs out of data. And there you go. That's it. Now I have averages for all of my students' grades going across there. Now, if I don't want it going out to, 10 decimal places or whatever, I can select that column and I can use the formatting options up here in the toolbar. You'll see here's the option to decrease decimal places or to increase decimal places. So I could take it down to maybe the 10th place. I could also use the formatting bar to the right over here to say I want to center this column, whatever you want. You can clean it up and make it look prettier. Now, I realize that's a pretty basic one. That's average. It can get way, way, way more complicated than that formula. So what would I say? What if you want to go above average? Okay, you want to do more than just the average formula. Here are some suggestions. One is use the help menu. Up in the help menu at the top of Google Sheets, if you go up there, there is an option called function list. And if you click help and then function list, this will open up a page with every single function you can use in Google Sheets. And oh my gosh, there's a bunch of them. But what you could do is you could come here and say, okay, I need a function that brings back the largest number in a set of data, like the maximum number. Well, you could come in and start typing in something like max and find out, oh, there actually is one. It's called max. Yeah, there's a max formula. And then you could click where it says learn more. And when you click learn more, it'll take you to a page that teaches you how that function works. So that's one option, is to use the help menu. Another option in the agenda document, underneath the general resources, I put in a link to a wonderful resource, Ben Collins. Ben Collins has a great website where he teaches all kinds of Google Sheets tips and tricks. And so right above where you voted for the features, there's the link to Ben Collins's website, benlcollins.com. And he's got loads and loads and loads of videos that break down, like every formula step by step. And so that's great. And then another thing is, how about this? Use AI to help you with formulas. We're going to be doing an AI session later on here today. So I won't, steal the thunder for that just right away. But I've done this many times. I've gone to Google Gemini, I've gone to ChatGPT, I've gone to Anthropic's Claude, and I've just said stuff like this. Hey, I don't remember how to do this. Write a Google Sheets formula to check to see if a cell has any one of these three values, a 3, a 4, or a 5. I just need that. Sure thing. You could use the OR function to do that, So going to something like ChatGPT or Gemini and saying, okay, how do I do this in Google Sheets? I'm trying to come up with a formula that checks this or, does that, and it'll create it for you. It's fantastic. So I don't want to leave you high and dry and feel like, okay, I showed you average and that's it. No, there are so many other ways to dig deeper into other formulas besides that. All right, well, let's do this. Let me pause and let me pull over our code for this session before we regroup and figure out what we're doing next in the session. So here is the code for this session. This is the 11 a.m. session. For those that need to grab that code, I'll leave that up on the screen there for just a little bit. And during that time, I'm going to take a look and see if there's any formula questions before we move on to the next most voted Google Sheets feature. Looks like there was a question. Is there a formula that could be used to give 1 point for grades 50 or above and 0 for 49 and below? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we could totally do that. What else do we have? Is there a way to have Sheets gather the data needed to create an average through multiple sheets in the bottom tabs? Yes, absolutely. Yes, all of that can be done. Those are great questions, and like I said, whew, we could spend all day going into all of these. Maybe I can show you real quick a little bit of that, but I also want to preserve some time to see what else we can still cover in the time that we have. So again, if you haven't gotten the code, I'm going to be pulling that off the screen there. So this is your last chance. So heads up, that is the code for this particular session. So let's go ahead and real quick, I don't want to spend too much time on it, but one of the questions that popped up was like, is there a formula that we could use to give 1 point for grades 50 and above or 0 for 49 and below? So yeah, you would want to use a conditional in a case like that. So you're going to be using basically an if formula. You're going to tell it to look at this score, and if the value is 50 or above, return a 1. If it is 49 or below, return, a 0. So just to make this really, 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 really simple, I'll just demonstrate this for you here. So what I could do is I could say something like equals if, and I could create a if function here, and I would put in the logical expression, okay, if this cell here, M2, is greater than or equal to 50. If that's true, okay, if M2, if what's in cell M2, if it's greater than or equal to 50, then this is what comes back if it's true. This is what comes back if it's false. So this is basically walking you through the process. So if you ever get confused, right below there, they've got a little help guide. So basically, if the logical expression, what you want to have happen, if it's true, do this. If it's false, do that. And so basically, I've got if M2, this cell, is greater than or equal to 50, comma, what comes back if it's true? A 1, comma, what comes back if it's false? What if it's not greater than or equal to 50? Well, that means it's 49 or below. Then return a 0. And that's it. That's the function. Basically, I'm using the if formula. Press enter, and there's a 1. If I drag this down now, you're going to see I'm getting mostly 1s because none of these are below a 50 here. Let me change this because none of mine are below a 50. Let me change it to something a little less. Let's say a 70. Let's say it was a 70. So if it's above a 70, give it a 1. If it's there we go. So here we were getting a 0 because that's a 55. Here we're getting zeros because it's a 68 and a 55. So that basically is a function that is saying if it's above, if it's 70 or above, give it a 1. If not, give it a 0. Now that's a really simple example, but that's the idea, yes. And then your other question, can you pull data from other sheets? Absolutely, absolutely. That can be done. For that, we use what's called a VLOOKUP or a cross lookup to pull data from other cells. I don't have the time to do that justice right now, so I apologize. I'm not going to be able to take the time to show you that, but the short answer is absolutely. I even have it set up in case we went that way. I've got a tab with like student IDs and state IDs. I was going to show how we could, match a student ID and pull over a state ID to pull data together. So yes, that can be done. All right. Well, I do want, though, to at least cover one more thing. And when I look at our voting from here, the third most voted by a long shot was sorting data. So let's finish with sorting data. And again, I know everything we're talking about here, we could spend hours going deeper into all of these, but I hope I'm at least pushing you toward a better understanding and a better comfort level with these tools. So the third most popular response was sorting data. Let's take a quick moment and talk about that. So let's say I want to sort all of the student data based on things like maybe their most recent test score. Maybe I want to see, okay, on this most recent test that my students took, who did really, really well and who was really struggling. Maybe I want to sort the data based on that. So let's do that. Let's say that's going to be the example. Well, before I sort, the first thing I want to do is I want to make sure I don't accidentally accidentally sort things I don't mean to sort. And what I mean by that is the header row. I don't want the header row to move. That can happen. If I were to sort, for example, by column A, the word name would be treated as part of the column, and it might get alphabetized in with the rest of it. So something I do want to mention really quick is the importance of freezing your rows and columns that you don't want to move. So for example, let's say I don't want this header row to move. What I can do is I can click View, Freeze, One Row. When I do that, it puts this thick gray bar underneath that first row. Now I can scroll up and down and it doesn't move, but everything else does. That also protects it. It can't get sorted. These aren't going to move now. I can do the same thing with the student names over here. I could say View, Freeze, One Column, and now I could move left and right, and the student names won't move either. And now they're going to be, they're not going to be moving when I scroll around. Now, we don't have to do that, but I'm just saying that's an option. For sure, though, I want to freeze this top row here because I don't want to pull the headers down into the data. So with that frozen, with the top row frozen, it is super easy to sort data. All you have to do is click somewhere in the column by which you want to sort. So I want to sort by column M, which is score 6. So it doesn't matter where I click, as long as I click somewhere, just in that column. After I click in that column, I'm going to go up to the data menu and I'm going to choose Sort Sheet. Now notice what I get when I do that. When I go Data, Sort Sheet, I get two options. Sort Sheet by column M. How did it know column M? Because that's where I clicked. That's why I clicked in there. I told it that's the column I want to sort by. Sort the sheet by column M, A to Z or Z to A, low to high or high to low. Well, let's say I go from the highest score to the lowest score. So Data, Sort Sheet, sort the sheet by column M, Z to A, high to low. Boom. There we go. It sorted the entire sheet. Now I've got my 99s and my 98s and my 97s at the top, and I've got my 55s and 65s and 70s at the bottom. If I wanted to sort by student ID, I could click on column C and say, Data, sort the sheet by column C, maybe from low to high, A to Z. Boom, there we go. Now I've got my lowest student ID to my highest student ID. You get the idea. So if you're just sorting by one criteria, very easy to do. Just click in the cell and then go to Data and sort the whole sheet. It's a little more challenging if you want to sort by multiple criteria. What if I said I want to sort by grade level, and then by period, and then by score? So I want all of my 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders all grouped. Then I want period 3 and 7 grouped. And then I want the scores grouped. Well, if you're doing a multi-level sort, it is a little more complicated. The first step is you need to select all of the data. You can't just click in a column because you're trying to do a multi-level sort. The easiest way to grab all of the data is this blank cell up in the top left-hand corner between column A and row 1. This totally blank box, if you just click that, boom, it grabs everything. It grabs the whole sheet. That's the first step. So again, go to the top left, click that little blank cell up there between A and 1, and everything gets selected. Now you can do the multi-column sort. So what you do is you go to Data. You don't go to Sort Sheet, you go to Sort Range, and you choose Advanced Range Sorting Options. This will let us do a multi-column sort. So let's do that. Let's go Data, Sort Range, Advanced Range Sorting Options. Well, what this does is it pops up a little window where we have a few options. First is, does our data have a header row? Yes, it does. The top row is just a header row. And then it says, well, okay, how do you want to sort the data? Well, I want to start by sorting it by grade level from low to high. So 9th graders, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Then I want to add another sort criteria because there's going to be ties. All the ninth graders are going to be together, then the 10th, 11th, and 12th. So how do we break the ties? Well, where all the ninth graders are together in the 10th, 11th, and 12th, then within those groups, sort by, let's say, their class period, all the third periods and the seventh periods. Then let's add another sorting column where those tie. Let's now sort by score sixth, their most recent test or whatever, and let's go high to low. When I hit sort on that, it's going to do a multi-level sort. It's going to put them all by grade, then within their grades by period, then within their periods by scores. Hit sort and it should do it. Let's do it. Boom. There they are. There's all my ninth graders and then my 10th, 11th, and 12th. Inside of my ninth graders, there's my third period and seventh period. And then inside of each of those periods, here are my grades from high to low, high to low. Perfect. Awesome. Now, again, there is so much more we could do. I realize I am literally scratching the surface on this, but what I would encourage you to do to go deeper into this, definitely, like I mentioned, Ben Collins, great website there. He's got a lot of good things there. AI, don't forget, AI can teach you a lot about it too. But also, I do have some additional trainings here. So here's a 50-minute training I did on Sheets. Here's a 20-minute training I did. I cover some different things in those. So watch those too. In addition to what we did here today, I would encourage you to check out some of those earlier trainings where I cover some other things that we didn't necessarily get into here. Well, Todd, as we are bumping up on the end of our time here, is there a key critical question or something I need to address or anything in the last minutes we have here? I will put my link back up here just for those who still might need that for this session.
No, I don't think there's any questions. You answered the questions that Alyssa put into the chat. So I think we're good. A lot of good information. And we're a data-rich school district, and so we're always looking at data in a bunch of different ways, and so this is great information.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for letting me hang out with you guys. Sheets is a wonderful tool. I would encourage you to keep pursuing your knowledge in Sheets. Just take it little bit by little bit. Don't get intimidated or overwhelmed. It can really transform your work that you do day to day and ultimately help us identify students' needs and intervene and help them. And that's really what it's all about.
So Eric, we're going to take a break for an hour and then we'll be back at 1 o'clock. So your next session is on AI in Gemini.
Yes, that is right.
Can you give us a 30-second teaser?
Yeah, basically, we're going to be talking about Google Gemini, which is their version of ChatGPT. So if you're familiar with something like ChatGPT, this is Google's version. Very similar, but it has some really neat extra bells and whistles that ChatGPT doesn't have. We're going to highlight what those are. So we're going to dive in, use Gemini, take it through its paces, show you the cool things you can do with it. And we're going to talk about a few other Google AI tools. It's not just Gemini, but that's going to be the main focus of it. Yeah.
Perfect. And we do have Gemini turned on for teachers here in the
Excellent.
district. So we are excited about that. I'm excited about this one. I even tweeted about it, Eric. I went to Gemini and I asked how many ways can Gemini help an educator? Give me a number. And it just said countless.
Yeah.
So really excited about this one and what you're going to share here. I think AI is one of those things that, somebody had asked a question not too long ago about how many people have used AI or gotten into, and it was just like zero. And I think sometimes people are scared and other times people just don't know where to start. So I'm really excited about what you're going to share here. So it's 1 o'clock. I could introduce Eric, but Eric is really well known here in CFISD. He's been a presenter in our DLC for many, many years. He's got 32 years of experience in education. He has a blog that you definitely need to go check out. The resources that he shares are like top notch because he gives you so much information and then you can bounce from there into all different, he's like, you just really could spend a whole day just on one of the resources that he's going to share with you. So I'm going to stop talking, turn it over to Eric and let him go. And just looking forward to this one. It's yours, Eric.
All right. Well, hey, thank you so very much. Let me share my screen here. Give me a moment to pull that up, make sure all that looks good. Here it comes. There we go. Excellent. Well, hey, thanks again so much for having me be a part of this event. Thanks to everybody who is watching live right now, or hey, if folks are catching the recording later as well, thanks so much for taking time out of your day to learn with us. Little bit of housekeeping before we dive on into this. First thing I want to do is make sure everybody can get to all of the resources. So I'm going to put the big version of the link up there so people can see it really well. If you take a moment and head over to bit.ly/Curts-Google AI, that will bring you to our resource document. I'm sure Todd's going to drop that link into the chat as well. If that's easier for you just to give a click on it, please do that, whatever works best. And feel free to, bookmark this, save it to your drive. You can even make a copy. I don't mind everything I create. Just for a big general statement, everything I create, I release under a Creative Commons license, meaning you can copy, modify, adapt, distribute any way you want, as long as you just leave a link back to where you got it. I don't mind. Please feel free to use these resources however you need to. But that link there is going to get you to a Google document that looks like this. So if you're winding up in that document, you're in the right place. Very quickly, I'll mention a few things about that document. At the very top of the document, you're going to find all of my contact info. Please do plug in, connect however works best. My blog, my email, my socials, my YouTube channel, my newsletter, Facebook group, email group, whatever. There's loads of ways to stay connected. I'm excited to keep learning with you. On page 2 of that document, you'll find all of my AI resources. We're just doing one little piece today. We're talking about Google AI, but I've got loads and loads of AI sessions, from managing AI misuse, the best AI tools, uses of AI, using AI for grading, for tutoring, for enrichment, for just so coding with AI, so much stuff. All of that's on page 2 of that document. Please do explore all the AI resources. And then everything else, that's what we're going to be exploring. The whole rest of the document is the Google AI tools that we will be diving into here during this session. Again, that is bit.ly/Curts-Google AI. Awesome. Next up, I'll do a very brief intro. Todd did a great job introing me there, but hi, my name is Eric. If we haven't connected in the past, I'm an educator from Northeast Ohio. Excited to be learning with you here today. Outside of all of that, I think we're good. I think that takes care of all of the housekeeping and all of that. Please, throughout the session, as you have questions, drop them into the YouTube chat. We'll do our best to keep an eye on those and address those throughout the session. So what are we going to be doing in this session? What is this one all about? Well, the focus of this session is Google AI tools. We are going to start with a brief section on classic Google AI tools, because even though, yes, Gemini is the new tool that is really revolutionizing what we can do with AI in the classroom, this isn't something that's new to Google. Google's been doing AI for a long time, and so there's a lot of AI tools they put out. So I'm just going to very briefly talk about some of the classic AI tools that are out there. But then for the most part, yeah, we're gonna camp out on the new Google AI tools, with a big focus on Gemini. If we have time, we may talk about a few other tools, but Gemini is going to be the main focus there, which is why the session is named what it is. If you're curious as to why I called it the Gem in AI, yeah, that's the pun, because Gemini is the name that Google has given to their AI chat tool. All right. With all of that said, let's get on into this. I'm going to go ahead and turn off my video just so I don't end up accidentally covering a corner of something that you might need to see. But let's get on into it. So first of all, like I said, I do want to mention very briefly that Google's been doing AI for a long time. They have been a big force in pushing AI forward and doing some really creative things over the years. And so today you may say, like Todd was saying, have you used AI? You may be saying, no, I really haven't. I really haven't gotten into AI yet. Well, honestly, that's kind of a trick question because I think you probably have. AI is so embedded in so many products, you may have used it without even realizing it. So, for example, let's just run through a couple quick ones here. So, for example, if you've ever used Google Docs voice typing, let's say you're in Google Docs and you want to dictate to your document, and you click on the tools menu and then you click on voice typing and you get the little microphone and you click it. Yeah, you can just start dictating and it will type up what you say. Great for students who are struggling as typists or spellers. Great for you to save time. Guess what? That's AI. Yeah, it's AI listening to your voice and figuring out what you're saying and typing it up. If you've ever used automatic captioning in Google Slides or Meet or YouTube, that's AI. What about things like Read Along? This is a really cool tool from Google that is for early readers. Basically, it gives them a book, they read the book aloud, and then the AI listens to them while they're reading the story, and it monitors their fluency, their speed, their accuracy. And if they get stuck, it helps them. It helps them sound out words. Totally free tool from Google that anybody can use with early readers. Works as an app, but also works right in your browser as well. Then there's things like Interview Warm Up. This is more for adults or for older students where you can pretend you're being interviewed and practice public speaking. You get asked interview questions by the AI. You answer those questions. It then transcribes everything you say and then gives you feedback on how you can improve your answers and your speaking. This could be great for older students who are working on public speaking. Another totally free AI tool from Google. And on and on and on. There's just so many of these things like the different music tools where here you can play a tune, and then the AI will play along with you in the form of Bach, Mozart, or Beethoven, pulling from all of the training data from those composers. Or there's things like the Freddie meter, where you can see how well do you sing like Freddie Mercury from Queen. So you sing a Queen song and it measures your pitch, your melody, and your timbre. And yes, I did get that 61%, but no, I'm not going to do that here today. That took like 5 attempts, and that was the best, the best that I got. And on and on and on. If you use Google Photos, yeah, Google Photos, that uses AI to tag and label all your images. Google Lens uses AI. You can point your phone at anything, whether it's, an object, an animal, a plant, text, whatever. It will tell you what the thing is. It can read text, translate text. That's an amazing AI tool. Socratic is an AI tool for students that gives them homework help. AutoDraw is an AI tool from Google that if you're not the best artist, you can doodle something and then Google will try to guess what you're doodling and will replace your drawing with a better version of it. Great for any of us who struggle with art. Gmail Smart Reply, Gmail Smart Compose, those are AI tools to help you as you're replying or writing an email. Google Translate, all of these. The whole point of me talking about these is just to say, yeah, it feels like AI is new, but it's not. We have been using AI for quite a long time, and Google has been leading in that. So if any of those excite you, they're all in that document. If you scroll on down to page 2, there's the classic AI tools. So page 2 and 3, AI tools for speech, for music, for images, for language. There's even more in here than I covered in those quick ones there. And that's not even the full list. I guarantee you there's a lot of other amazing AI tools that Google has put out. Having said all of that, though, we really want to spend our time on the new stuff. What's the new things that have come out? And so we're going to spend most of our time talking about Google Gemini. So Google Gemini, the best way to explain it is it is very similar to something like ChatGPT. My guess is most people are more familiar with ChatGPT than they are Gemini, but it's that same idea. Basically, this is a AI chat tool where you can go. You can just ask it any question. You can just type regular. You don't need to know any special code or formatting. You just type. You just type a regular question or you speak a question to it, and it will then generate an answer. And what Google's done is they have trained this large language model, this AI chatbot, on billions and billions of pieces of information. Basically, they have fed it every book ever written. They've given it every website that they can browse. They've given it images, videos, songs. They've fed it all the information they can. And now it can pull from that to be able to respond to any questions you have. Couple of key things about Gemini. It is free. You can just use it for free. You do not have to pay for it. Yes, there are paid versions. And at the very end, if we have some time, I can talk about what makes the paid versions different. But I'm mostly going to just focus on the free stuff because that's, what I want to make sure everybody is able to use. It is for 13 and above. So heads up on that. Most schools have not rolled it out to students yet, which is totally understandable. But I guess what I'm meaning is like a student on a personal Gmail account. So if a teenager was using a personal Gmail account, 13 and above is allowed to use Gemini. In a school setting, though, I believe most schools are just having their teachers, their staff have access to it within the school system, at least at this point. Well, let's not talk about it. Let's try it out. Let's use it. So if you have never used Gemini before, today's the day. Let's take it for a spin. And so where I want you to go is to gemini.google.com. Now, if you're in the agenda, that link is right in there. So bottom of page 3, there's the link to gemini.google.com. That'll get you there. Or you could just type it in, or if Todd gets a chance to drop it in the chat, he could do that as well. But we're going to head to gemini.google.com. And this is what we should get. Now, if you've never used Gemini before, there might be a little initial login or something. I've been using it forever, so mine just boop goes right up there. It is possible it may ask you to log in, but it's just going to be your Google account. You don't need to set up a new account. It's just going to be your Google account. You can use your school Google account. You can use a personal Gmail account. Either way is fine, but that will get you into Gemini. And so what you should be greeted by is something like this. And at the bottom, there'll be a spot here where there's going to be a spot to put in your prompt where we're going to type in our request to Gemini. Now, what you type in, I don't mind. Type in anything you want. I just want you to try it. So if you want to ask it, you could say like, hey, I'm going to be teaching a lesson, on food webs for, 5th grade. Generate a lesson plan that I could use for that. That's great. You could ask it to do that. If you want to say, I need a rubric for an argumentative essay that my 9th graders are going to write. Generate a rubric for me. It'll do that. If you want to type in something like, oh, I'd love to have some choice board activities. We're doing this, lesson on the Boston Tea Party, and give me 10 different, choice board activities that cover a wide range of modalities and stuff. It'll do that. So if you want to go educational, please do. Feel free to put in something like that. If you just want to type in, a question that's non-educational, that's fine too. Like, maybe you want some suggestions for, a good book to read or a good movie to watch, or you're going to be visiting somewhere and like, oh, I'm going to be taking a trip to, this state or city or country. What are some cool things to see while I'm there? Feel free to just put in personal, prompts as well. That's totally fine. But I would encourage you, please type something in just to see how this works. For me today, I tried to pick something that I thought might be at least a little bit related to where you guys are at. I know you're down near the Gulf of Mexico, not like on it, I realize, but you're in that range. And so I decided, what if I'm maybe like a science teacher and I'm going to be doing some teaching about the Gulf of Mexico as well as, other things. Maybe I'm teaching about science, I'm teaching about bodies of water, and maybe I want to get a good explanation of how was the Gulf of Mexico formed? Maybe, I mean, that's part of what I need to teach is how the Gulf formed. And, or then again, maybe I'm just curious. It could just be, a curiosity question, but I'm going to take it from the point of view that maybe I'm a teacher and I need to teach my students about how the Gulf of Mexico formed. So I could go to Gemini and say, explain how the Gulf of Mexico formed, and go ahead and submit that. Now, what's happening when I submit that is it is generating a response. It's not copying this response from just like a Google search. It's not just going out and finding a website and just copying the stuff. It is writing the response while we're watching. So that's why as this was going down, you could see the lines filling in. It was actually writing that up. What I mean by that is you're never going to get the exact same response twice. If I came back tomorrow and asked the exact same question, I would get the main gist of it. It would still be the same, but the exact wording would be slightly different. That's because the AI is generating this live. It is creating it right now as we're talking to it. All right. So there we go. It says Gulf of Mexico took millions of years, and it walks me through this. Pangea, the rifting, the seafloor spreading, the Gulf of Mexico basin, the salt deposits, continued evolution over time, and then a quick summary of basically what all that was. Now, that in itself, if you've used ChatGPT, if you are a ChatGPT user, then that looks familiar. You're probably like, yeah, okay, totally get it. I typed in a question, it gave me a response. That looks pretty familiar. What I'd like to do is talk about what makes Gemini different. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not bashing ChatGPT. I love it. I use ChatGPT every day, and I use Gemini every day. I also use Anthropic's Claude. That's my third one that I use. I jump between those three: Gemini, ChatGPT, and Claude from Anthropic. I love all of them. And so nothing negative about any of those. But what I'd like to do is I would like to emphasize what makes Gemini different. How does it stand out from something like ChatGPT? So a couple of things to mention here. Let's just start from the top and work our way down. We'll just start looking at the things that make it a little different. One of the first things that makes it a little different is the Show Drafts button. I'm going to give a click on that for a moment there. And what that does, when you click on Show Drafts, is it will actually generate a second, sometimes a third version of the response. So you see, here's draft 1. That's the first one I got. Now I've got draft 2, and give it a moment here. And now I've got draft 3. And it's pulling up all that stuff from draft 3. And so the point is, I can look at more than one version of the response. Now, is this one going to be significantly different? Probably not. My guess is, yeah, they're probably all pretty similar. It might explain it a little bit different from one versus another. I would say you're going to see more variation if it was like a creative prompt. If I said, write a poem or something like that, each draft would probably be, a little bit more different in that case. But it's still nice to know if you read the first draft and go, that didn't quite do it for me. Just click on the drafts option. I'm just going to leave it on the first one. That's totally fine. But you can click on the drafts option to see some different versions. Okay, what else makes it kind of cool? How about the text-to-speech button up here? Absolutely. Now, I think I shared my audio, so it's probably going to come through. Let me click and see. If not, no worries.
The formation of the Gulf of Mexico is a complex process that spans millions of years.
Now, hopefully that came through and you got to hear it. If not, no worries. But by clicking the little speaker button, it'll read that aloud. And so that's great. That's wonderful if it helps to have the response read aloud. At the moment, they only have one voice, but they did say they're going to roll out bunches of other voices. So you'll be able to pick a voice that you prefer when it does that. I will say one thing, though. I tested something yesterday, so I'll just do this as a quick aside. It is able to speak in different languages, and answer in different languages. Somebody asked me that question yesterday. They said, "What if the text isn't in English? Will it pronounce it properly?" Let's do this here. Let me. We'll test this out real quick. I'll open up another copy of Gemini over here, so I don't lose the one we were just doing there. Let's open up another one and let's ask the same question again over here. But I'm going to say, explain how the Gulf of Mexico was formed, but respond in Spanish. All right. So let's say that I'm wanting a Spanish response rather than having an English. So this is not something unique to Gemini. All of the AI tools, they can handle languages just fine. You can type in a different language. You can ask it to respond in a different language. The AI does not mind. Language is all the same to it. The point was, somebody asked me yesterday, said, well, what if you do the speech thing? Does it understand that's in Spanish? So let's try it out. Let me have it read that aloud.
El Golfo de México se formó hace aproximadamente 300 millones de años como resultado de la tectónica de placas.
And again, I hope that came through okay, but it does a really nice job. It understands it's Spanish and it pronounces it appropriately. So I thought that was kind of neat. All right, let's keep on heading down and show what else makes Gemini a little different. You may have noticed after each paragraph, I get these little drop downs. What is that all about? Well, this is like brand new. When I say brand new, I mean like today, brand new. They literally rolled this out this morning. I just did a training on Gemini yesterday and it wasn't there. And today it is. That's how fast things are moving. So what they've just added recently is a learn more button after each paragraph. If you click that, it'll give you websites you can go to where you can learn more about that content. Sometimes it's websites, sometimes it's videos. It just kind of depends. But isn't that nice? That's fantastic. So if you want to dig deeper into any of this information, you can just come down, click on there, give a click on that link, and it'll pop you out to that website, and you can learn more about that. That is so nice. And I think I really appreciate this more than just about any of the things that make Gemini unique, is that there is a understandable concern with AI that, sometimes it makes mistakes. AI can have errors. And Google really is doing the best they can to try to help encourage people to double check this. Well, here's where you can look this up. Here's where you can, fact check it, things like that. I really appreciate that they are building that right in. Plus, they've got, some more links at the bottom, and at the very bottom, they've got even more links here pulled together that you can explore. So all of that, I think, goes a really long way to helping us not just take at face value, oh, the AI said it must be true. No, we're being encouraged to double check these things. Speaking of double checking, if I go all the way to the bottom, there is also this button, which is the double check response button. And the double check response button at the bottom down here looks like the Google logo. That button is specifically designed to do a quick fact check on the response above. So if you come down to the bottom of your response and you give a click on the little Google double check response button there, what it's going to do is it's going to run through everything that was said above, and it's going to do a quick fact check on it. Now, what it does then is it color codes the results. If it can find a website that clearly supports that information, it makes it green. If it can't, like if it can't find anything to support it, or if it finds contradictory information, it colors it orange. And so hopefully most of this is green. Good, it is. Okay, I was hoping it. I didn't think we had too much controversial information here, so that's good. So again, all of this getting color-coded green is letting you know it was able to find, information to support this. And at that point, I can just click on any one of those. And again, it will give me a website to go to that I can click on, where it'll take me and show me, yep, if you go to this website, you can read this, and there is the support for what is being said here. So again, great. I wish every one of the AI tools did this. I really think they should. I mean, I wish ChatGPT and Claude and Copilot, it's just really nice to have that built in. All right. What other cool things does Gemini do? Let's see. Oh, you got your normal thumbs up and thumbs down. That's great, just to give them feedback on how they're doing. Next to there's a modify response button. So after you get a response, what if it wasn't quite what you were looking for? Well, you can just click the little modify response button, say, good info, but hey, can you make that shorter? Or can you make it longer? Can you make it simpler, more casual, more professional? Now, again, I don't want to change the one that I've got right here because I'm still going to use it for some other things. So let me grab, I think I asked this question on another tab. So here's the same thing from another tab. Let's say I come down and I go, this was great, but could you just make that simpler? I just need a I need a simpler explanation of that. If I do that, it's going to rerun that same prompt, but in this case, just try to make it much simpler. Imagine a giant puzzle, and now it's going through and it's kind of explaining this in a much simpler form for me. So that button is great if you want to do a quick adjustment to it. Now we'll talk about other ways to adjust it, but that's a nice button for that. Next up, we've got the share and export button, which means you can take anything from Gemini and you can send it to Google Docs. Just boop, make a copy in Google Docs, and there you go. You can send it to Gmail, make a draft. You can share it with somebody else. You can get a link and say, hey, here's the conversation that I just had. So that's nice. And then there's the three dots button where you can just copy it as well. And then you can just copy it and use it however you want to use it. And then at the very bottom, the last thing would be in the prompt box, there's a little microphone where you can also speak to Gemini if you prefer to speak rather than type. And you'll probably have a button that looks like a little upload image button. I've got a couple extra features here because I'm a Google trusted tester, so I get a couple extra buttons to play with. You probably have a little button down here that looks like an upload image button. We'll talk more about that as well, how we can upload images. All right, so let's pause there for a second. That's the quick overview of Gemini. We're going to go a lot deeper into it, but that's the idea. We come here, we ask it a question, we get a response, and we can interact with that response in lots of different ways there. All right. Now, again, if you have questions, please do drop those in the chat. I'm absolutely happy to dig deeper into any of these things that you have a question on. But let's go a little deeper while we're waiting for any of those questions to come in. So let's say I go, great, this is fantastic. This is wonderful. Now I've got this explanation of how the Gulf of Mexico formed, but maybe I do want this to be in simpler terms. But instead of just hitting that simplify button here, which worked pretty well, what if I just follow up with a response? I can do that. I can just type in a response and say, okay, explain that in simpler terms in a way that will be understandable and engaging for a middle school student. So I can just follow up my first question with another one, asking for it to be in simpler terms or whatever. The point is, this is a conversation. It's not a one-shot deal. You don't have to just, oh, it said something went wrong. That's too bad here. Let's try that again. Yeah, if you ever get a something went wrong, it's fine. Just resubmit it. Sometimes AI has to take a second shot at things. And so there it is. Okay, it's doing it now. The point of what I'm saying is this is a conversation. You can ask follow-ups. You can say, I don't understand that. You can say, can you go deeper into that? Whatever the case. In this case, I'm saying, let's explain this for middle school students. And so there we go. Imagine Earth 300 million years ago, and now it's going through and putting this in much more concrete terms like puzzle pieces and things like that. It's trying to explain it in a way that is easier to understand. Now, what if I really wanted to have fun and go a little further with that? I could say, okay, let's do this. Let's put that in the form of a poem in the style of Dr. Seuss, And so I could ask it to, write a poem. And there we go. It's writing a poem. And so now it is taking that content and it is writing a poem with everything it knows about the formation of the Gulf of Mexico, explaining things to students and poetry, specifically Dr. Seuss poetry. And there we go. It has now written a poem where it is teaching that same information. Or you could say, use this information to, write the lyrics to a song. I recently was having a lot of fun with that. I was having AI create lyrics for a song. Then I was going over to a different tool to actually create a song. There's great AI music tools that are out there. And I've played around with that recently. So the point is, you don't have to stop with just one response. You can keep going back and forth, asking it follow-up questions to get, more details or, more information. Now, I did mention a moment ago about images. So let's talk about that real quick. Sometimes Gemini will include pictures in the responses. So let's say I had a follow-up question like, what animals live in the Gulf of Mexico? This is probably a good one that will often, yep, there we go. I thought we'd get some pictures with this. Don't be surprised when you're asking Gemini questions. Many times it will include images in the responses that it creates. Gemini is a multimodal tool. It's not just text, it understands pictures as well. And so in this case, it's saying, okay, you know, you've got mammals, things like dolphins and sperm whales. We've got fish, we've got sharks and rays, we've got sea turtles, invertebrates, birds, and it's doing a really nice job of giving me a sample image for each one of those. So that's nice. It can include images right in the response, but it can also go the other way. So here's a cool thing. Let's say I have an animal that I'm curious about, whether it lives in the Gulf of Mexico. So here I have a picture of a sea otter. Okay. Now you may know already the answer is no. Sea otters don't live down in the Gulf of Mexico. They're going to be up more toward the San Francisco Bay Area, things like that. But let's say I wasn't sure. Well, what I could do is I could upload an image to Gemini and I could ask questions about it. It can handle more than just text. Instead of just typing in text, I can use that little add image button that's over by the microphone, and I can upload a picture. Well, I have the picture of the sea otter right there. There he is. And I can upload that sea otter, and then I could ask a question like this. I could say, would this animal be found in the Gulf of Mexico? And basically what Google's doing is using its AI to reverse search that image and figure out, well, what is that? It's going to go, oh, no, that's a sea otter. Those are found in the Pacific Ocean. And now it's explaining that. So this is so cool. You can give images to the AI and it can interact with those as well, which is fantastic. Just as a quick little side, I know this is not terribly educational, but I'm a big board game person. I love tabletop games, board games, card games, and I wanted to make a big database of like all of my board games, but I was like, oh my gosh, it's going to take forever to type them in. Instead, I took my phone and I took pictures of all of the shelves of my board game shelves, and I uploaded them and just said, hey, what games do I have here? And it was able to look at the picture and create like a table of all of the games I have and saved me like tons of time. So that's so cool that it's not just a text tool, it's also an image tool. But you know what, folks? It even goes further than that. Gemini can also make pictures. So let's say I ask it to create an image. So not Google an image, not find an image that already exists, like create a brand new one. So what if I say, create a stylized picture of a sea turtle surfing on a surfboard in the Gulf of Mexico? So if I submit that, it's not going to go find a picture. It's going to draw a picture. It's actually making the image for me here. So give it a little bit of time. It'll take it a moment to do that. It won't be like boom right away, because it does take a little bit of time to generate those. But the point is, you can use this. Oh, here we go. Awesome. There they are. That's not too bad there. So actually, I like this one a lot. This one's really cool. So then I could click on it, and if I like that image, I can download the full size. This is just like a thumbnail. It's not the big version of it. If you go to download, and then it'll download like a giant full-size version of that image. And then you can use that image any way you want. It's totally yours to use however you want. So this can be great. Like, let's say you wanted to do like a writing prompt for students. You could generate images and say, using this image, use this for your writing prompt. Or if you want to illustrate a story, have this create the pictures that go along with the story, where maybe otherwise you might not be able to do that easily. Great stuff there. All right, so we've hit quite a bunch of the basic Gemini features. We're going to branch out a little bit more, but this is a good point for me to pause for just a moment and bring over our code for this session. So I am going to pull over our session code for those who have been waiting for that. That is our code for this particular session. While we're giving you a moment to look at that, I'm going to take a quick look and see if there's anything that's popping up in the chat that we need to address yet. And if not, no worries. We will just keep digging a little bit deeper into Gemini as we go. Did see a few things start to pop up. So while you guys are taking a look at that code, one question was, do we need permission for the images? So no, the images that that Gemini creates, they're yours to use any way you want. The courts have ruled that AI is not a human, therefore AI cannot own copyright. So anything that it creates, you're allowed to use the text, you're allowed to use the images. Yes, you are totally allowed to use those. All right. Um, Another question, does the Learn More button reflect what sources the AI based its answer on? Actually, no, not necessarily. But again, if anybody still needs it, I'm going to pull the code off now. So that's, if you haven't had a chance to get the code, this is still your last chance to grab that code. But to answer your question, no. When you see that Learn More section, that's just giving you some good websites that are highly related to the content. The way AI is trained, it's actually not like that. I know I told you they feed it billions of pieces of information, but it doesn't really have like a record of where that information came from. So no, it's not able to directly link what I just said came from here. It's actually just all of the knowledge that's in the AI that it's using to generate that. That Learn More section is not specifically, no, it's not specifically where that information came from. Instead, it's just saying, if you'd like to dig deeper, here's a suggestion for you to dig deeper. All right. Let's keep on going. Oh, somebody said, should we cite how we created the image? When it comes to citation, yeah, I think that's a great suggestion, and I agree. I do the same thing. I'll show you an example here. Hey, thanks for asking that. So not too long ago, I did a blog post about using AI to do a debate in your class. And so we did this whole thing about how you can use AI to have a debate between the students and the AI. The point I'm bringing this up is, take a look at this. In the blog post, I included some images, and right there I said image credit ChatGPT. Or further down, I was talking about what kind of debate topics could we have. One was, are cats better than dogs? Image credit ideogram. So yeah, I did. If I used AI to make an image, I like to give credit to the fact that I used the AI to help create that. And so I think that's a good practice. I think it sets a good example for our students, because as students start using AI more and more, that's one of the things that I think many people are encouraging is transparency. Like, okay, if you used AI, let us know how I used AI to help brainstorm for this project, or I used AI to give me feedback on my writing, things like that. I think that's great. Now, that's a whole other conversation where we won't head down that path. I will say, if that sparks some questions in your mind, don't forget I mentioned at the top of page 2 in my document that you're in, one of the big sessions I do is managing AI misuse. And so if you are concerned about cheating and citations and all of that kind of stuff, I would encourage you, top of page 2 under my AI resources, do a deep dive into managing AI misuse. There's the document. Here's a recorded training I've done on it. Here's a blog post on it. That's something that's constantly evolving, but yes, I think that's an important one to continue to dive into. Well, let's keep on going. So a few other Gemini things to mention. So let's say I'm done with this conversation now. So I had this conversation, I'm good with it, I'm happy, I'm all done with that conversation. Well, if I want to create a new conversation, I just can come up here and click on the little plus button for the new chat, and now I've got a new conversation to start. Well, is that old conversation gone? What happened to it? Did I lose it? No. It's still there. You can expand this menu on the side, and you can see any previous conversations you've had. So I could always come here and click on that and get right back to it and pick up. I could continue the conversation later by picking it up from there. Or I could go back further in time, hit the show more button and load more, and I could just keep on. Whoops, I went too far. Sorry about that. I made it mad again here. I'll show more. There we go. Show more. There we go. And I could scroll down. I could keep loading more of these, and I could see all of my previous conversations. Now, if you really want to go far back, you can go down to the activity button in the bottom of this panel. And if you click activity, this will show you your conversations from the last 18 months. So yeah, you can go back really far and pull up conversations. Now, if you want to, you can delete all of those previous conversations. You can delete individual conversations. Google gives you total control if you want to get rid of any of those earlier conversations. You can also pin conversations. So if I go to a conversation and I click on the little three dots button, I can choose pin. And then what it does is it pins it, and now it'll always be at the top. And that way I don't have to search for it. I can get back to it quickly. Now, another cool thing you can do is you can share conversations with others. So let me explain what I mean by that. So let's say that I come to a brand new chat here and I drop in something like this. So here's my prompt. I'm saying to Gemini, hey, you're an excellent lesson designer with creative ideas for helping students. I'm going to provide you with a grade level, a subject area, some topics, or a standard. I want you to generate a lesson plan that includes standards, objectives, pre, post, all that kind of stuff. Are you ready? So I could give it a prompt saying, hey, I want to make a lesson plan. I want to give you the grade level, the subject area, and stuff like that. Can you help me? And he says, sure thing. I'm happy. Let's go. Now, here's the cool thing. Instead of going ahead and just, answering this and giving it that information, what I can do is I can click on this share button right here, and I can share this conversation. Now, why would I do that? Well, what I'm saying is we could use this as a way to share good prompts with our colleagues. So I could basically put the prompt in, get it started, and instead of me finishing it, I could hit the share button, click on share, and click create public link. And when I do that, I can now copy that link. And now anybody I give that link to, they can keep the conversation going. So let's say I'll grab a totally different account because I don't want to use here. Let me grab my I'll grab my trainer account so it doesn't know that conversation. I'll drop the link in, and there we go. If somebody clicks on that link, they can see my prompt and then it's ready to go. And look what they get at the bottom. Continue this chat. So basically somebody else can click my link to my chat, then they can click continue the chat. And guess what? They now get to, yep, that's great. They now get to pick up where I left off and say, oh, hey, wow, let's do that. So they could say, sure thing. My grade level is grade 6 and I'm teaching language arts, and here's the standard I'm teaching. And they could drop that in, and now Gemini is going to generate a lesson plan for them. So I guess what I'm saying is, what a neat way. You could build a whole giant collection of educational prompts, click the share button for each one of them, and have a link that anybody in your school or anybody anywhere could click on and use it as a launching point to start a conversation. So I think that's really slick. I really like that. Sharing is also a great way for citation. So I know at the moment students are not using these tools, but if they were to use them in the future, this is a great way for students to share a link to their conversation as a way of citing how they used the AI. So that's nice as well. All right. Couple more quick things about Gemini. I did mention you can export to Docs and to Gmail. So just as a simple example to that, if I said something like, hey, I would like to write an email. So I could say something like, hey, write an email to the elementary school parents with suggestions that encourage student reading at home. So I could ask Gemini to write this email for me. And so here it is, giving me a draft of an email that I could send out to parents about student reading at home. Well, what I could do is, instead of going down and copying and pasting and all of that, I could just hit the share button and say, hey, let's just send that to Gmail. And I could do the same thing for Docs, but we'll just do a Gmail example. Click there. And as simple as that, boom, there we go. It is putting that into Gmail for me. And I could now edit that. Now, of course, I'm not just going to send it out. I'm going to read through it and I'm going to personalize it. Don't ever just take something straight from AI and use it as it is. You still have your piece of the puzzle. It can do part of the work. That's great, but you still need to proofread it, put your personality in it, adjust it for your students or the parents or whoever you're doing. So yes, you would still want to make adjustments, but how nice that is. But I obviously won't send that out. I'll just delete that out of there. So those are some really neat features. All right. So at that point, we've hit most of the big features of Gemini, the main features. What I want to do is talk about how I mentioned earlier that there is a paid option, and I do want to show some of the differences between, free and paid so that you're aware of it. And I'm not going to spend much time on this because I'm all about free stuff, but I want you to be aware that there are paid options. I think we've hit most of the stuff though. Oh, I didn't mention this. I will mention this before we go on. This is a wonderful new update. If you are using Gemini with your school account, Google provides data protection for all of your conversations. That's so important. So I'm not in my school account right now. This is my personal account. This is my Eric Curts at Gmail account. That's just my regular Eric Curts Gmail account. So that's my personal account. What that means is everything I'm typing in here, well, technically, Google could use it. They could use my conversation to train the next model. They could use my conversation for advertising purposes. They could use my conversation for quality control. They could use my conversations. Not if you're using a school account. If you're using a school account, anything you enter is not reviewed by any humans. It's not used for advertising. It's not used to train future models, and it's not shared with anybody outside of your organization. So that's a great thing. I really appreciate that Google does that for school accounts. Okay, well, I think we've hit most of all of the free stuff here. I just wanted to double check. I think, yeah, we've covered all of these kind of things, which is great. Let's, though, talk about the paid options. So there are ways to pay for a more powerful version of Gemini. And there's two approaches. One is you can pay yourself if you're using a personal Gmail account. It's $20 a month. The other option is your school can pay. And so your school can pay, and it's also kind of expensive, and it's not cheap. It's $20 a month for the entry level version and $30 a month for the premium version of it. Now, you may say, "Oh, wow, that's a bit." Yeah, I get it. But what comes with these sort of things? So I'm not going to spend much time on it because I know we're mostly focusing on free things, but I just want to give you the gist. Here's the idea. For the paid versions, what you get is instead of just going to Gemini to chat, Gemini goes to all of your other tools. It basically follows you. Here's what I mean by that. With the paid versions of it, what you end up getting is you end up getting Gemini showing up inside of Google Drive. Like you'll get a side panel over here where you can chat with Gemini about your Drive files. It'll also show up inside of Google Docs. So you can ask it questions about the document. It can help you write your document or edit your document. It'll show up inside of Google Slides, and it can create images. It can create slides. It can create entire slideshows for you right there in Google Slides. It'll show up in Google Sheets. We did the whole Google Sheets section earlier today. Well, Gemini can join you there and create formulas and summarize data and make tables and things like that. It can show up inside of Google Meet. We're going to do a whole Google Meet session coming up next. It can join you in Google Meet, and it can summarize the entire transcripts of a meeting, generate action items, things like that. So that's the big difference, is that you can still go to Gemini, the chat tool, but the Gemini chat tool also follows you into all of the Google products. That's the big difference there. Having said that, if you don't pay for it, no worries. This really is free. It's always going to be free. You can just use the regular Gemini chat, and you can have it create images and create, content, and you can copy and paste it and use it however you want. But I did want to at least clarify that. All right. Well, I know we're getting really close to the end of our time, so let's do this. If you still have questions, now is a perfect time to get those in while we have just a couple minutes left. I know we don't have much time to cover much else, but I will just say real quick, there are other awesome new Google AI tools. There's one called Notebook LM. This is a great one you can explore, totally free. It allows you to upload files. So if you need to upload documents and PDFs and things like that, you can upload them to Notebook LM and then have a conversation about those files. That's a really nice tool. Google is also baking AI right into search and Chrome. They're starting to add AI summaries inside of search. They're starting to have image generation inside of there as well. They're adding summaries on web pages. Chrome now has a Help Me Write feature, where if you right click in Chrome, you can choose Help Me Write, and the AI will pop up and give you suggestions. So we're seeing AI popping up in tools other than just Gemini as well. And then when it comes to staying up to date, Google has something called the Google for Education pilot program, and they have an AI track of that. That is something that schools can sign up for. I do have a link to that in the main document as well. I think that's great. It allows you to pilot test things before they roll out and get a better idea about some of the new AI tools that are coming out. Besides that, I would also say, of course, stay in touch with me, because this is pretty much what I share anymore. I'd say probably 95% of every training I do is AI nowadays. So if you follow my blog and my socials and my YouTube channel and my newsletter and my Facebook group, you'll stay in the loop pretty well on a lot of these new things. So as we start to wrap up our time here, I'm happy to take any questions you have. I want to remind you that bit.ly/Curts-Google AI will get you to the document we've been working in for this session. So Todd, let me know anything we need to address with the last moments we have.
So I love that you brought up Notebook LM. I have played around with that, and it's pretty powerful. It's pretty awesome.
Yes.
There was a question about age restrictions on Notebook LM, and I'm assuming it's going to follow the same.
Yeah, it's going to follow the same. It's going to be 13 and above, the same as the rest. If it's different, I apologize, but no, I do believe it is following the same approach. Like if you have to use Notebook LM, you have to have a Google account. To have a Google account, you have to be 13 years or above. So, using a personal Gmail account, you can access it. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Good stuff.
Good, really great stuff, Eric. And I love, again, like always, the resources there, and people can take a deep dive. We still have a little bit of time before school starts for teachers, and before they're on contract, and having this resource would be really powerful. Welcome back to our 2 o'clock session with Eric Curts, and to look at Google Meet. And like I was mentioning right before we went on break, a lot of people might ask the question, why are we talking about Google Meet? We have Zoom in the in the district. Well, we have Google Meet, and Google has really been adding a lot of features to Google Meet. And so we have turned it on for teachers, and it's something that is going to continue to roll out. So it's available to you right now. So we thought it would be a great idea to have Eric, who knows so much about Google, to share a little bit about Google Meet and what we have available and how you can use it and all the good things there. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Eric. I think everybody knows him. I'm not gonna spend the time introducing you again. All right, just to get his resources. He's going to share a link. Get the resources. We're going to put it in the chat. Alyssa's going to put it in the chat. Get the resources for sure, and do a deep dive on everything he's going to do. All right, I'm going to shut up. Go ahead, Eric. I'll turn it over to you.
Hey, no worries. No worries at all. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. There we go. And get the chat open. Make sure I'm all good. Looks like I am. So hey, thanks everybody so much again for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. It's been a wonderful day of learning. I really appreciate the opportunity to learn with you. So for this session, just like all the others, yes, there is a link. This one is bit.ly/Curts-meet, as you can probably guess, that all of my bit.lys follow that format. Bit.ly/Curts- the thing we're talking about. In this case, it's meet. That link, if you need to see that a little bit better, I can go to a page. Nope, I don't have. Sometimes I have it on its own on a bigger page there. Tell you what, I'm going to turn off my video so I don't cover. I'm afraid I'm covering the top portion of it there, so I will turn off my video so I'm not covering it. But that link will take you to a document that looks like this. Now, this document is way bigger than what we're covering today. This document is everything about Google Meet. We're doing a subset of that today. We're looking at Google Meet enterprise features, the extra features you get by having the more advanced tier of Google Workspace. So be aware, the document is much bigger than what we're going to be covering in this. When you do get in that document, as always, at the very top of the document, it's going to be all my contact info. So you can stay in touch with me, blog, email, socials, YouTube, newsletter, Facebook group, whatever. And then if you scroll down a little further, there's a lot of great stuff here. There's a lot of great stuff. There's lots of little videos on how to use Meet, all kinds of stuff. Here's really where we're going to be focusing. So we are going to be looking at the stuff that shows up, looks like on like page 2 and 3 of the document, where it gets into the free versus paid features of Google Meet. And that's really what we're going to camp out on during this session. What you'll see here is a chart that shows, depending upon the tier you have of the Google Workspace, you're going to get different features. Now, no, Todd, you mentioned that you guys have a higher tier. I'm assuming you've got Education Plus, but if not, please feel free to tell me. If not, you might have just the teaching and learning upgrade. You might just have standard, but it sounds like you're saying you're not at Education Fundamentals. So if you do know the specific tier you guys are at and you want to share that with me so that I know for sure, that would be fine.
You're right, Eric. We have Education Plus.
Perfect. So the point is, yeah, Google Meet has a lot of great features that do show up across all the tiers, but no, when you get up to Education Plus, you start picking up a lot of extra things. And if you look down through this, at first it looks like, boy, they seem very similar, but then you start hitting all of these other things that come with teaching and learning or Education Plus. And it's like, wow, there's a lot of extra things it does. Now, I know you're saying we're kind of comparing it to Zoom today because you said, you use Zoom in your district. For sure, it's not a one-to-one comparison. There are things that Zoom does that Google Meet doesn't do. And I'm sure vice versa. There's things Google Meet does that Zoom doesn't do. So they're not a one-to-one, comparison, but Todd's right. It's come a long way. It's come a long, long way from where it began. And especially since you have Education Plus, you pick up a lot of cool things. So this session, what are we doing? We're just looking at these. We're just going to look at the extra things that you get when you've got Education Plus. Now, at the top of that chart is the slideshow that I'm using here. So if you want to get into it yourself later, you can. You do not need to open up the slideshow, but it is there. It's just right above the chart. That's the slideshow I'm going to be going through. And that's it. That's the plan. That's really it. I'm just going to go through as quickly as I can all of the extra things you get in Google Meet because you're on Plus, and take questions. If there's things you're curious about that I can help with, I will be happy to do so. So with that said, we've already done the quick intro. Hi, I'm Eric. Happy to be learning with you here today. And like I said, our focus is really just to dive into all these extra features. That's it. That's the plan. So let's do it. Let's go ahead and start getting into this. So what I'm going to do, I had to put these in some kind of an order. So I kind of started with simpler things, quick things first, so I can try to maybe chip off a bunch of the smaller things, just get them out of the way right away and save some of the bigger ones for later so we can dive a little deeper into it. Having said that, If there is something you absolutely want to see and like, do not let the time run out without covering this, drop it in the chat right now. If there's a feature that you're like, Eric, we definitely have to talk about this, please put it in the chat because I want to make sure I prioritize what you're interested in. Okay? Excellent. All right. Well, first thing first, participants. Yeah. So how many people can be in a Google Meet? Wow, that makes a big difference with the paid version. Normally, you only get 100 participants. Teaching and Learning Upgrade gives you 250. You guys at Education Plus, you can have 1,000 people inside of a Google Meet. Now, I don't even know how that would work. I'd have a hard time imagining that many people inside of one, but you can. You can have 1,000 people inside of a single meet. So there you go. That's kind of cool. Now, heads up, once you get above a certain amount, it automatically mutes people and turns off their camera. Not that they can't unmute, they certainly can, and they can turn on their camera, but it will just, mute them automatically, just because otherwise that would be a little bit of a crazy situation. All right, next up, noise cancellation. And again, these are the quick, I'm doing some quick ones first, then we'll get into some of the deeper ones. This is another nice feature. Google Meet with the Plus version has noise cancellation. Basically, you just go into the Google Meet settings and you flip on noise cancellation. And what it does is it tries to filter out noises that aren't you speaking. So things like, air conditioner running in the background, or a lawnmower going by, or coworkers maybe making noise, or even this typing. I've noticed that when you're using your computer, if you need to type during a meeting, it takes out the clicks of the keyboard. So that's nice. That just makes life a little bit easier. That's a neat little feature there. Next up, hand raise detection. So this is kind of a cool one. So one feature you can do in Google Meet, as with many of these tools, is you can raise your hand to say, hey, I've got a question. That's normal. That's not unusual. That's a pretty normal thing. And that's part of the free version of Meet too. Anybody can do that. That's part of the free version. I know this isn't a big deal, but it's kind of cool. In the paid version that you guys have, if you physically raise your hand in the meeting, the camera will see it and it will raise your hand. It'll trigger the hand raise thing in the Google Meet, so that the person who's hosting it knows that you've got a question. So again, not a big deal, but I thought that was kind of clever. That's kind of a neat little extra feature there. Next up, custom backgrounds from your organization. Now, don't get me wrong. Everybody can do custom backgrounds. You're allowed to have custom backgrounds. That's not a paid thing. People can just have custom backgrounds, which, by the way, here, let me do this. I knew at some point I'd have to bring up a Meet. I'm going to go ahead and bring one up right now because I was going to show you some things I don't need to show, but I'm going to go ahead and start up an instant meeting right now. And I'm going to, of course, mute myself. And I don't really need to be on there at the moment. Well, no, I'll leave myself on there just because I'm going to show the background there. But hi, everybody. So here's my Google Meet. But so here's the idea. In Google Meet, if I go into my settings and I go to my visual effects, there's a section over here on the side where I can pick backgrounds, and there's, it could just be blur. I could just say, hey, I want you to blur my background, and, you could just put on a blur and it will blur the background. That's normal there. Or you can, of course, upload your own back. You can click on this little button here and upload a background. So like I picked, I don't know what that one was. There we go. That's pretty cool. I picked that background at one point just to show as an example there. So that's not something that's part of the paid version. Here's what's part of the paid version for your organization. So it turns out what you can do with the paid version is your admins can go into the admin console, and they can, in addition to saying users are allowed to, choose their own background, they can, upload images, blah, 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 blah. You can click add images. Not when I say you, I mean the administrators, whoever's the tech admin. The tech administrators can add images. And so what they can do is they can make a background, for example, maybe for your school district. They could have a customized background specifically for your building, for your school district, maybe something seasonal, whatever, and they can upload those images. So as a simple example, I did this earlier in the admin console, and I added just a blurry like office setting. So I mean, nothing fancy. It's just a blurry office setting. But I just put that in there as an example, and now anybody in the organization can grab that. Anybody can use that. But again, you could put one in there that is specific to your school as an example there. And I'll turn off my camera since I don't really need that on right at the moment. But that's another neat little feature there. All right, next up, translated captions. Okay, so this is a nifty one. So with this, captions, again, everybody has captions. That's not unusual. That's a pretty normal thing. So if I were to come here to my Meet and I were to turn on my captions here, and I were to turn on my microphone, now as I'm speaking, you're going to see at the bottom that everything I'm saying is showing up in captions. So nothing unusual about that. That is included in the free version of Google Meet. Everybody has access to that. That's totally fine, totally normal. What we're talking about is the ability to have those captions translated into another language in real time. So you can go into your settings and you can turn on translate captions, and you can pick a language for that. So let me try that out. Let me go into my settings. And let's go to, oh, by the way, here's like under audio, that's the noise cancellation. So you can see where that was at there. But here's captions. Under captions, I can come here and say, I want to translate my captions. So, well, we'll turn that on there. There we go. And now I can choose what I want to translate into. Now, there's not a giant list of languages yet, but they're adding more and more and more all the time. Some say beta, meaning they're still kind of, testing them out. But let's just pick Spanish as an example. So if I choose Spanish, it was doing all these other languages. Well, I can see in the background, it was doing, I must have had it on Mandarin there for a while. But now that I have chosen Spanish, it will live translate those captions. I do want to clarify something about captions, though, really quick. Captions are controlled by the end user, not by the presenter. So here's what I mean. I turned on my captions so I can see the captions. Nobody else in the meeting is being forced to see my captions. Now, I know there's nobody else in this meeting with me, but if there was somebody else in the meeting, they have to click their captions button to turn on captions, and they have to choose if they want to translate them. So I don't want to misrepresent that. It's not like I, as a presenter, turn on captions. Now everybody has to look at the captions. It's up to each individual end user to turn them on or turn them off. So that's just a little clarification on how that works there. All right. Well, I'm going to reset this to where it was just so that I don't forget that I had done that. And there we go. All right. Excellent. So again, at any point, if you have questions, please let me know, drop them in the chat, and I'm happy to answer them if I can. It's possible there may be a question I'm not sure about, but if I can, I will. All right, let's keep going. What's another thing that makes the paid version of Google Meet a little different? How about slide presentation enhancements? So if you are running a slideshow, that can be tricky sometimes, trying to run a slideshow while presenting with Google Meet. Well, they have just made this so much smoother now. So let's say I have a slideshow. So here's this. This is Google's Be Internet Awesome curriculum. It teaches students about digital literacy and stuff like that. So let's say I've got the slideshow and I want to present the slideshow. So I go to my Google Meet and I go to share. And I say I want to share. And I pick that tab. I pick the Be Internet Awesome slideshow tab and I share it. Well, now that I'm sharing that out, I can see my slideshow here. Notice down in the bottom right, I've got the ability to literally start my slideshow right from the Meet. I don't have to go over to the tab and start it. I can just hit Start Slideshow, and now it's running the slideshow right there. So now I can control the slideshow right from there. But look at this, I could hit the three dots and I can open up things like the speaker notes. Nobody else sees them, only I see them. But as I'm going through, I now get my speaker notes over there. This is just so much more smooth than it used to be. It used to have to, have, multiple monitors and you were trying to jump back and forth. And now it's just all so nicely integrated right in there. It just makes it super, super easy to be able to do that. And of course, I can close out of my speaker notes. And of course, I can stop presenting my slideshow at any point, and I can stop presenting there as well. But anyway, just wanted to show how that works. Good stuff. Let's keep going. Okay, so now for the next couple things I'm going to show, I really do have to have another person in here with me. So I'm going to join a second time. I'm going to join my own meet from my laptop over here. So I'm going to let me do this. Let me invite. Let me invite my other account over here. I guess I could just type in the code. Actually, it'd be fine. I'll just type in the code. So here's the code down here for this. I could send an invite, but it'll probably be faster for me just to type in the code. So I'm going to do that really quick here. Give me just a second. Maybe it would have been faster to send the invite, but I'm doing okay. I'm getting there. So let me see. That should get me joined in. Let me go. Hold on a second. It's asking permission on this side. I'm going to mute it though. I'm going to mute it. All right. And so there we go. Okay. So I've joined from one of my, it's just a demo account that I've got on my laptop here. So now I have another, person in the meeting with me. Some of these things wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, if I just did them on my own. So now I've got this other account connected from the side over there. If you want to see it, I can undo the camera for a second. You can see. So there I am. Hey, here I am. Hello. So that's my laptop over to the side there. Okay. So what we want to do is talk about things like Q&A. So Q&A is one of the nice features that you can use in the paid version. So the next few things, these are things that they're not part of the free version, but you have access to these as being Education Plus. So Q&A allows participants to submit questions throughout the session and get them voted. Now, keep in mind, they could always just chat. That's normal. Like here's the chat window over here. If I open up the chat window on my other account, I could say something like, hello, and you'll see that pops up there. So the chatting, totally normal. What I'm saying is being able to do something a little more structured, like a Q&A. So what I could do is I can go down to the activities button, bottom right-hand corner of Google Meet. There's this little icon, looks like a square, a circle, and a triangle. That's the activities button. And when I click that, I get all of these kind of activities I can do. That's where Q&A is at, as well as polls, live streaming, breakout rooms, recording, transcripts, so many things. So let's go ahead and do Q&A real quick. So basically, I can say, hey, let's turn this on. Let's turn on Q&A. And now that Q&A is on, anybody in the meeting, they can also click on that button and they can start asking questions. So I could pop over to my other account, go to Q&A, and I could say, I want to ask a question. I could say something like, how do you record? Whoops, I can't type here. Sorry about that. How do you record a meet? And so I could, post a question and boom, there it is. So what happens is with Q&A, and again, this isn't going to be totally representative. Normally you've got dozens of people in the meeting. When something shows up, anybody in the meeting, they can start hitting the thumbs up button if they want to upvote any of these. And so what can happen is you can get all these questions coming in and then people can upvote the ones they're most interested in and those bubble up to the top. And then you as a presenter can see, this is what people really care about. We better address those. As you address things, you can mark them as being answered. You can also delete them if need be. You can hide them if you just don't need to see them anymore. You can sort them by most popular or oldest or newest. You get the idea. So really nice. So that's the Q&A feature, which again, very, very common to a lot of these kind of tools, but it is part of the paid version there. All right. let's see. Oh, there was a question that popped up. Thanks. Are the captions on the free version? So yes, everybody has access to captions. The only thing that was different was the translation of them. So sorry if I wasn't clear on that. Captions are totally free. Everybody can use the captions feature. Nobody has to pay for that. It's the translation option to be able to pop it into a different language. That's part of the paid version. There was another question. I'm not sure. Does Google Meet own our image like Zoom does? I I apologize. I don't know what that question means. I might need more information about that. I don't know what you mean by Google Meet owning your image. Sorry, I apologize. If you have more details on that, please feel free to submit those. All right, next up, how about polls? Yeah, that's another thing that is very common in tools, but it is part of the paid version, not the free version. So you can create a poll. So if I come here to Google Meet, go to my activities, go to polls, I can start a poll. I can say something like, what is your favorite season? And then, we could do like spring, summer, and fall, and winter. You get the idea. And there we go. And so at that point, I can go ahead and I could save it. I don't have to launch it right away. I can just save it and it's ready to go when I'm ready. And then I can hit launch when I want it to be live. And at that point now, all of the participants are able to go to their activities page, go to polls, and they can say, oh, I like fall or whatever. And now the votes will start coming in as people vote on those. So that's polls. Awesome. Good stuff. Next up, recording. All right. So meetings can be recorded and saved to your Google Drive. The free version has a limited recording option where it can record and have a temporary version that is saved, but it's not a permanent version. You're not allowed to keep it. So that's pretty limited, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the paid version does include full recording. So it's real simple to use. Basically, I just come here to, and tell you what, I'm going to turn on my microphone again because that way it will pick up, something in the recording. Not that it has to be in there, but that way there'll be something in the recording there. If I come here and I click on my recording option, I can choose to just start recording. I can also choose if I want to have captions baked right into the recording. So that's a neat feature. So I could say, yeah, let's have captions right in the recording. So people don't even have to worry about it. They're just baked right into there. Or I could choose a particular language translation for those. I can also start what's called a transcript. We'll talk more about transcripts later, but I'll go ahead and start it up anyway now. It's perfectly fine to have that in there. Basically, a transcript is going to be a Google document that has a full transcript of everything said in the session. So that's really nice as well. You can do it separately, but I'm just going to do it all at once here. So I'm going to hit start recording, and we'll let that do its thing. And there we go. So now this is being recorded. Everything I'm saying, and the captions as well. It's going to bake those into that recording there. And so we can just let it keep on recording for a while, then we can come back to it later. That is going to be saved in my Google Drive, and I can just access that file, access that video, and I can share it, I can copy it, I can download it, I can edit it, I can do whatever I want with it. It's just right there in my drive. And like I said, captions and transcripts can be included in that as well. All right. Next up, transcripts. Yeah, while we're talking about them, again, you can do this without recording. You can just turn on transcripts. If you don't want to record the entire video of the meeting, you can just go into your activities and go to transcripts. I've already got it turned on, but you could just go here and say start transcript recording. And basically what that's going to do is create a Google document that has everything said everything everybody says. It's going to put the person's name, what they said. It does not include the chat. So things we type in the chat on the side, that doesn't get included. But everything that is spoken, you'll get a full, recording, a full transcription of all of the conversation of the meeting. So that's what transcripts do. Live streaming. So let's mention this quickly. I won't do a live stream, obviously that no need to do one, but I'll just explain this to you. So if you want, you can live stream your Google Meet with the paid version. So here's the idea behind that. Normally, when you are in a Google Meet, it's just the people that are in the Meet with you that can see it. And remember, with the paid version, you can have 1,000 people. You can have 1,000 people in there. That may cover everything. But what if you wanted to do a Meet, but you didn't actually want to have everybody inside the meeting with you? Kind of like what we're doing right now in Zoom. So Todd is in this with me. I'm in here. We're inside of the Zoom. You guys technically aren't in the Zoom. You're watching a live stream of it. Exactly the same idea. So with Google Meet, you can say, go to your activities, go to live streaming, and you can do a live stream of a Meet. Now, this can be done internally. If that's the case, only people in your school district, well, put it this way, people with a school account, they have to have a Google school account provided by your school. They would be able to see that live stream. Or you can stream it on YouTube. You can just, create a YouTube live stream or have one queued up ahead of time to pick from the list, and you can stream it. That's what we're doing right now with Zoom. You can do the exact same thing there. So you can live stream it to YouTube, or you can stream it internally. Obviously, I won't do a live stream right now, but that's the idea. Now, a cool thing about this is you can actually set this up ahead of time, because if you're saying, oh, that's cool, Eric, but how would people know to watch it? How would they know to get to the live stream? If I just hit stream internally, yeah, it's going to give me a link, but now I got to send that link out to everybody, but I've already started streaming, so how do they know to join, whatever? So instead of that, one thing you can do is you can set it up ahead of time in Calendar. So for example, if I'm in Google Calendar, and let's say, I'll just put in test here, but let's pretend like I'm doing a live stream. I could set up a calendar event where I add Google Meet to it. And then I could come into the settings here and I could say, I want to add a live stream. And so I can add a live stream to it. And that's the link. I can copy that link and I can give that out to people, months in advance, weeks in advance, days in advance, whatever. I could say, hey, here's the live stream we're going to be using, on Friday. And they have the link. We share the link ahead of time. We go into Google Meet. We launch the live stream and everybody's already there ready to watch it. Now, if you wanted to do a YouTube live stream, you wouldn't do that here. You would literally just go to YouTube ahead of time. You would set up the live stream and you would share that YouTube link out. And then in Google Meet, you would just choose stream to YouTube and you would pick that YouTube live stream. So it can be done either way, but that's the idea behind live streaming with Google Meet. Awesome. Oh, I did see a little more activity in the chat, and we might have a little clarification of that earlier question. Zoom owns any image that shows, including ours or our students' likenesses, meaning that Zoom can use it without our permission. Does Meet do this? Wow, I didn't know that. So I don't have an answer for you because I've never been asked that question before, but I'll just tell you as best as I can tell you. I would say no, Google does not claim ownership of the images used in Google Meet. I can't point you right to nobody's ever asked me that question, but let me put it this way. Google has a license agreement with schools, and that license agreement is very different from like a personal account, like if you use Gmail, like a personal Gmail. When schools enter into an agreement with Google for Google Workspace for Education, Google makes it very clear they do not own your data. They are not allowed to look at your data. They cannot use your data for advertising. They cannot share your data with anybody else. So, like if you have an issue and you need help, you literally have to give Google permission to look at your files. Like they are your files. So no. Meet is a core service. It would fall underneath the same agreement that Docs and Drive and everything Gmail falls under. So no. Google would not try to take any ownership of any of the images or anything like that. All right. Good stuff. Let's keep on going. Oh, hey, breakout rooms. Yeah. Okay. So that's another feature that's not part of the free version. It is built into the paid version, which you guys have. This will let you split your participants up into smaller meetings, smaller meets where they can work in group projects, have discussions, and so forth. You can have up to 100 breakout rooms. You can set timers. They can ask for help while they're in their breakout room. A lot of neat features there. So it's not going to be too exciting. I have one person, one fake person in here with me, so it's not going to be too exciting. But if I go to my activities and I go to breakout rooms, you'll see how that would work. So I could say set up breakout rooms. And basically, here's where you decide how many rooms you want to create. So you can, set the number of rooms that you need. You can name those rooms if you don't want to call them, excuse me, breakout 1, 2, and 3. This could be, the blue group. This could be the green group. You get the idea. So you can call them anything you want if you prefer to do that. You can set a timer if you want to say how much time, and then we want to end the breakout rooms after a particular amount of time. You can put people into the groups ahead of time. Like, so Spark, this account, I could drag it around. I could drag people between the different groups and say, here's how I want to organize folks. I could also use the shuffle button to rearrange everybody if I wanted it to, randomly put people into the groups. And then when I'm done, I just hit open rooms. Now, this is not going to be too exciting. You're not going to really see much other than this other account is going to disappear because when I hit open rooms, now this other account is getting a little thing that says join. And if I click on it, it just disappeared. So now that account is inside of that breakout room. And that would be true for all of the people. You would see those. Now you, as the person running the meet, you can join. I could say, hey, I'm going to jump over and join them. I could click join and I could jump on into the blue room. And hey, I'm back with my buddy. And so now we are back together. And then, of course, I could leave the blue room and go back to the main call. So you can jump in and out of the breakout rooms. Here, I'll pull them back up so I can see those. There they are. You can jump in and out as need be. And like I said, the people in the breakout rooms, if they need help, they can ask for help. There's an ask for help button in there that I can click on and it will pop up here and say, oh, hey, so-and-so just asked for help. And then you would know that you might want to jump into that room to help that particular group. They're asking for help at that point. When we're all done, we can decide to close the rooms. And it'll give them 30 seconds before they have to get out, but they can just go ahead and I'll click return to main call. And that should send that person back. And there we go. Awesome. And they've come back. Now, another cool thing about breakout rooms is you can set them up ahead of time. So in Google Calendar, you can go into the meeting settings and you can do all of this ahead of time. You can create the rooms, you can name the rooms. If you've invited people to a Google Calendar event with Google Meet in it, you can put the people into the breakout rooms ahead of time. So you can do all of this ahead of time if you want to. I don't know how common that would be needed, but you can. What that looks like inside of here is if I were to go again into my settings here, into my, there's my little settings button there for the Google Meet. That's where I can go into breakout rooms and I can control the same thing. So I could have done this ahead of time to have created all those rooms before the actual meeting goes. All right. Well, let's pause for a moment because I want to make sure I give you the code for our session. We've still got more to look at, but this is a good moment to pause for a second here. And so give me a second to find our 2 p.m. one. There we go. So here we go. Here is our 2 p.m. code for our session. We'll put that up for a little bit. So this is a great time. Before we move on to other features and things of Google Meet. Do you have questions? Do you have comments? Are there things you're curious about? Does it do this? What about that? Maybe from your knowledge of Zoom and you're trying to compare them. So please do drop those into the chat, and then Todd or Alyssa can point those out to me if I miss them. All right, looks like a few things are coming in. Let's see, we do have a question. How can we use Google Meet for parent meetings since they would not have a network email? Oh, okay. Yeah. So Google Meet does not by itself require you to have a school account to join. What I was referencing when I said that earlier, I was talking about live streaming. And I mentioned that you have the option when you do a live stream, you can, in a live stream, you can say this is, you can do a live stream and say this is only for internal users, or you can do a YouTube live stream. That's just a live streaming thing. So I apologize if me mentioning that confused the issue a little bit. So let me explain a little bit more about that. So let me do this. I'll move the code back out of the way. So hopefully that's given you time. If you still need it, this is the time to grab it. There's the code for our 2 p.m. session there. And I will go ahead and move that back out of the way. So when it comes to who can join a Google Meet, actually, that's controlled by your school as to are external people allowed to join. So for example, on my school account here, we've got it set up that anybody's allowed to join. I just have to admit them when they come in. So let's try this. Let's say I go to, I'll go back to my laptop. I know you can't see my laptop. It's over on the other side here, but let's say I go to my laptop and I go to join this meeting from my personal Google account. So let me do that. Typing in the code again. Sorry, give me just a second here. Apologies for that, guys. But let's say I go to join. We should get a little pop-up here in just a moment here. Ask to join here. Let me mute myself there. Ask to join. There we go. And if you look over here, you'll see somebody wants to join this call. This is my Eric Curts at Gmail account. So I could say, oh yeah, let's admit them. Let's let them in. Now, if I don't catch them right away, no worries. It's going to be on the People tab here. I'll always see everybody who's queued up waiting to join. And so I could admit everybody or just individual people, but I could say, sure thing, let's let Eric in there. And now now my personal account, there it is. There's my personal account. So my personal account has just joined as well. Awesome. There we go. So now I've got even more people in here. So that's my personal account up there. So no, as far as parents go and stuff, anybody can join a meet. They just need the link. As long as you give them the link, they can click on it and you'll get a little pop-up that says they want to join and you can let them join. Unless your school has blocked that. And again, I don't know. I don't know what the settings are at. The Google administrators at the district can go in and say, who is and is not allowed to join Google Meets. We have ours open because we want our staff at the county office to be able to talk to people from lots of different districts and stuff. It doesn't make sense for us to try to lock it down because we support 35 districts. So we have it open so anybody can join. They just still have to ask, and then we have to give permission when that happens. Yeah. All right. Thanks for that. I apologize if there was any confusion earlier when I was talking about that. All right, let's keep going. What other kind of things do we have? How about attendance tracking? So this is another neat feature. So a part of the paid version, as long as you've got one other person, as long as it's not just you, as long as somebody else joins, you'll get an attendance report afterwards. And that report is going to look like this. This is what you get. It's a spreadsheet. It's going to have everybody's names. It's going to have their email addresses, how long they were in the meeting, when they joined, when they left. And so basically you get automatic attendance that is taken right from that as well. So this, for example, the one I'm recording right now, but the one I'm in doesn't have to be recorded. But when I exit that meet later, I will get an email that has a spreadsheet and it'll have 3 people in it. Me, myself, and I are going to be in it. So yeah, I will get that. So that's nice. That's a nice way to be able to keep track of who actually attended, whether it's a PD session, whether it's a meeting, whatever the case, there's a nice record there of that occurring. And this one, not a big deal, but this is kind of a newer thing that Google added recently is phone calls. Yeah, actually, you can make voice calls if you have the paid version of Google Meet, rather than just having a video call. When you go to Google Meet, there's the option to actually put in a phone number and dial out to somebody, make a phone call with people. If you're, somewhere that you don't have a signal, but you've got Wi-Fi, you could use your Google Meet to place an actual phone call and just have a conversation with somebody. Obviously, they're just going to hear your voice. You're just going to hear their voice, but it does work. So that's kind of cool. Now you can do video calls, of course, as well, but the point is voice calls can be done with it. All right. Let's do this. Let's go ahead, and I'm probably going to stop this meeting at some point, or at least stop the recording if we want to see what that looks like. I don't know if we really need to see that, but I'll go ahead and stop the recording so you can see how that worked. So I'll stop the recording on my pretend meeting over here. And I don't know if in the time we have left, if it'll process it quick enough, but if it does, I could show you what that looks like as far as like the email you get that has like the link to the attendance. And well, it wouldn't be that. It would just be, I would actually have to stop the, sorry, I'd have to stop the meeting before I get that, but I can, if you want, I can close out of this meeting and then we can see like the email that I get and things like that. But I think, wow, I think that's it. I think that's all the things that were different about the paid version versus the free version. Now, that doesn't mean I've covered everything in Google Meet, because there's a lot of things in Meet that are just free. They're just part of the free version. Things like emoji reactions, and stuff like that, that kind of stuff everybody has access to. That's just part of Google Meet, So I didn't cover some of those things because those work in the free version as well. But this would be great. We've got about 5 minutes left, not a whole lot of time, about 5 minutes left. So if there are some questions that either deal with the paid version or, just other things in Google Meet, like, well, hey, does it do this? Does it do that? What about this? Can I do that? This would be a great time to ask those. But let's do this. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to close this call. I can reopen one. It's really no problem. We can start it up again if we need to, but I'm going to go ahead and close this call. And that way, if we want to see, we can see like the email that I'll get that has like the attendance and the recording and all that kind of stuff in there. And of course, I'll remind everybody that everything we've been looking at is at, there it is at bit.ly/Curts-meet. That gets you to that main document with all of those resources. So let's see. Do you have any other questions about Google Meet? Maybe how it relates to Zoom or features that you want to do a deeper dive into? We do have just a couple minutes left, and I don't want to keep you if you're good, but I'm here. You've got me for at least another 5 minutes, so I'm happy to answer any questions I can in that time. I am going to on another screen here pull up my Gmail and see how quickly I get that message about the meeting. Let's see. Looks like I got, nope. Nothing yet. I thought I might have gotten something, but that was from yesterday. I just wasn't paying attention. So that was a different one. So okay, we'll see. If that does show up in a bit, then I can show you what those emails look like. But um I don't see anything else popping up in the chat at the moment. So Todd, what do you think? Anything you would add, questions or comments or thoughts related to the enterprise features of
No,
Google Meet?
I think we're good. We did have a question about, what does Education Plus mean? That's probably a term that most teachers, educators here don't hear,
Right. You wouldn't, right? Yeah.
So, I mean, can you share a little bit about what that means?
Yeah. So the short answer is there are 4 tiers, and these don't just apply to Meet. This applies to everything in the Google suite there. And so when you sign up for Google for Education, this is the free version. It's called Education Fundamentals. Any school can sign up for it. It's free. It'll always be free. It's wonderful. That gets you, all the stuff, Gmail, Docs, Meet, all that stuff. Well, over time, Google has added 3 other tiers and they all cost money. This is free. These other 3 ones cost money. But because they cost money, they are able to invest that into other features. And so there's other useful things you get by paying extra. Education Plus is the highest tier. And what it is these 2 tiers put together. So teaching and learning upgrade is a set of upgrades that are specifically to help teachers get more out of Google for Education. Education Standard is a set of upgrades that are more for the people behind the scenes. It's got diagnostic tools and it's got reports and it's got security tools. It's more on the IT end. Plus is just these 2 put together. And so if you've got Plus, you basically have the other 2 tiers, the IT tier and the teaching tier. Well, what do you get in these tiers? Loads of stuff. I won't be able to find it fast enough probably. But that's a great question. I don't know. I'll do a quick search on this other one here and see if I have, I don't know if I can find it fast enough, but if I do, I have an entire slideshow that talks about the different, Google, levels, and it talks about all the different things. I'm searching real quick to see if I find it fast enough. Great. Don't worry. No
Yeah,
big
and Eric,
deal.
don't. I know I put you on the spot here.
Oh no, you're fine. But no, I just did a training on this maybe 6 months ago. So I do have one that is specifically about all of the different, what makes them all different. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I may not be able to find it fast enough, but I am doing a quick search. But basically, some examples would be like, if you use Google Classroom, there's loads of extra features in there, like the ability to use add-ons, the ability to have unlimited plagiarism checkers, things like that. Other things that would come with the paid version, if you're in Google Docs, you now can use e-signatures. That's included. If you need to send out something with an actual option for people to e-sign to do a digital signature, that's part of the paid version. So it's a lot of like extra features that go above and beyond what you would normally just have in the Google Suite. And so I don't know. Again, I might not be able to find those, but who knows? Maybe I will. I'm doing a quick search here, and we'll see.
One of the, our district believes in Google, and we know that a lot of our teachers use Google, and so being able to invest in the teaching and learning upgrade is one of those things, and we stay in constant communication with Google, and so we partners with Google that are able to. I'm just kind of sharing this for the audience. On all the things, all the upgrades and stuff. So we're working with them to share those out and be able to do that. I know that the education standard piece on the back end, that was a big deal for our technology services. And they wanted to be able to, we try to do our part to make things safe and everything that we can do for our student data. And it was a big deal to be able to move that way. And I think that we did that probably about 2 or 3 years ago that happened. And it was just a great resource, a great upgrade.
Yeah, there's a lot of great behind the scenes things that come with the standard. A lot of data privacy protection, security, investigation, extra management features. Really nice from the tech end. Nothing that the teachers would care about, but it really allows the tech folks to be able to really support this well. Whereas the teaching and learning upgrade provides a lot of these benefits to teachers and students in the classroom. Yeah.
Well, Eric, it's been a great day of learning, man. You've covered so much stuff in all of your sessions today. We greatly appreciate you. We greatly appreciate your just your relationship with Sci-Fair.
Thanks so much thanks for having me. It's always been a pleasure, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be a part of the learning here today. So thanks for having me. And please stay in touch. At the top of all the documents is all my contact info. I would love to keep learning with folks from today.
You got it. Thank you so much, Eric. You have a good one.
Thanks.
So don't check out at the very end. All right, so here we are. We are at the 3 p.m. session. I am very happy to introduce to you 3 special ladies from Northside ISD. So we have Rosemary Lara with us. She has been a teacher for 23 years. She loves teaching. She's first grade, kindergarten, third grade, STEM, and so it's really great that she's here with us. Melinda Valdez as well, 23 years in teaching and a STEM teacher as well. And so we love that we're going to be able to hear from them. And then Elizabeth Robles, 17 years in education. She's an academic technology coach in Northside ISD as well. So guys, we have their presentation that we're going to be sharing in the YouTube chat, so you can go ahead and grab that. But I'm really going to just kind of turn it over to them because I know they have a lot. And so what I would like to ask those of you that are in the chat, have you ever heard of Tinkercad? And just put that in the chat really quick, yes or no. And just give us a little bit of an idea of where you're at. They're going to be talking about the basics here, but I think if you've never seen Tinkercad, you don't know what it is, or even if you do, you're going to get a little bit, you're going to get excited here. You're going to get something and definitely get something new. So ladies, I'm so glad that you're here with us. I guess I'm going to go ahead and turn it over. I'm going to stop talking because, I want to see and I want to hear and learn what you have for us today. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you. The video, the Zoom, the Digital Learning Conference is yours.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our session. We're so glad that you're here to join us for Tinkercad Basics. And our session is all about 3D design and also 3D printing. And so I know that you're already jumping in the chat for us today. If you'll let us know where you teach, as well as what subject or grade level you teach. And thank you, Todd, for introducing us. We do have our Twitter handles here, our X handles here, if you would like to follow us. We do like to showcase and share what we're doing in our district, and we would love to connect with you all and see all the fantastic things and, go back and forth with each other. All right, I'm going to jump in here to, as we're looking at our YouTube to see where everyone's teaching, we're going to talk a little bit about why we have our students 3D print here in Northside. And we do have our kids as young as kindergarten jumping in and using Tinkercad and designing. So it is definitely a tool that can be used across different grade levels. It can be used all the way through higher education. Let's take a quick look at a short video from Vice News to share a little bit about a real-world example of 3D printing.
So this is a laboratory training complex. It's pretty much a one-to-one mock-up of the U.S. lab on space station right now. This is actually our backup for the first 3D printer that we ever launched to space. The space station is an amazing vehicle. We're still somewhat Earth dependent with our space station model. For Mars, we want to be Earth independent. Space does really drive home how important it is to conserve. You know, what are we really going to need for in-space manufacturing to make these parts? What you really have to do is have sustainability. This is the refabricator. So it's the first ever integrated 3D printer and recycler all in one. We want to be able to, in one machine, 3D print the part, and then when you're done with it, you just feed it back in and it creates new filament and you can make a whole new part. What excites me the most is that closed loop life cycle. It may seem like a long time before we're going to Mars. It's really not, and we have to work on these technologies today to be ready.
Is the 3D printer going to help us get to Mars?
Absolutely, 1,000%.
All right, so we love that video, and we love to show that video to our students so they can get inspired about 3D printing, because really there are all different new applications for 3D printing. This one's really unique because they do use 3D printing in the space station in order to print tools and that type of thing for, create them from scratch.
So this is a laboratory training complex.
Sorry about that. So of course, within the classroom, 3D printing and 3D design is super engaging for our students. It promotes problem solving and, again, design thinking. The students are learning a new innovative skill that they can use all throughout their schooling and beyond. And of course, we love when our students have the opportunity to create and be creative. And Tinkercad is one of those tools that students, and you'll see a little bit later on that some of our students have really taken this to new heights and have designed some really amazing things. So moving right along, we have Melinda Valdez here, and she's going to show us how to use Tinkercad, how to get signed in, and what it looks like.
All right, great, thank you. Let me share my screen. Okay, so what we are going to do first is I would like for everybody to actually do this with us. The three of us have been teaching this session for a few years. We normally do it in person. So, and we usually use an hour and a half to do it. So we are going to be going at a little bit faster pace because 50 minutes, we have to shrink it down a little bit. But we have found when we do it and you guys are doing it along with us, you get way more out of it than just sitting and watching. And every time we do this session, the feedback from, oh my gosh, thank you so much for going step by step with us so we can actually do it. It's just been amazing. So to us, this is the best way. So if you would like to do that and join us, we're going to go to tinkercad.com. You can see it on the screen, tinkercad.com. And let's see, so I am going to go to Tinkercad. I would like for you to click log in. Educators, if you have your Google account, sign in with Google. It'll open it right up for you. If not, if you don't use Google, then you may have to go to sign in or create a new account and use your email. So your screen should look just like mine. I am going to try to give a pause for anybody that needs to kind of catch up, but yet still move at a pretty good pace. So I apologize if you kind of get behind. So this is the home page. Like you see over here on the left, you can create classes. I have classes with all of my different teachers. And when you click on it, the students' names are there. And then the next one shows all the designs that you have already done, present and past. And so we are going to, let me move this down. We're going to be in designs and we're going to click the blue create button that's up in the right-hand corner. And you are going to click 3D design. So I'm going to kind of give you guys a few seconds to make sure that you are logged in, that you are seeing the same page. Now, In 3D design, this is why we love using Tinkercad. It really gets the kids thinking. It's all about being creative. They have to decide what it is that they want to create, and then use these shapes and manipulate the shapes to get whatever it is that they want to create. So those creative juices are going. They have to think in 3-dimensional. They're not used to thinking in 3-dimensional. Oh my gosh, so many skills are being used when they are using Tinkercad. And we use this with kindergarten. Now, I use it at the end of the year with first grade and kindergarten, but we do use it, and they walk out with their own little piece that they have designed, just like all the other grade levels. So hopefully everybody is caught up. We are going to start with a box over here. Grab a cube, and I would like for you to click it and drag it on the work plane. This is the work plane, and I want you to think of the work plane as the bottom part of a 3D printer. This is the bottom part of my 3D printer. Anything that I print goes on this thing right here. So everything has to be on that blue work plane. And I always remind the kids, if you have something that's hanging off way over here on the side, that is not going to print. It is not a fancy printer that prints way over on the side off of the 3D printer. So in order to manipulate these shapes, these white boxes right here, this is how you make it. You click on one of the boxes, you can make it big, you can make it skinny, you can bring it this way. It's all up to you. Whatever it is you're building, it just depends on how big that you want it to be. But this is how you manipulate them. Drag those boxes. This middle white box makes it go tall and makes it go flat. Now, I remind the students, you don't want something really, really, really tall. First of all, I can't see when I'm designing. Second of all, it's too big to print. It's going to take hours to print something that big, and take it from somebody that had let kids build these ginormous things. And then my giant roll of filament, I got four projects out of it. And then I'm like, nope, can't do that. So now we make little small things. So be sure that you have dimensions for your students. And also be sure when you are flattening it down that you do not go underneath the mat. And we're going to talk about that in just a little bit. That's a huge, huge, huge problem. So we are going to I always start this when I'm teaching my kids, no matter what grade level, we build this I just call them a little robot. So you can take your cube and make the body as big as you would like. I do not have specific dimensions for you. You can make yours if you want to follow mine, 55 and 57. On the sides, you can just go inside there and click and type in 55 if you would like, if you want to match mine, but it's up to you. This is just practice. So no worries. Doesn't matter how your product's going to come out. If you struggle, no big deal. It's the first time you're using it. Just like my students, I say, yeah, you're not going to be good at this yet. You haven't practiced. But the more you practice, the better you get at it. So please don't stress if you are struggling with any of these. So we're going to give this little robot a head. I might make him a little bit taller. So I'm going to come over and I'm going to grab a sphere and I'm going to drag it. And what I like to do, I kind of am mean and I don't tell the kids how. And I'm like, I want you to put the sphere on top of the cube. And this is what they're doing. They're like, okay, they're going up, back and forth, front and back. Miss Valdez, I can't get it to get up there. Well, that's because they're not thinking 3D. In 3D, you must, if this is the top of the box and this is your sphere, we have to lift it up. You have to move it over and you have to set it down. So I'm going to use this black cone above the sphere. This makes it go up and it makes it go down. So I'm going to raise it up and then I'm going to move it over. So now I have the head on top of the box. Looks great. This box over here, this cube in the corner that says top in front, one of the most important pieces in Tinkercad. This is the one that lets you look at all sides. And in 3D design, you must look at all sides of whatever it is you're designing, because right now this looks great. Oh my gosh, I could print this. And then I come over here and I tip it. No, there's a huge giant space. That is a floating head. I do not have a magical printer that prints floating heads. I wish I did because that would be so cool, but I don't. So this is one of the biggest mistakes kids will make. They have floating objects and it will not print. So I need to be sure I grab that black cone and I push it down into the cube. Now, you want it to overlap. You don't want it barely sitting on top. If it's barely sitting on top and you go to take that off of the mat that's inside your 3D printer and your kindergartner turns and drops it on the floor, the head will fall and break off. Then you have tears, and then the teacher's crying because all the kids are crying because all their stuff is broken and it's terrible. So you do need to overlap. So it's very important in your 3D design, you are overlapping these shapes a little bit. You don't need to have it shoved all the way down, but you do need to have it shoved a little bit in there so that the shape will overlap. And when it cools, it is a solid piece. So now I'm going to tip this. That is not in the middle where I would like it. So I can do two things. I can just drag it like this. Whoa, I just messed up. That's okay. Do you see this arrow next to the trash can? This is my best friend in Tinkercad. This is the undo button. I use this all the time. You mess up, you accidentally drag it, hit that undo button, and it'll go right back to where it was. So no big deal. I can either drag it with my mouse, but sometimes you make that mistake. I can use the arrows on my keyboard and I can move it where I want, or I can use my mouse, highlight both shapes, come to this align button up here. It's right next to this mirroring, these little triangles. These are the two rectangles up here in the right corner. And I'm going to click and it's going to put it right in the center. And you can kind of see when I highlight these black circles, it's going to show you this is where it's about to move. So that's not where I want it. And that's not where I want it. So I'm not messing with these other ones. Once it turns gray, then it's good. You know, yours is aligned. I love this align tool. It is super, super helpful. Okay, so now I'm going to click off of that. I'm going to tip this. I would like to show you how you can change some colors. When you click on the shape, you will see that there are colors right here. And I highly encourage my students when they're building, change the colors. I want this one color. I want this one color. But depending on your 3D printer, my Dremel 3D printer prints in one color. So you can have 20 colors over here, but it's only going to print in one. Whatever color of filament I have on that. If I have white, this whole project's going to be printed white. If I only have red on there, the whole thing is going to be red. But to me, it's easier to design using different colors because they kind of stand out. So I highly encourage it, but I'm constantly reminding them when they're like, Miss Valdez, I want the head in yellow and the body in red. I'm like, no, no, no. My printer's not that fancy. You may have a fancy printer that can do that, but mine does not. Okay, so you can change colors, or this one over here is the whole. Some kids think, oh, I want mine to print in stripes. No, 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 no. It's not in stripes, but it does make it a whole. And holes are, I just tell the kids, they're nothing. They're invisible. They're air. So you do not have to change yours to a whole right now. I'm just going to show you what the whole will look like. You can leave yours as a solid shape because I'm going to wind up with mine as a solid shape in just a second. If I wanted to make this thing really, really big and make a hole right in the middle of my box, imagine that this is a Kleenex box and it literally will have a hole in the middle of it. And I could store things in here. I could store coins in here. I could store pencils in here. I could store toys in here, whatever I want. It's going to make a hole and it's going to print that way so that you can store things. But you do have to be careful because you always want to check underneath. Oh, and look what I see right there. I have a hole in the bottom. Now, if you want your design to have a hole on the bottom, perfect. If you want something that's going to hold things, if I put marbles in here, those marbles are going to fall right through. So that is not good. So that's why in 3D printing, you got to look underneath, on the sides, on top. And that is something that the kids have to get used to doing. That's why I really like this. It can be difficult to use at first, but when they get the hang of it, man, they have some mad skills, I'm telling you. Now, you got to be careful because look, this happens all the time. The kids will have this kind of hole sitting in the back. And I always ask them, do you want this here? No, no, no. Okay, you didn't check. So if you really want it just in the middle, you got to make sure and you just kind of check all sides. Now this, I would like. This would print great. If you ever wanted to see what it would look like, you can highlight the whole thing and click group. And it's going to literally show you what it is going to look like with a hole. It's taking a second. Let's see what it's telling me. It is failing to load. Maybe I don't have some good internet in here. We will see. But I promise you, when you have good internet and you click that and you click the group, it is going to show you what the whole actually looks like. And I'm kind of worried my computer might be frozen. Let's see. Okay, so because it's messing up, I'm going to leave that sitting over here and I'm going to put catch up. Maybe it'll give you guys a chance to catch up. I'm going to put all these back because that other one, of course, is not wanting to agree with me. Okay, so this is where we're at. I want to be back with a solid shape. So I'm going to move him out of my sight. So now that I have my solid shape, the next thing I want to show you is I'm going to put some arms on the side. So I'm going to grab the cone. I'm going to drag it over here. This is a very hard skill for kids to do. It takes practice. They can't do it yet. You may not be able to do it yet today, but I want to turn this and I want you to notice there's arrows. There's arrows here. There's arrows down here. And if I move my cube, you will see there's arrows over here. These arrows move it this way. I don't want it that way. These arrows will turn it on the bottom. I don't want it turned that way either. I want mine to go to the right 90 degrees. So if you do inside, you use your cursor inside these blue little marks, it'll jump 22.5 degrees. If you need it to go less than that, you go up in the clear section and it'll go by 1 degree. So I just need it to go to 90. So I'm going to put mine there. And I have a floating arm. That is not good. So I love to move this using arrow keys because I just showed you a little bit ago. Sometimes when I use my mouse, it doesn't go the way I want it to go. So now let me check and see if this is kind of in the middle. I can raise it up using this black cone. If I want to align it, I definitely can align and put it in the middle by coming back over here to these little rectangles and aligning it a little bit. I'm going to wait. Okay, now I need another arm. So you have two options. You can either grab another cone and drag it over here and then turn it, or you can make sure this cone is clicked on and click over here next to the trash can is the duplicate button. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to click duplicate and I'm going to use my left arrow and move it over quickly. But as you can see, it is facing the wrong direction. So I have two options. I can use my little arrows here and move it 180 degrees, or I can come up here and I can click the mirror. I like the mirror because it makes it very easy to switch. And if you see these arrows right here, it will mirror whichever way the arrows are going. Well, I want it to go the opposite direction. I want it to go left instead of the point facing right. So I'm going to click this arrow here and see how it flipped it. Now I am going to move it out a little bit more so it looks more like the one on the right. I'm going to turn it and check it. I always want to turn and check, make sure it's looking good. All right, so far so good. He looks good. And I apologize if I am going fast. I'm trying to get it done because we have a project for you guys to do at the very end so that you can actually have a project to do with your students. So I hope that you're able to kind of keep up. And if you can't, if you're struggling moving it, I mean, it's just the practice, you know, don't worry. I have kids who wind up with one arm and they never get the other arm on while we're practicing. I'm like, so what? Who cares? This is just for me to show you how to do it. And we have plenty of time to practice before we actually do our first project. I give them a whole class period. Get on Tinkercad and practice building something. After I do this tutorial in one class, the very next class, build whatever you want. I just want you practicing. So that's what I encourage you guys to do after this. Okay, so I want to show you a couple of other features before Rosemary takes over. We have a text box. Text box is great to add words to your project. Now, if yours is like mine, see, it just says text with these two things. You need to click this down, this caret right here. It gets in my way when I'm building sometimes, so I move it out of the way. But when I have text, now I need it. So I'm going to go in there where it says text, and I'm going to delete, and I'm going to name my robot, and I'm going to name him Robbie. He is Robbie the robot. And let me get rid of that. And if you're ever too zoomed in, you see this house over here underneath this cube with the front on it? That house will bring you right back to this home view. So it kind of zooms it back out for you again. If you have a mouse though, and you want to zoom in, I put my cursor over whatever it is I want, and I scroll, and it's going to move it into where I would like for it to be. Okay, so what I want to tell you something, another huge, second biggest mistake kids make is they print something and the objects aren't touching. Everything in this robot is all touching. But do you see this name, Robbie? If I were to only print this out, the R doesn't touch anything. The O doesn't touch anything. The B is by itself. This B is by itself. The I isn't touching anything. And even the dot to the I is not touching anything. And same with this E. So I actually printed that for you. It's going to look backwards on my camera. And if I were to take each of these pieces off, this R is going to just pop off all alone. So I'm going to do that right now. And of course, the R went flying across the floor. So I'm just going to leave it there. But as you can see, I have a B in my hand. I have an O in my hand. What am I going to do with all these little pieces that are all separate? I don't want that. So if you're going to have pieces that are not next to each other, give me 1 second. Let me change my view again. I just kind of messed it up here. There we go. There we go. So if you want to have them actually print as one piece, you have to get creative and attach them somehow. So I'm going to kind of zoom back out again. I'm just going to grab a cube. This is one of the easiest ways to do this. I'm going to flatten it down. And I'm just going to drag it over here. And I'm going to attach each piece. Now you can see all the pieces are attached except the I. That little dot. If you print it like this, that dot is not going to be attached. So that's all right. I got this. Oop, don't go beneath the mat. Make it skinny. Drag it underneath. Boom. This will print beautifully. So I actually printed one. I'm hoping you guys can see. So it's all together. Even the little dot is right there. So big mistake that people make is not attaching these things. So I am going to get rid of these two items because I don't need them right now. So I'm going to delete. There's the trash can up here if you want to trash. If you do need to turn this guy at any time, be aware if I wanted it to be attached to my robot, it always flips underneath the mat. So that's a big no-no. My printer does not print through this metal. I tell that to kids, I can't print down here. So you can't have anything under that mat. So I have to bring it up. If you see these numbers here, this says -2. I want it at 0. That's going to put it flat on the mat. Then I can drag it, shrink it to whatever size I want, making sure every letter is touching that robot, and it is. The E is touching, the R is touching, and everything in between. I am going to change the color because I want it to stand out while I'm designing. There we go. Now I can see it beautifully. And the very last piece that I'm going to show you before Rosemary does her piece is the scribble tool. Scribble is so much fun. You get to design on your own. I'm going to show you the pitfall of what kids do. This literally happened to me with a kindergartner. This is what she made. And it was my very first time printing with kids. And so this is what she designed. I hope you guys automatically can see the problem with this guy. It's not attached here. The eyeballs and the mouth are not attached. So when I print this, I actually printed this guy. He's going to print just like this with no arm and no face. And the face is going to be left over sitting on the thing. And when I was like, oh no, and I handed it over to the kid because they were right there, I'd printed it. And the next day, actually I printed it quickly because this only took a few minutes to print, and gave them this. Yeah. Snot, tears, everything, because this is no bueno. So it's okay. We can fix this. Edit. Make sure you tell them, attach that. And easy, easy, easy fix. This is a circle head. I can grab this cylinder. I can flatten it down and I can put it underneath the head. Then I go underneath just to see, make sure I bring it around. There's always a way to attach things to get it the way that you need it to be. I hope you guys can see this. Let's see here. Trying to find my picture. There we go. His little face is attached. He has all the arms and legs that he needs. And we have happy kindergartners with their projects. Okay, so these are just some of the basic tools that you really need to know. Look at all the shapes that you can grab and play around with and change. One other little hack I would like to show you before Rosemary takes over is if you need to cut a shape, flatten it out and grab a hole, and you can cut it how you want it. There's lots of things you can do to get the shape that you need that maybe you can't find it, but you sure can create it. So if I want to chop off this corner right here, all I would do is group these two. I don't know, maybe group will work now. It didn't work out. See, look there, boom. And it chopped that piece off and now I can use it. I can't find this shape over here, but I can sure make my own shape. All right, that other thing finally disappeared on me. I tried to delete it 100 times. So yay, my computer just needed to catch up. So now, Rosemary, I'm going to unshare. Let's see here. In just a second, I got to get this thing big. There we go. I'm going to unshare so that you can take over. Ah, that's not what I wanted to do.
Are you unshared? No. Okay. Okay, perfect. I will start sharing and then I will explain what we are doing. Okay, so there's my Tinkercad. You're already here if you were following along with Melinda, if you were working on the project as she was working on it. Just to make sure everybody can hear me, everybody can see Melinda. Yeah. Okay, so I was super excited. I was looking through the chat to see where you were from and what grades you possibly taught. And we have everybody from like kinder to high school. And so I am glad that you are here. Melinda and I both taught kindergarten and we did 3D and now we taught kindergarten and then we teach kindergarten with STEM. So we do 3D printing with kinder. And so I'm super glad. And I'm glad high school people are here too. What we usually do is we do start off with, like Melinda said, her project, showing kids how to use the tools and then going step by step on completing some projects. Then once they know how to use the tools and they can complete some projects, we don't guide them anymore. We might give them a project that they need to work on that we're like, okay, we're not guiding you. We're not telling you what size it is. We're not telling you what you need to do. You like go and make, because we do want kids to be creative and not just make things that we guide them through. But if they don't know how to use the tools, they can't be creative. So we've got to teach them some things that they can do, that they can do step by step, so that we have to give them parameters. We have to give them some different numbers that we expect them to do, just so that they can learn and they can use those tools. So I'm going to start off by saying that. I think that's important. I am going to guide guide you through a medal. And so since it's summer and tomorrow the Summer Olympics starts, we decided that we thought making a medal would be a great project for you guys to do. And so I actually did this a couple years ago, actually 2022, with my STEM class, 4th grade class. They designed Winter Olympic medals. So I have a few that I will show you in a second of some of my kids that they did. And they're super cool. So what you will go into is, of course, we're starting a new project. So plus create and then 3D design. And I'm going to show you, if you want to work on it as I'm doing it, you can. There's also, because of the sake of time, we don't have a lot of time. I don't know how much time we'll have. It's a pretty simple project using the tools that Melinda just shared with you. So it's pretty simple. It's a pretty basic project. But don't worry. If you just want to watch and learn how to do the project, you can do that, because in the slide deck that we have shared, I created a video on doing this exact project. So that information is in there. So don't feel like you have to try to stay with me. Since Melinda already showed you some of those tools, I'll go a tiny bit faster, but not too fast. Okay. So same kind of thing. We have a new work plane, and what I had the kids do when we were working on the Winter Olympics medal is, at first I started telling them that we are going to research a medal. Like, I didn't give them the information. I was like, let's look to see what kind of sports people are competing in, what the size of a medal is, what the thickness of a medal, do research, because I can give them those numbers, but I want them to do the research on that. So we did that first. Probably the first day, 30 minutes of just looking things up, what sports, all of that. So we figured out that most are in the shape of a cylinder. So then if you're doing this with me, you can follow along with me, or you can just watch. So I do grab a cylinder, and a real Olympic medal is 60 millimeters. And so we made 60 millimeter medals. Now, for the sake of this project, we did 70 just because it's a little bit bigger and you can see it a little bit better. But if you also have 200 kids you're printing for, then maybe you don't want them to be 60 millimeters. Maybe you want them to be 30 millimeters. If you have only, I don't know, 50, or you only have one printer, just depends on how many you can print and what the timetable you have. So the size can matter. So here, like Melinda showed, you can just click on that cone, not the cone, the square in the corner, and you can drag it out and in. I show kids how to do that. And then once we're good at that, then we can just change the numbers. I'm like, okay, especially if it's a project that's specific, that has specific numbers, then I will make this, for the sake of today, we're going to make it 70 millimeters, the length and width. So I just say, change that there, change that there. And then the height of the medal is 3 millimeters. So we just change that there. And yes, we are working in millimeters. If you go here to settings, you can change that to inches if you prefer, or bricks. I've just gotten used to doing millimeters, so I'm fine with that. So here is my medal. And so that's cylinder. The length and width, 70 millimeters, and the height, 3. And so I'm also going to get a cylinder that is a hole. And since they have a cylinder as a hole, I'm just grabbing that one. I can grab a cylinder and change it into a hole if I go here, but they already have one, so I don't need that. So I am going to put my cylinder on top of this other cylinder. And the reason I'm making a hole on there is because I want to put ribbon. It's an Olympic medal. We have red, white, and blue ribbon that's going to go in there so they can actually wear it if they would like. So I am going to click on the corner, and I'm going to change the length and width to 10 millimeters. And the height doesn't matter on this. Well, actually it does, but let me show you. Okay, so I'm going to click off of that. And so kind of, I'm not even going to align it yet or anything. It's not that important yet. I like the cube down here. I'm going to look at the bottom, and I see that I have my hole, but it's kind of like just right there at the very bottom. I'm not sure if it's going to print a little layer or cut through. So I make sure that it's going to cut through. I wanted a hole. I want a hole through. So I use this cone here and I push it in. And so when I look at the very bottom, I can see, let me click off. I can see that the hole is definitely going through. So right here, I have my medal and I have the hole for ribbon. And so what I'm going to use, because I tell the kids, you can make, this is the creativity part. You can make your medal be whatever kind of medal you want. So what sports or just Olympics, what do you want to add to your medal? So I am going to go to the scribble tool here. I'm going to drag that over, and I am actually going to try to draw, because in the Summer Olympics, people are competing in swim. So I am going to try to draw a swimmer, and I tell the kids I'm not an artist, but I will definitely try. So I worked on this. So imagine, you'll have to use your imagination, because like I said, I am not an art teacher, but I at least will try. So use your imagination. Use your imagination. I know it doesn't look like a swimmer yet, but pretend this looks like an arm. Pretend this is a body. It'll help if I put the head in there. If I put the head. Now, if I print it, if I leave it like this, it's going to print a hole, and that's where I want to make sure I fill it in. I don't want it to be a hole. So I'm going to fill that in. And so I'm just using my mouse to fill in these spots, because I don't want it to be a hole. Okay. Pretend that this is the most fabulous. Oh, hold on. I'm not done. Not done. Maybe some water will help. It look more. Whoop. Okay. Pretend my swimmer is the most fabulous swimmer you've ever seen. Let's see. And so I'm going to click done. That is going to bring me back to the work plane here. And I am going to move him over here. Of course, I can shrink it down. I can make it bigger. If I hold the shift key, it will keep the shape the same. And I can just shrink it down or make it bigger. So I'm okay with that. Any top here of my cylinder is going to be here at the very bottom. I feel like sometimes that messes with my print. So I always try to raise everything up off the bottom. That's not like the flat piece. So this cylinder, of course, will stay at 0. But this here, I want to use the cone to raise it to a 1. And so that's raised to a 1. Because the height of my cylinder is a 3, I would like to make my anything on top just a little bit on top of the cylinder. I don't really want it to be so thick that it's poking out. I just want to make that. I'm going to change the height on my swimmer to a 4. Hold on. I don't think I did that. I think I changed my cylinder. I just clicked on the cylinder. There you go. I'm going to change that to a 4. And okay, I think I raised the wrong thing. Cylinder, maybe. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, so there's my medal. There's my swimmer. I'm going to go back here so you can take a look at that. And there are some things that I tell kids that it's super, super important. Like, this is a medal and this is Summer Olympics. Like, what else can you add? Can you make the Olympic rings, or what is going to tell me what this medal is for? I do think it's super important that we add a year onto some of the things, some of the projects the kids work on. So I'm going to get the text box. I'm going to drag that over, and I am going to change that to the year. Sometimes when my kids make like Christmas presents or things, I, as a mom, think it's super important. I want to remember when my child did this project. So for some of those things, I'm like, add a year. Like, we want to know when you did this. So text box 2024, I am going to shrink this down. And then I am going to just move it. Oop, maybe. Click on 2024, and I'm going to move that here. Same kind of thing. It's going to show at the very bottom. I'd rather that it not. So I'm going to make this a 4. And then I'm going to click on that, change it to a 4. And I'm going to click on the cone, and I'm going to raise it to a 1 because I don't want it on the bottom. And now let me see kind of where I'm at. I'm going to move, let's see, my 2024 down just a tiny bit. Maybe move my swimmer up just a tiny bit. Just want a little bit of space to separate that. Okay, so I am going to put a box around the entire project, and now I'm going to align everything. So I put a box over the entire project, go up here to the rectangles that Melinda told you about, and click align. I want to align everything though just here in the center. I don't want everything in the center because then the hole, the swimmer, 2024 will be on top of each other. I don't want that. I just want them here centered. And so right there is a Summer Olympics 2024 medal. And this could be a first project that you do with your kids. Another thing that I'm going to say that's super important is Tinkercad is super fabulous, and it is like the most creative name giving of all. It titles your project and it gives it some crazy name. This one is Frantic Jabbin'. And so I tell the kids, don't know what frantic jabbing means. That's not going to tell me that that's your particular project. So you need to rename them so that you know whose completed their project, whose project you need to turn in. And what I do is I have the kids name it using their first name only. I'm like, don't put your middle name, don't put your last name. I don't need to know what your grandma calls you. I just need to know your first name. So Rosemary, unless there are like two James in the class. So James W and James M, but Rosemary. And then I want to know what your project is. So, but I don't need to know Summer Olympic Medal 2024 because it's too long. So I will put medal though. And then I want the kids, I pretty much for the most part, let the kids pick what color of filament they would like their project printed. So I say, name it Rosemary Medal, and maybe I want it pink. So I rename it just so I know whose project I have. And I think, let's see, what time is it? 3:44, perfect timing. We have like another minute. So there's a project in the slide deck. I will show you here where on this slide 10, there's that video exactly showing you how to do this project. If you need a refresher, just click on that. There's a YouTube video. We do another similar project that's pretty basic, and one of our beginning ones is a keychain. And so same thing, get a rectangle and you can get a cube, turn it into a rectangle, use a text box, put their name, put a hole if you want to add a keychain. So that's pretty, something pretty basic that you can do with kids. Those are some two projects. In the slide deck that we've attached, there are some other slides that we will not get to today because like I said, like Melinda said, we usually do this training for an hour and a half and we condensed it to 50 minutes. But there's some cool things on the slides, like this one tells you some Tinkercad shortcuts, and we teach the kids, of course, how to use the tools, but then we're like, okay, now that you know how to make the shape bigger or smaller or, change the height, there are some keyboard shortcuts that you can use. And so that's a Tinkercad resource that I like. And then there's some other things like the Teaks connections and some projects that we have done with our own classes. So there's lots of good information in here. We hope that we have not been too speedy, and we hope that I'm going to stop sharing. I hope that we have not been too speedy and that you have a couple projects that you can work on with your kids. If you have questions, we'd love for you to ask us. We'd love for you to reach out to us, to follow us on Twitter, and because we'd love to follow you. We want to see the cool things that you're doing in your classes and with your kiddos. I think that's it. Elizabeth, Melinda, Todd, I know we need to do an attendance.
Yes, I think let's give Todd the opportunity to pop up the attendance so everyone can jot down their number.
All right, ladies, that was it was fast and furious, but it was awesome. Y'all packed in a whole lot of good stuff in there. But I'm going to go ahead and share. Listen, guys, if here's the attendance code. Go ahead and write that down. And as soon as we finish with this last session, then just hang tight for just a little bit. I'd love to walk you through how to make sure those attendance codes are in correctly, because we want to get you the credit that you need. If you do it right at the very beginning, you won't have any issues a little bit later on throughout the year. So I'm going to leave that up just a little bit. Ladies, I have a question for you. I don't know who wants to answer it, but what are some of the big tips that you learned at the beginning, when you were first teaching teaching Tinkercad and designing with students, that maybe, man, I wish somebody would have told me that?
Well, if your kids have devices that is with a touchpad, a mouse sometimes is easier for the kids to be able to just click and drag instead of trying to use one hand to hold it down and then use the other. They try to do it with one hand and it becomes a mess. So I have a stack of mice in the corner and I always tell them, grab a mouse because you probably will need it. And of course, maybe one or two kids did. And then by the end of the class, everybody has gotten up to go get a mouse because it is easier. Also, if you are just starting with Tinkercad, it can be difficult. Like turning these shapes and getting it just right and not having it float. And sometimes they get it way out in the air and they can't ever get it back. And I'm like, just delete it and drag another one over. Don't try to pull it back over. Sometimes you have to delete some things and restart. But really, it's just practice. Like they just got to build these skills, which is why we start with kindergarten and they don't make hard projects. They don't. It's very, very basic. They'll come out with one little project. I use the scribble tool and have them use their finger to write their name. And then I attach all the letters. And then now their parents have a keepsake for how their kid wrote their name in kinder. And then the next time they come, they're just practicing moving shapes and building. And if I have extra time, I will build that. I'll print that for them. But then when they're in first grade and I'm like, remember last year? Whenever you use Tinkercad, okay, now they have a little bit of the basic and we can just build from there. So by the time they're in fifth grade, they are making some amazing projects. And if you follow us on X or Twitter or whatever, you can see some of the awesome projects these kids are coming up with, and they become better than we are. Like, and we've been 3D printing for what, 10, 11 years with our students. And some of these kids just take off and they find the hacks. And they're doing things. I'm like, how did you do that? And they're like, oh, this is how. And I'm like, okay, you just taught the teacher. And then I think that's the best thing ever. So if anybody is frustrated today, I hope you are, because that's how you learn and your brain just grew. And that's what you could tell your kids is, yeah, you're going to be frustrated at first because no, you can't do it yet. That's why we're going to practice this. And we're going to practice it and practice it and practice it. And then we're going to make a project. And then the following year, when you have the next kids, they get to practice and then they're a little bit better. And because we're lucky, we get K through 5. So if you're watching and you only have one grade level, you don't have that, but you are giving them these awesome skills. Can you imagine if you had been 3D printing in elementary school? Oh my gosh. And they love it. They are always wanting to learn more. And our projects have gotten more advanced because the kids are begging for it, which means we have to go back and YouTube videos and practice and learn how, which is why we also do a 2.0 with some harder projects. So if anybody is needing that in your district next year, if you guys have become really good, ask us back. We will do a 2.0. We do need more than 50 minutes though. It's a 3-hour course because we do some cool stuff with 3D printing. But ladies, anything else?
My medals, I forgot.
Oh, show them.
Right here. This is one of the medals that one of my students created, 2022. And then here's another one. Look at this one. This one's super cute.
It's way cute.
Skating. So just wanted to show some ideas of things that kids could do. But thank y'all. We had a great time.
That's really awesome. It really was great. A great way to finish off the Digital Learning Conference in room 1. So ladies, again, thank you so much, guys. The link to the PDF or their slide deck is in the YouTube chat. Go ahead and click on that. Follow them on X, but then also check out all the other things and the links and everything that they have in their slide deck. Ladies, thank you so much again, and we wish you a good start to your year.